Oh, this right here is a mic check. And this is the start of the show. Yeah. 1:17 a.m. June 16th. Are you in the fucking house right now? Oh! Are you in the fucking house right now? Can I get some slugs in chat? Can I get some? Can I get some slugs in chat? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Bam! Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live with me, your host, Westside Tyler Bell, coming to you hot, fresh, and ready from Lexington, Kentucky. This is the internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream. Infrequently uploaded, rarely on time, but here for you today. Folks, welcome to another episode of I Got a Fucking Blemish, Side Tyler Bell. I will be thinking about that little fucking zit I didn't notice until right now, until the end of the program. There you go. Everybody look at it. Ah! Folks, we got a good show coming up for you today. We got to catch up with the weekend. It's been a crazy one out there. It's been a crazy one out there. We've got bombings, we've got blastings, assassinations, all of the good shit. Folks, everyone says, I want to live in a time of action. If you took me back in the past to some other crazier time, you know, I feel like it would be... Well, you're in it, okay? You're in it. Political turmoil, upheavals galore. It's fucking amazing. And you are here. You're a part of it, and we're going to be a part of it together. We're going to go over some stuff today. I'm hopping straight to some shit, but if you don't know, my name is Tyler Bell. I'm the host, writer, creator of the long-running horror and dark fiction podcast, hopefully someday soon to be updated, the West Side Fairy Tales, and an arts, culture, and politics live streamer and commentator here on YouTube.com. I have cuts everywhere. I am fucking sliced up. I've been tiling all weekend, right? Except for yesterday, I had to take a break because I was so fucking tired. I'm doing 12 by 4 tiles, 12 by 24 tiles. I am only a third of the way done. I keep finding out I have the wrong equipment. I had to buy gloves because I kept cutting myself. And I was like, why am I cutting myself? And then online, it's like, hey, if you're used to using ceramic tiles, which is what I was raised on, porcelain's completely different. And it will fucking cut you like a fucking pimp looking for $20 over, and maybe just for no reason at all. So I've got cuts on my thumbs, on the backs of my hands, over here on my fucking arm from just holding the thing so I can back butter it and fucking scratching this shit out of myself. I'm gouged up, okay? I've been sliced, stabbed, skewered, and I needed a fucking break. My channel is dying. Oh God, I'll have to get a fourth real job. By the way, if you're out there and you like this show and you want to help it grow, like, subscribe. If you can't donate, find clips of the channel, share them on Reddit, share them in spaces where you don't normally see them, put pictures, put me in memes and shit everywhere that you got access to. Put me on Blue Sky, all that good stuff. That's what really helps the show grow. The algorithm's pretty fucking limited. It's really just about exposure into other circles. So if you ever want to help the show grow, please do that. Also, stand by for me to be delivering even fewer bits of content for the next week or so as I try to start getting my one gigantic project I've been doing for months at a time finished. It's just been fucking nightmarish. It is a quagmire of a fucking project, and the only way through is to just dig in and go. It's fucking insane how, like, there are no off-ramps for it, especially given the current climate. Like, you can't find cheap contractors or, like, affordable labor right now because we've kicked out all of the talented people who don't have permanent residency, and we're hunting them relentlessly, and no one's coming to my house just in case. I feel like there's probably got to be Roach Motel job sites all over America right now where they're trying to wrap up fucking immigrants and stuff. So you can't call anyone for help. Anyone that picks up the fucking phone is going to be some goddamn heroin addicted fucking cracker that can't even do the fucking job anyway. So fuck that shit. we're in a rough spot, folks. We're in a rough fucking spot. So I got to do all of this work completely. There we go. Completely on my lonesome. God damn, that thing almost fucking hit me. There we go. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of light. But today we're going to be talking about the Trump's sad boy parade. When I was an old man, my father was dead and I had a birthday, and no one came to say, came to see. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about MAGA assassination of Democratic lawmakers. And understand, you have to at all times refer to it as MAGA assassinations. No matter what happens, what comes out, or what people say, don't let yourself feel doubt. Say it's a MAGA assassination, a MAGA assassination, a MAGA assassination. Literally just keep calling it that. The MAGA assassination of Democratic lawmakers. Say it like that all the time. And no one that tries to even slow you down if you have anywhere near, just be like, well, then you're happy about political assassinations in this country. MAGA assassination of Democratic leaders in America, right? Democratic politicians. Really hit the Democratic angle, okay? But I'm going to be going into that soon, too. I hear President Sunday is looking for employment. We will be making fun of him soon. Porcelain is aggressive. Oh, yeah. It is intense. Embrace linoleum? Fuck no. Absolutely not. I loved doing tile back in the day. At least I liked it more than drywall. Oh, tile is infinitely more enjoyable than drywall, but it is also difficult. Oh my God. Y'all best start believing in crazy times. You're in one. Can I have my... Oh, duh. It's this. Yay! What's the project, bros? Just as a recap, what's going on? It's the reason that I'm not streaming all the time. And the actual reason my channel is going like this and flagging is because I don't have time to put any fucking content out. In March? Was it the end of March, early April? I think it was the end of March. We were existing in our home and smelled a horrible smell. God fucking awful. And it was like, either there's sewage leaking in the house somewhere or there's a dead animal in the walls. It was a dead animal in the walls. A bait trap we had set out months ago had finally killed a rat, right? I think it was right as spring was breaking. The rat found the stuff and died. And he died in our fucking wall. It's very sad. He died in our wall where we could not remotely easily get to them. Opening the wall to try to find the rat basically is the portal to adult Narnia, which only just leads back to Lowe's 10 million fucking times. The rat perished. He was huge. He rotted into the floor. The floor was already partially rotted because we found that the ancient plumbing that was in the house, which consisted of lead toilet closets, I'm not even shitting you, just hammered into place over raw plywood, had failed. Surprising, shock. Those led down into cast iron, which led further into copper and then also PVC. The PVC was the only thing that we had anything to do with it. So it was a series of fern cones and fucking half a century old or older sewage pipes. The cast iron pipe went all the way up to the ceiling, and all of that had to go because as we removed stuff around the rat, we realized that to clean up that area and the rotten floor that was about to fall through, because it was so bad that you couldn't just sand the floor, the rotten pieces from the rat away by sanding the floor, it had died in there. So all the insulation had to come out. All of the old wooden floor, which was going to fall through, we figured eventually soon, had to go out. And we discovered that those toilet flanges, the toilet flange closet setups were in both toilets, which are right next to each other. So all of the plumbing, all of the major plumbing in the house, from the cast iron, 30-foot-ish, I guess, cast iron fucking air admittance pipe that goes to the roof, all of that had to be removed and fully replaced with PVC, which I did. All of the drywall had to come out of that room, which I did with in the floor, what I did with my father-in-law. I fully replaced all of the PVC since then. You're like, that's a lot of time. It is. That's why I have not been making anything since. All the PVC had to get changed out. Almost all of the copper feed pipe was misrouted and in the way of what we wanted to do, and also corroding. So all of the copper feed water pipe, the fresh water going to the bathrooms, had to be replaced with PEX. All of the pipes coming down had to be replaced too. So it's not just the under the house stuff. The main sewage pipelines going to all the stuff had to be updated for modern equipment, because that was cast iron and copper and all sorts of shit going up into the walls. Yes, copper sewage pipes, yes. If you're like, that doesn't sound likely, okay, talk to a real plumber, all right, instead of just your memory of what plumbing sounds like from a few TikToks you saw. It was fucking insane. All of that had to get replaced. The floor was fully replaced with new OSB flooring. I had to cut out old flooring in the other bathroom and replace that as well as seating a new flange and putting, like I said, every piece of fucking possible thing that could be replaced with PVC in the entirety of the house was done. I ran in ballpark, I think, total I used three 30-foot sticks of 3-inch PVC plus an assortment of additional 3-inch PVC I had laying over from the last one. So probably about a total of 35 to 36 feet of 3-inch PVC, which if you're a actual know anything about plumbing, you just went like, fuck you, dude. 25 plus feet of 2-inch PVC, an additional 15 plus feet of 1.5-inch PVC. I did all that. This is all since early April, okay? Now we've moved on to drywalling, which I did with help from my father-in-law. Thank God, just installation. I've done the drywall finishing myself. He helped me put up about half the go board for the bathroom. And then I put up the rest of the go board. I had to pour a mortar bed for the new shower pan and install the shower pan and level that out. And of course, it's not completely level and it wants me to kill myself. But I said, no, my friend, I will not do that. Although you make a strong argument. I had to put down all of the uncoupling membrane for a Schluter-Curdy uncoupling membrane and the waterproofing of the seams of the bathroom all around the corners. I had to do a bunch of anti-pest net, basically mortaring steel in place over partially decayed wood and undecayed wood together to create a seam that they can't fucking eat through anymore. And I'll have to eventually go down to the basement and fix that. I had to redo the electrical in there because it was done incorrectly with ungrounded or inappropriately grounded wire. So I had to rewire the light switch and the GFCI so that I could have new lights here. I had to remount the overhead, what do you call it, a fart fan bathroom, the bathroom vapor fan, whatever. I had to reroute that and reconnect it and couple it with some vent to go outside. I ran one socket because also the wires that were on the other side of the wall, the sockets that were on the other side of the same shared wall with the bathroom had to get run too. So I had to also run another socket. I had to run two new 1-gang boxes, one for a switch, one for a socket, a standard socket, reconnect all that with 14.2. I discovered at some point during this that there's a miswired connection somewhere deeper in the house. So there's 14.2 linked with 12.2 and the 12.2 is down the line of the 14. It makes no fucking sense. So that's a thing that's happening. We've got an actual electrician's going to come in and fucking redo all that in the attic. But I had to redo that, put in a junction box upstairs so that I could re-junction. And then now I've got 12.2 going to my receptacle in my bathroom because I had to install that later, but I replaced that gang box because it was a steel, way too shallow steel gang box. I replaced that with a fiberglass 2-gang. And then 1, 2, and then I put a PVC or vinyl, I can't remember, whatever the blue shit is, half box for a lighting receptacle in. So I had to do all of that wiring, throw the drywall on top of that. Over the top of the drywall, I had to mud. I did 2 layers, which I still don't think is maybe enough. And then I have not primed and sealed that yet because I'm dealing with mortar and I'm bad at it and I keep getting mortar on there. So if I had painted that wall, I would be losing my fucking mind right now. For real. But yeah, I did all the finishing on that up to the drywall's finished up to it's not primered, sealed, and painted yet, but that's coming. And now I'm working on installing porcelain tile, which I've never done before. I did ceramic when I was a kid with my dad, by which I mean he cut it and I would like hold it and measure it and stuff, and I was like 8 years old. Porcelain's an entire different monster, so I'm in the fucking hole for a bunch of different tools that I needed to get. Still, cost-wise, I'm ahead by tens of thousands, maybe 20,000. If I had to guess, the amount of work that, and this is essential work, the house would have started collapsing soon. Like literally, the house could have been rendered uninhabitable within months if I hadn't done this. And I don't know if they would have had to have special people come out for like corpse removal and stuff. You never know. Maybe it would have been fine. Like your average hillbilly fucking, man, I don't mind any of that. You know, they try to get a permit, but you know, when you're a fucking dude on your own, just kind of like throw that shit away and remove stuff. And I don't hopefully have to get any special permitting. But yeah, it has to be the plumbing job alone. I know the one that we did to just remove some cast iron in the basement and have that go out to the street, that was like $12,000, right? And that was like right after we moved in, and we knew that we were going to have to pay that, so we had that like set aside. Thank fucking God we did it, because otherwise I would have had to try to break all this cast iron out on my own. But I would say in the ballpark, because of all the demo you have to do to even remove that stuff into the walls, that would have probably been a minimum. The plumbing job I did, a minimum $13,000 to $25,000. If I had to guess, I mean, pricing the equipment alone, that I already had some of it, and then other shit. The PVC alone together is probably about $1,000, right? So usually the labor is like 4 to 5 times that minimum, and then this labor would have also include demo, which is like 2 to 3 times just cobbling it together. So the demo that has to be done to get into these walls to replace all that stuff, and then drywall patching up everything else. I did drywall patching in 2 other places as well. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of fucking money, right? It just skyrockets instantaneously. So altogether, when I have this done, 2 months, right? And it's like, yeah, your YouTube channel isn't as big as it could have been, and maybe I could have been making more, but I also probably am saving myself in the ballpark of $50,000, maybe more. I really can't tell you. It's kind of difficult to price all of this stuff out. I reran PEX through the entirety of the house. I pulled out all of the copper feed line and ran 75 feet. So this is more demo. I ran about 75 feet of cold water line, 75 feet of 3/4 inch cold water PEX line bonded together down there. And that eventually is going to have to get cleaned up in a different way too. But I ran that. I ran about 50 feet ish of 3/4 inch, at least 50 feet of 3/4 inch hot water line. And I actually know this one almost off the top of my head, because it's 3 sticks, 3 and 2. So about another 50 feet of half-inch hot. About 50 feet of hot half-inch, and about 30 feet of cold half-inch, or 50 feet of cold half-inch and about 30 feet of hot half-inch PVC. Connected, reinstalled, all sorts of shit. I did a whole full toilet install in a different room, wax ring, the whole shebang, obviously, because I installed a new flange. So that whole thing, plus waterproofing the floor and doing that entire deal. And then I've got everything else set up to be redone as well. If you know, just having like a toilet install from a fucking person is like $500 or $600, which is like not worth it, right? It's 5 or 6 times the cost of the toilet, which is about $100 to $250, depending on, I don't know, how big your shits is and how weird the shape you want it. You know, if you want like a weird, interesting shaped toilet. So the sad thing is, have I touched grass during all this time? Only the amount that leads me into my crawl space, back and forth. Have to get showers at the gym. It fucking sucks. So like, this has been a ongoing thing, right? But like, it's a ultra marathon. Marathon. Every time I try to speed up, I cause some issue that slows me all the way the fuck down. So right now, I've got to figure out how to cut a trapezoidal piece of porcelain That doesn't look like a trapezoid. You won't be able to tell. If anyone else looks at it, they're going to say, that is almost certainly just a standard rectangle. But it's a slight trapezoid to maintain my grout lines of 1/8 inch, because I slightly misaligned something down underneath, and now the gap has grown to about 1/4 of an inch, which is the second eighth of an inch over the course of some amount of time, which is a pretty standard issue to have happen. Otherwise, the entire wall is pretty much smooth and in place, but I've been cutting myself this entire time. Installed 2 shower niches. I've got to get those done, and a bunch of other stuff, but I've got my Ruby. I was using the wrong cutting blade. I bought a super cheap Cobalt tile saw blade for my angle grinder. That was a bad idea. I went out to Floor & Decor. Never buy anything for any stonemasonry at fucking Home Depot or Lowe's. I'm just telling you that that is an absolute. This is true. Do not buy. Listen to me right now. If you're ever getting into, and do not buy any masonry tools at all. Nothing. No fucking trowels. No fucking accessory. Don't buy fucking any masonry stuff from Lowe's or Home Depot. I am losing my mind. I bought I had to get a 1/4 by quarter 3/8 inch trowel to put my tile up, right? It's like a workhorse standard. I got the Marshalltown one, right? Which is what Marshalltown is, like the non-cobalt, non-wood handled, non-plastic brand, which you kind of need. If the plastic one's definitely going to fucking snap, and the wood handle one's going to get all fucking cracked up and shit. But these things like rust and stuff. I go to fucking Floor & Decor, and they are selling Gucci fucking trowels. Every fucking size trowel you can imagine, by the way. Fucking Lowe's doesn't even sell the fucking 1/8 by 1/8 square notch that you're supposed to use for fucking for Curdy fucking showerproof or waterproofing membranes. They don't even sell that. They just sell the fucking 3/8 by 3/8 or 3/8 by 3/8 by 1/4 V-notch trowel, whatever. I don't know. Only Masons understand what the fuck I'm saying right now, and they're probably laughing their ass off at me because even my advice is bad. The Ruby trowels, which are better, a bunch of them are fucking enameled so that they won't rust, and they feel nicer. They are selling those at fucking Floor & Decor for 1/3 of the price. 1/3. They're $10. $10 fucking dollars. Even their fucking mud mix. I had to get a mud mixing drill, which is too fucking expensive. But at least I can core fence posts now, right? I'll be using it a billion times. That was $10 cheaper. All of the fucking spacers were cheaper. I think the only things that were priced concurrent to like the actual prices at fucking Lowe's were like the Curdy standard stuff. So like all set, Schluter all set is still like whatever it is, $36 for a 50-pound bag, that kind of deal. Everything else is cheaper. And they have a bigger selection. They have every fucking notched trowel, every size trowel notch that I've seen possible. They have all the fucking weird ones. They got the sawtooth, 1/4 inch. They got the fucking Euro arch notch. They got everything. All right. And all of their fucking cutters are smaller or cheaper. Every type that you can imagine. They have fucking gigantic tables for hauling in huge, giant chunks of granite and shit, and that's a whole other thing. Don't worry about it. But then they have a fucking selection of saw blades. I forgot to look. I know what I forgot to look for there. I need that fucking cone bit. God damn it. For edging. There's a polishing bit that I needed to get while I was there. But they have all of they have dry and wet fucking polishing pads and all this sort of stuff, which you need to kind of clean up the edges of these things. And their score cutters were all cheaper or right around the same price. But I wouldn't have had to go to a bunch of different places. And you go to Lowe's, everything's fucking all over the place. They got like one little fucking section in there. It's like a trick. They should just have a thing. It's like, go to Floor & Decor. So never go to Lowe's or Home Depot for any masonry shit at all unless you need a bag of concrete. Don't go there. Floor & Decor has everything, and it's all cheaper. They got bucket liners. They've got buckets, right? I mean, whatever. But like, You can get everything's cheaper, and they have better sizes, and they have more selection, and it's actually driving me fucking insane how much time I wasted at Lowe's standing there staring at trowels, getting on and off my fucking phone, thinking that Lowe's actually had a good selection, and they didn't. Not even remotely. The fucking selection for grouts and stuff, if you need different color grouts and all that sort of shit, is way bigger. All of it is. It's frustrating how much better Floor and Decor is all around for all of those things. And the vast majority of this shit, if you're like, Tyler, what the fuck are you talking about? All of this stuff is necessary for finish work, okay? Which is the biggest pain in the ass and the most stressful, because everything else you can kind of fuck up a little bit. No, you can't. I'm an expert framer. I've never been off more than a 1/16 of an inch. I'm a true expert framer. I've never been off more than a 32nd of an inch. I'm the true fucking expert guy. I'm always off intentionally 1/4 of an inch for fucking magic carpentry reasons that I know because I traveled to Japan and I have a special saw that cuts on the back pull instead of the front pull. And whatever the fuck. They have all of that there. They have all kinds of drywall tools. They have all the fucking drywall squares that you need, which you can't ever fucking find for some reason at half the big box stores if you need just like a quick patch. They've got all of it. They have all of it. And I was pissed. We went there on a fucking whim last night because I was like, oh, well, I found out that if you want to get this one kind of cutting blade for porcelain that's actually good, everyone that I looked at when I was frustrated, having a fucking mental breakdown about why can't I cut the porcelain without the porcelain fucking exploding? And there's 10,000 fucking AI answers like, try putting water on it. Like, I was putting water on the tile when I was cutting it. Thank you. I just watched a video of a fucking master stonemason cutting the same shit, holding it in his hand without literally like this, with dust going everywhere because he didn't give a fuck about, he said fuck water. He didn't give a shit, and it looks perfect. So what's going on? And then it's like, oh, okay, what are the blades? And then you look and everyone's like, don't ever buy the Cobalt blade. Cobalt is Lowe's personal, like, in-house brand, right? It's like private select at Kroger, okay? And I'm like, what in the fuck? And they're like, if you buy the Lowe's tile saw blade, you're asking for a world of hurt. It's the worst blade you could buy. What? What about the good blade at Lowe's? Oh, the DeWalt blade that's $32 instead of $16? It's the same blade, essentially, and it fucking sucks. It's the worst blade you could buy, maybe even more so than the Cobalt one, because it's almost exactly the same, and it fucking blows dick. It sucks cock like you wouldn't fucking believe. It goes down harder than Willie Mack's show after Ethan Klein said, kill a baby. Like, wow, that's fucking bonkers. What should I get? You should get the Ruby porcelain blade. It's the best blade. I go to like 6 different videos like, yeah, I only use Ruby blades. Ruby, Ruby, Ruby. Like, is this just an ad thing? And they're like, watch this. Like, cut a straight line. No, it's not chipping everywhere. As you notice, when I started cutting this with my angle grinder, the tile didn't explode. That happens a lot with the Cobalt blades. What? Yeah, they tend to chip, overheat, and crack. They're the worst blades you could fucking buy. What the fuck are you fucking talking about? Why? I broke so many tiles using that piece of shit blade. Why the fuck did anyone tell me this? What the fuck? The goddamn stranglehold these fucking big box stores have on me. I hate going to them more and more because I keep finding out that everywhere else is better. I gotta start next time. Well, I don't have any plumbing projects to do anymore, but I swear to God, I'm gonna go to fucking Feldkamps, or not Feldkamps. What do I always get Feldkamps mixed up with, babe? The other plumbing place? Ferguson's, thank you. Ferguson's. I know I'm going to go to a actual Ferguson's main supply, and I'm going to get the balls to walk up to their dingy little counter and be like, I need this thing. And they're going to be like, we got 100 of them. But Lowe's didn't have one. Of course they did. It's because we're here, honey. We're here for you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you need a 12 by 8 inch 90-degree coupling duct with a start collar just attached to it for the size of your area? We have that. And we could fabricate it for you. Just give us 5 minutes. You could fabricate it for me? We'll fabricate it for you right here. Do you want a water? Can I have a water? Oh my God, man. My dad has a chop saw, the blade from the 90s. Still cuts wood like nothing. I have my dad's chop saw from the 90s. He gave it to me. He got a better one. He got a fucking modern chop saw. Slides around and shit. It's accurate. It's got lasers on it and stuff. He's like, well, I'm going to throw it away otherwise. You know what I mean? And then they got, for Christmas, they got me one of the stands that it sits on for like $200. Like, oh, thank you. And then a chop saw from the 90s with a blade that has to be from the fucking 2000s at best. It's completely worn out. It's got almost no color on it. I can't remember if you can even see the place. It might be a DeWalt. It might be yellow. That thing still fucking works. That thing cuts like butter. Instantaneous, right through it. Like, oh, well, there you go. Yeah, you're done. Fucking chop saw. God damn it, man. But that's why I've been busy, and I'm still gonna continue being busy. But I got plans. We got big plans coming up for the channel. I hope that you're gonna be here. Keep watching the videos. Keep sucking it down so that I can come back. Big Boy Sloan super chatted $5. His wife he talks to off screen is just his ruck bag he never emptied after the service. I emptied all of those bags. My rucks, fuck, dude. I use those things all the fucking time. My favorite, we don't call them rucks really. Ruck is actually on your back. It's like the bag with a fucking rack in it. So I don't even have that. We got sea bags in the Marines. Mine's in the backyard. I have two of them. I don't know. One of them, I have no idea where the fuck it is. But my one that I really like that's got the handles on it, it's not the back carry sea bag. It's just full of like random construction shit in the backyard. I fucking love that thing, dude. Sea bags are god tier. If there's anything you're ever going to go get from military surplus and you should snatch up the second you see it, are fucking sea bags. They're expensive as hell everywhere that's not the military. It is better than any backpack you're ever going to have. For a series of reasons. First off, they're fucking hideous, but they're easy to draw on. So if you have a touch of the tism, you're here right now, so I know you do. You can draw all your favorite little anime characters and shit on the side of them. They also look worthless. So, like, if you pack bags, you know, your clothes and stuff in them, but put valuables in the middle, no one's going to steal that shit because they're going to be like, whoever owns this is poor. You know? And if it gets damaged in transit, you're like, what happened? What happened? Like, oh yeah, your bag got covered in fucking oil and shit and set on fire. But it seems to be fine on the inside. It's just ugly on the outside. Like, yep, that's a sea bag, baby. Lightly waterproof, usually pretty waterproof if you get the right kind. And just doesn't give a shit. You can lock them with a big old padlock. You just click it on there. I fucking love a sea bag, dude. I fucking love a sea bag. God damn. Gets unlocked, bozo. I'm done. Sea bags are the best parachute bags. Close second. Is that an army thing? I'm going to be making fun of the army here soon. Oh my god. I'm always amazed how Tyler knows how to do all of this. Sounds so complicated. Listen. Stop spending all your time on YouTube watching anyone but me. And go watch videos. I want you to all write this down. I don't want anyone to ever complain about, I'm never going to be able to afford owning a home. And then I'm fucking getting rid of that goddamn thing. Fuck it. No, now it's just redder. I want you to write down this phrase. It's called this old house. All right? This old house. Do you guys remember Tim Allen's home improvement show? And you had Al Borland. Remember, everyone loves Al Borland. He's everybody's favorite person. Guess what? You know, Ron Swanson doing his little woodworking. Those guys are all based on real dudes, and you can watch them for free. Most of that shit was on PBS back in the day. Public Broadcasting System used to have tradecraft shows all over PBS. Maybe they still do. Where you could just learn how to do everything you would ever need to do to fix a fucking house. You'll get unbelievably motivated, by the way. You can go watch that on YouTube now, too. Okay? This old house. This old house is great because this new house will teach you new work installation. You're not going to do that unless you get paid, okay? And new work installation is the easiest, bar none. New work installation is fucking easy. You're like, oh, how does this guy know how to build a new house? I don't know, because he has a fucking meth habit and he owes child support. That's not how he knows how to build a new house, all right? It's fucking easy. There's nothing there, and then you put shit there. This old house, old work, is the hardest thing to do. Why? Because now you can't just go like, hey guys, hey carpenters, that are paid by the hour. Could you come down here and reconstruct this wall for me that doesn't have any drywall on it? I need to put an HVAC duct through it because it's on the plans that we all can see the plans. We're holding them in our hand. Look, they just look at it. Oh yeah, we all know we are on the same page. No, old house is old work. Who the fuck knows what's in that wall? Not you. The guy that built it died in 1953, and so did his kids in 1998. It's been a long time since that wall's been opened. You have no idea what's in it. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to knock it the fuck down. How? I don't know. You're going to watch this old house and you're going to learn. They'll tell you. Well, you just tap on that wall right there. Click, click, dot, 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 dot. This right here is a plaster and lath wall. I could really tell just by looking at it, but I want you to give it the sound test because not everybody could see what I'm looking at when I look at a wall. Pop, pop, pop. You hear how hard that is? But it's a little crumbly. You can hear stuff falling inside of it. That means we have an uninsulated plaster and lath wall. Those are lath, small strips of wood with plaster pressed over the top of it in a few layers and then smoothed and painted. Plaster and lath walls can be beautiful and they can last a very long time, but if you break the keys off, those are the little pieces of plaster inside between the laths, well, it's only a matter of time before that wall gives out, and I think this one's on its last legs, which is a bad news for the wall, but good news for us, because we're going to go ahead, take that down, and replace it with modern drywall, and I'll show you how to do that on this episode of This Old House. Yes! Yes! People are like, Tyler, what do you watch? You fucking planning the downfall of your enemies and shit? Only when I hit myself in the thumb with the hammer. Any other time, I'm just over there. I sit, dude, my father-in-law was over here and we watched a fucking hour-long, and shout out, Mishko, I can't remember what his fucking name is now, but he's a tile guy, a Ukrainian, American, I believe, immigrant tile guy who moved to America in like 2014 or some shit. And all he does is tile installations. And I love that dude. I love him to death. I watched a shit out of all the stuff that he does. Okay. And we watched an hour and a half Curdy shower installation video. So we were up to date on it. Bomb. Just getting knowledge from the world beamed into my brain. What the fuck are you guys watching? A guy that, some pedophile, horse pedophile talking about clothes? Do you know what I mean? You can put this shit on when you're at work too. You don't have to listen to me and a bunch of slop drama fucking nonsense. You could put on a video and in your side just start hearing about how to rewire electricity. You want another fucking outlet in your bathroom? You could just have that. You could have it. That would cost the average person, assuming there's even an outlet where you want another one, $45 if you need all of the tools for the first time. The cool thing about a tool is you rarely have to buy it twice if you don't lose it or break it, which is hard to do. I bought a hammer for $30 in 2016, and that motherfucker is still a hammer. It's just a fucking cobalt hammer. It's great. It works fucking awesome. The only thing I ever wear out is knee pads. Happy Pride. I gotta show you guys my knee pads. I almost want to brag about them. I might show you my knee pads after the break. But maybe, let's see, what do you need? Needle nose pliers, maybe. You don't even need needle nose pliers as much these days because you have pool, but you do need a wire stripper. Wire stripper's $10. You'll need a gang box. A double gang box is $4 to $10, depending on what quality you want. Don't get a metal one, please, for the love of God. Get an old work box, maybe a new work. If it's actually right on the stud, then you're fine. Socket is going to be the most expensive thing I think you'll have to buy for a drywall job that doesn't really require you to do drywall. Socket's going to be between like if it's in your bathroom, you have to get a fucking GFCI 20 amp. Okay. So that's going to be about like $13, $14. It's going to make sure that you can't kill yourself on accident or otherwise with like a toaster in the bathtub, because when you drop the toaster in, it turns itself off. All right. That we figured out a way around that, by the way. You'll need a new plate. You might have to get the switches done. The new plate's going to be like whatever, $2 to $5 for a 2-gang box plate. The wire cutters are already built into the wire strippers, so we'll just save you money there. Okay. So we're at like $35, $40 now. You'll need a keyhole or a punch saw, right? You could use a steak knife if you really wanted to. Don't do that. Get a punch saw. Okay. People will help you figure out what it's called. All right. It's keyhole saw, whatever. That's going to be $7 to $10, maybe $12, and somewhere to keep all this shit. Plastic fucking toolbox, another $10. You're into like 100, right? But then you fix that thing and you're good. It's also going to cost you less than having somebody come out to add a fucking electrical socket in your bathroom. And then you got it done. You just go in there, you fucking knock the thing out. You probably will have to get a hammer for that, or at least a pry bar to pry the stuff out. Maybe you'll have to invest in a drill. All right, one good drill and get those fucking things out. But if you got a screwdriver, you could do it too. And then you're like, what, $125? But now you can do it every time on your own. You can also rent most of these things. Be the guy that goes and rents a fucking drill. Hey, I need a drill. We do rent them. Normally in packs of 10 for an entire contractor team, but we'll lend you, one single drill? Okay, fine. Oh, man. And then you're done. You got to spend like an afternoon doing it, right? You get some spare wire, maybe. I have a bag of spare wire now. It's got too much wire in it. I probably got to get rid of some. It's fucking easy as shit. You wear out the knee pads. Have you tried? LOL. Do I want to know how those two things are connected? No, because then you got to explain the joke. It's funny don't explain the joke. Come on. Not gonna lie, cracking up at the image of someone hate watching Tyler and having to sit through all the home improvement segments. I've seen it happen. Some of the dog fucking pedophile types losing their shit. Absolutely pissed at me because of I'm doing fucking like self-improvement tangent. You can get a skill. You can learn a thing. I don't care about this. Get to the gun stuff. And guess what? Now you can charge your friends $20 to install toaster safe outlets right next to your idiot friends' tubs. It is true. You can, pack a beer, man. I can do that for you. Take me like 10 seconds. Then you'll get the fucking bug, and then all of a sudden, everywhere you live is better. Everywhere you live is better. You fucking tell your goddamn landlord and shit, like, I'll fix this thing, but I want free rent for 2 months. You know what I mean? Like, if you got the skills for something, they might say yeah. When you have lefties don't get this a lot, especially internet people, because so many of you are like, I swear to God, that the generation right behind me are like full of children that never grew up. I don't know what it is, but I'll talk to you people and you're fucking like 28 and you have no skills at all. I'm sorry that's the case for you, but you really just don't get it. Skills are fucking unbelievable. People are like, Tyler, you might have to go work at a McDonald's. That would be shocking, first off, because I can just get better jobs raw. I could go be a licensed plumber with a single course in 2 months. I could get a job as a licensed plumber. I'm not even kidding. Ask a plumber. They're like, yeah, probably. If he goes to a vocational course, like 2 months, how much of the stuff does he have? Oh, he's got pecs, cutters, crimpers, and the whole thing. Yeah, if he's got a fucking toolbox and his own tools, he's good. What do you mean good? Like, yeah, he did the course. Yeah, they'll hire him. Fuck, yeah. Well, what does that make you? How much money can you make as a fucking journeyman plumber after a fucking 2 to 6 month course? Oh, I don't know. In this market, about $75,000 to $150,000, depending on where you work. What? Oh yeah. Especially, I mean, that's like industrial level. Like if he's doing like, if he just does like residential, non-commercial, I mean, it's as much money as he wants to make. Like probably like, I don't know, anywhere from $500 a week to $7,000 or $8,000 a week. What is his thing? Can he do like this, and like, yeah, I think the guy can do like a little bit of drywall and shit. Like a little bit of drywall? That's fucking more than most of the guys I know. Yeah. You could do residential plumbing. You make like $4,000 or $5,000 a week, depending on, once you build up a customer base, especially. And then you can do all these other things. Really? Yes. You have a skill. That's what a skill is. You can sell it. People have no fucking skills all the time. People are like, I'm terrified. If I lose YouTube, what will I have to do? Get a job? Like, dude, if you can just get a fucking skill, man. Electric is like one of the easiest things to do. If you can do electrical work with fucking press-on nails, hand to God. You could be a fucking diva, show up to work, never sweat, and do electricity. I swear to fucking God. If I went and got HVAC specialization over what? I think that course is probably about 4 months. I could be making 6 figures next year. Easy. I'm not kidding. It's not like, I'm not saying it's because I'm special. I'm saying it's an in-demand, moderately skilled job that we need. It's not, you're not working at some office doing, like I sort papers where we can find anyone that wants to sit in an air-conditioned office and sort papers. Like, what do? I get up on a scissor lift, I run electrical out to this main line, and then I do sheet metal work, and I cut myself every once in a while. Like, wow, that's fucking crazy. How much money do you make? $150,000 a year. I hate paying taxes. I'm part of a union. Yeah, okay, fucking awesome. Tremendous. How much do you make, other HVAC guy? Oh, I make like $40,000 a year. It's not anywhere near as much as him. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Are you working yourself to the bone? Oh, no. I work for my own company, and I just take jobs that I want when I want to take them. What does that mean? Oh, yeah. So I just get like 1 or 2 jobs a month, and then I make like $40,000, and I just live on it, and then I do anything else that I want to do. Well, how is that possible? Oh, I work in HVAC. What does that mean? I don't know how to say that differently. I put ductwork together for people, and it takes me like a long time to do it. And then I just stop answering my phone if I don't want to work. Won't you get fired? I work for me, so no. I will get yelled at by my wife if I make less than like $45,000 a year because, I'm working on my other things that I have. I have a hobby car outside. Like, okay. The fuck? What does that guy do? Oh, he works on hydroelectric dams. It took him like 5 years of training to get that job. What does he do? He crawls inside of basically a gigantic car-sized meat grinder, and he's in the dark playing with electricity in a highly dangerous environment where no one's allowed to talk to him or bother him, and he can't see people for sometimes days at a time. No one wants to do that job. I want to do that job. What? Just like, so there's just an ever-present threat of unnecessary danger, and everyone's afraid to go where you are, and you can just be alone in the dark playing with electricity all night? Yes. You see, some of you people would start fucking crying. Like, can I have that job if I'm this, that, or the other? I think they're literally taking anyone that will do it because you have to crawl into a human-sized meat grinder underneath 400 billion tons of water. And if anything goes wrong, you get turned into slurry. How much money do I make? $250,000 a year, I think. But you're going to have to get your master's certification and work on other things for a little while. Like, how long would that take? My whole life? No, like half a decade. How much money do I make until then? Is it like a doctor? Well, I mean, yeah, but you get paid way more than doctors do. They have to go to residency. They get treated like literal fucking serfs and paid next to nothing for years while they're in residency. You'll be a journeyman and then a fucking master electrician before you become the main guy. Well, how much do they make? Oh, journeyman electrician in at a federal level, like you'll be a G employee. Well, that's lifetime benefits and retirement, probably about 6 figures a year. What? Yeah. And you can pretty much work anywhere in the country that you want to work. What? Yeah. You could go at. I mean, you'll have to be somewhere where there's like lakes and stuff and like waters if you're going to be a hydroelectric specialist. So I have to go live near lakes and water? Yeah. But you won't spend all your time outside. You'll have to go, deep underground and stuff and hang out where it's cold and damp and kind of lonely. Really? Yes. Yeah. Well, what if I want the opposite of that? What do you mean? I have a weird mental thing where I want to be 500 feet above the ground at all times. Why? Because people make me feel unsafe, and sometimes I feel like I'm really a bird. What? I feel like, in my heart of hearts, I'm really a bird, and I want to be on top of things. Okay, well, that's still a job. That's a lineman. What? Yeah, or even a wind air generation specialist technician, or whatever the fuck. What does that mean? Well, I mean, if you're a lineman, you climb up 100 to 250 foot tall poles and you fix the electric. I mean, if you're not on one of the 500 foot tall, like main transformer, outlet things. I mean, you go out into the woods, probably like 50, 60 miles from civilization. You crawl up gigantic aluminum towers in the middle of fields, and then you sit up there all day in the sun playing with aluminum electrical wire. You get a lot of specialized tools and stuff, and you just float above the ground, hundreds of feet above the ground, putting together wires. How much do you get paid for this? Is it nothing? Because it feels like someone's dream. I think like several $100,000. It's a very difficult job, but like not a lot of people know that they could do it or that they would want to. Well, how much is the training? Oh, it's free. What do you mean free? Oh, it's free. You call the power companies. They're in so much need of this. They'll pay you to go to school to do it. But like, what's the training worth? Oh, I mean, like real life? What will you get out of it? Probably multiple millions of dollars in your lifetime, especially if you work like at least 20 years, and you'll certainly be able to retire. And even if you do, you'll have enough electrical skills to be a residential electrician. And you could probably do a residential electric when you're retired for a little bit of extra pay. Really? Yeah. And they'll do it for free? Yup, yeah. I mean, otherwise it's like $4,000 to get that training. What? Yup. Yeah, you could just go be a lineman. Is this, that's real? Yeah, go be a lineman. What about the fucking wind technology repair people? I don't know too much about it, but I know they need those like crazy. Not everybody wants to climb 500-foot tall turbines in the middle of fields in North Dakota, but if you do it, I think like some of the starting pay for that is like $275K a year to like $500K because the job is extremely dangerous and not a lot of people want to do it. What's the training for it? Well, I mean, literally in real life, the guy I knew did a 6-month course and then he started traveling America working on wind turbines, traveling for free, going to weird different places and making an ungodly amount of money. And now he just does other things. What do you mean other things? Oh, yeah. Well, if you do that kind of career long enough and you get good at parts of it, you can get a job as what we call a consultant in construction or energy or anything really. Well, what's a consultant? Oh, you just go talk to people about stuff and they pay you hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of dollars a year for it. What? Yeah. If you're in the trades and you're especially charismatic and you know people and they like you, they'll come and ask you to work for them so that you can tell people about stuff that you know about your job. And that's all you do. Well, like what? Like pliers. You could go and talk to industrial electrical firms about new pliers and tell them how good your pliers are. You could go work for Klein Tools and be a consultant. You could go work for this place and tell them how good it is to have this thing. And then all you do is go and talk to people. And that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, free trips around America. What did you want to do? I just wanted to be a filmmaker. Okay. Also cool. Consultants make $300 an hour easy. Yes, it's insane. It's insane, dude. And if you're a lineman, you occasionally get to play with drones. That's new now, but also, yes. Linemen get free trips to Florida every hurricane season and North and South Carolina. And you can go there off season well before the hurricanes hit for preparation. So you get like a free 2-week vacation to like, Charleston, South Carolina, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, so that you can spend your working hours helping them prepare for the next electrical outages that are going to come as they update their grid and prepare their grid for hurricane season. Then you go back again to help fix everything afterward. Klein Tools, you mean Ethan? No, although I think they might be spelled the same. You say that, but I bet you don't hold the same opinion on people with unique Discord modding skills. You'd be surprised. Yeah, that's my thing. Go get training. Literally. It's not going to take your entire life. It's not like college. College has scared people. It's not that. You just go do something. Literally look up vocational programs around you and just peruse them. If you have a partner and you guys are like, we're hard up for cash, all right? The polycule is fucking hurting this year. I've decided that after 6 years of surviving on GoFundMe donations that the well is starting to run dry. What should I do? Go and look up free vocational, this is the phrase, free vocational public education near me, okay? Or free vocational education near me, or subsidized vocational training near me. Maybe even just vocational training near me. Most voc schools will have a whole pamphlet, and in certain places, I know Cincinnati, where I'm from, they subsidize it. You can go for free if you're a student. If you're a parent, I really can't hammer this home enough. I can't raise your kid for you. I strongly suggest you send your kid to vocational school. I have a college degree. I went to college. I did not do college prep. I went to the Marines and then I got it paid for free. Going to college is easy as fuck and anyone can do it and you don't have to practice to get into a good school, okay? Getting into a good school is only valuable if you're going to go to an Ivy League educational firm to do a specific thing. People who are rich people and they are like lawyers and stuff, they want their kids to go to the same school that they went to because it's cheaper and they can like have them go join their like, you know, law fraternity or whatever. If you're just a dipshit trying to fucking create generational like success for your family, send your kid to Vogue. Because your kid could go get an HVAC job and then still go to college. You can still go to college at any time. Especially, you can always take out a college loan when you're 32. You can do that. If you want to go and live off of a loan for 4 years and get a college degree at 32, you can do it. You don't have to do it at 18. You literally don't. Well, then they might never go. That's a big indication that they shouldn't. Send your kids to vocational school because no matter what, they will make money when they're done. If they can't handle vocational school, by the way, they couldn't handle... if you can't go to trade school and get a trade, you can't handle college anyway. If you go to Voc, then you're going to graduate with a skill, and then you also might have something that you want to do. You can change vocations in vocational school all the time. You can be like, fuck, I wanted to do carpentry, but then I saw the welding guys welding, and then I switched to welding. Like, how much did that cost? Did it set you back? No. I just did it, and now I can weld. But I also just still know how to do a bunch of carpentry, because I did carpentry vocational training. Like forever? Yeah, it's a skill. I just permanently know it. And if you're out there and you're an adult, you're like, you can go to it, right? If you're like, I'm hard up for money, literally look up vocational training near you. They'll send you a pamphlet and you'll be shocked the amount of stuff that's in there. Architecture shit will be in there. House planning stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I've always wanted to design houses. They'll actually have stuff like that for you. You won't be fucking Frank Lloyd Wright, but no one wants to be him because that guy drew up houses that fall apart all the time, okay? Beauticians, hair cutting. Every barber I know makes 6 figures a year, basically. You could go be a barber. It's a $30 to $45 an hour job, right? Or half hour, really. You know what I mean? Almost $1 a minute. And you can be a barber literally fucking anywhere and make money hand over fist. You can be a beautician anywhere. Go to vocational training. You like cars? You can get vocational training to work on cars. You will work on cars all day. You could own a fucking garage if you actually have the wherewithal to do it by the time you're 40, if not earlier. Go look up vocational training. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Don't ever come to me complaining about you can't make money and then you can't tell me what the vocational training centers are that are near you and what they offer that you've looked into and you said you couldn't afford it or do it. I would actually literally work to try to prove that that's wrong and you could do it if you wanted. I'm not fucking with you. Tyler, I'm handicapped. Tyler, I'm broke. Vocational training. I'll tell you right now, if you ask a few mechanics, you'll be like, well, do you really need your legs to be a mechanic? No, actually. I think as my arms work, I could probably do it, right? If you're not completely fucking disabled, like really like you can't manipulate the environment around you with your body, there's a vocation somewhere for you. Somewhere. I'm telling, elevator technician is a vocation. To fix and work on elevators. You're like, I like elevators, like touching the buttons. You could go and take apart and put together elevators all day. Louisville has a fucking elevator company. People don't even know that. Like, what do you want to do? I just really feel like I got to do tech. I got to code. I got to do this. Dude, vocational training is there. It is fucking there, man. God damn. I did a 3 to 4 month welding program through a tech school for $3.5K, paid it off the next year, and now make close to $90K. I'm 24 and I didn't know what I wanted to do at 18. Started this job 4 years ago. $90,000 a year at 24. Money, right? And that's probably standard fucking welding, right? I'm not even going to ask what your specialties are. Welding has a series. You can do super basic steel to steel welding. That's like one. Welding, okay, if you guys want to talk about welding, I'm sorry, I know. I've got to talk about important shit and the world's falling apart and you can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to scare you guys. I know, I'm a YouTuber, right? Instead, let me tell you about how fucking cool welding is. Welding is literally becoming an RPG protagonist. I'm not even fucking kidding. Any welder that's talking, you guys can say, it starts with metal to metal welding, right? Usually steel to steel. It's the easiest one. Steel to steel, or cast iron to cast iron, I think is actually the easiest, right? It's like electro, da-da-da. And then you have a series of types of welding in there. You have MIG, TIG, and the third one, right? And you can cut stuff with acetylene. After that, you have the cooler ones. You have aluminum to aluminum welding, which is harder, right? I think. I could be wrong about that. And then you have even more bizarre materials to weld together. And then you have cross-metal welding, because you can specialize into a specialization tree. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, welding or annealing or connecting metals that are not necessarily easy to weld together is an extremely high-level skill. So if you can combine brass and, like, steel together, and you know how to do that, I think that's a type of annealing. I can't remember. I'm out of my element now. But if you can do that, that's another skill. And you get way more fucking money if people need you to do that. Like, if you know how to sweat copper together as a plumber, that's one type of copper bonding. It's silver with copper between it, right? Silver flux, silver solder, flux that sucks the solder in and then gets it. But you can also do copper brazing, which is an entirely different thing. You have the way hotter torch and you braze it together, which creates a stronger and different type of bond that's used in different applications. And you get even more power. Learning how to weld or mix or whatever the fuck, gold to aluminum to steel, and all this shit all the way up, makes you more and more specialized. And some different disciplines need you specifically for that. Like, what do? I work on aircraft parts. I'm the only guy in the fucking in the tri-state area that knows how to do this specialized fucking silver anode, gold to copper annealing that we need for the plating on these types of machines right here. Like, what do you get paid for that? You don't want to hear the number, and I don't like saying it where low level steel to steel welders can hear me. It's crazy. All right. Like, that is just welding. And then where you can go and the qualifications of how good of a welder you are change. If you are like, yeah, I do steel to steel welding, but I do steel to steel welding under fucking 200 PSI or under 200 atmospheres underneath the ocean, right? I know how to do, I'm bathysphere trained, and I can actually do welding on the legs, the support legs of fucking oil rigs, hundreds of feet underneath the ocean. Okay, what do you make? All of it. I make whatever I ask for, because there's only me and 3 other guys, and they're in Japan right now. Like, you can become that, or you can settle lower and everyone will respect you because everyone needs a fucking welder. Welders walk around fucking job sites like wizards. I think I made this joke before. You know, get him up on the ladder. Like, who's that guy? He's the only person that's qualified to do this specific type of I-beam welding. Only he is allowed to weld I-beams to I-beams sideways, because normally we're not allowed to do it, but you have to do it on this job for this fucking reason. Only he is allowed to do it. Why? Because he's him. Ask him what his name is. Who are you? I'm him. Fuck. He's doing the thing. He's the only one that's allowed to do it. You can have that. It's not like you're not incapable of it. If you ask the people that work at these, they're like, yeah, everybody I work with is just normal dudes. I'm just a normal guy, but I'm a fucking master bricklayer. What does that mean? It means I fucking lay that brick down. But also, like, I'm super into Panapony Dash or some shit. Like, okay. I collect fucking Hatsune Miku fucking figurines, and I drive them along. Making fun of somebody specific right now. Oh, God damn it. Man, I know I'm going to have to dip out today. Tyler's talking important job stuff. He's just going to make the same point that he's made 20 times by now, projecting. I'm a saturation diving welder. Oh, so you just yearn for the horror of the void. I don't even know what those things really are, too. Low voltage is basically electrical with none of the certs, and it dovetails well with IT. The only downside to being the cable guys, you get pigeonholed into running AV for McMansions. Fucking sounds... See? Like, dude, awesome. Welders for anything nuclear are insane. Everything has to be checked by X-ray for micro faults. See? Based. Yeah, man, VOD gang, LOL. I can't draw an innumerable amount of boxes to this boring topic. Wait, it's not boring at all. This shit's fucking awesome. It's just specific. You're not having a good time. Please don't Byford dolphin yourself. Yes, do not get fucking vaporized. What West Side Chatter will answer the call of defying stupefaction by pipeline? Someone. I got some resubs here. Oh, you're turned down. Sorry. There we go. One of the best skills I've ever seen is clinical lab technician. To make 6 figures or have a job where you travel and work for 9 months and can make $90K. Dude. But Tyler, I don't want to do those dirty labor jobs for lesser people. I want to sit in my room all day and watch Hassan. It's absolutely true. What if I'm out at job site and someone says a racism? What will I do then? Better I stay inside. Never leave. What if my job is to make 8? I just know that I could that skipped out of my where I could see it. I know that that's a fucking I know that that's a fucking Ian Danskin job. Tyler, you need to talk about Israel and not interesting topics. Dude, you know, if you're like the welder, if you're the person that gets in that they need to do crime and you say I'm not going to do it anymore, that it'll fuck the whole thing up too, right? You could get a job welding at a munitions factory and then fucking say we're not going to make munitions anymore because we don't want to sell them to Israel. Fucking, like, you hear the fucking silence that would happen in fucking Pentagon, be furious. Hey, Westside, just woke up from a pain med-induced nap. It sucks. That was me a year ago. I find this interesting, people. Feel free to keep talking about it. Always weird when, like, dude, this is like one of the most common things. I swear to God. Of all of the stuff that ever irritates people, it always comes back up. I will piss off people for a number of things. And usually somewhere in there that, like, when it's a criticism chain, someone will also say, and I don't know if you know this, but he thinks that you should have a job. Which is fucking awesome, dude. That always comes up. Speaking of people with jobs, we should hop into some segments. Also, like, Tyler, why do you keep repeating the same thing? It's for the Adam Neely reason. Repetition creates authority. Damn it, I can't remember it. He should have repeated it more. But basically, the more that you repeat something, the more it becomes standardized in people's thoughts. I want you to do that. Hammering home the same point, right? It's how you build a wall. But it's a nail. You know what I mean? You gotta repeat it. That's really some of the biggest stuff that I want people to do. I want lefties to be in the workforce. No one is ever gonna give a fuck about your opinions on unionization if you don't work in that industry. One fucking lefty electrician in an electrician's union is worth 20,000 supportive lefties that aren't. Do you know what I mean? Like, you wanna get out there and radicalize people and shit, and you're like, oh, these guys working these dirty jobs, they don't know how hard they have it. Well, they don't care what you have to say because you're not one of them. You could even be from a different trade. You know what I mean? You're like, I'm a carpenter and, you know, carpenter to welder, this thing and that thing. They're going to go, well, you're not a welder, so you don't know. But a welder does. You can, like, 1v1 me, bro. Like, I bet my porosity is going to be lower than yours. I'm a better welder. You should listen to me when I talk about unionizing the shop. That's how you do it. Get fucking jobs, not just because you're fucking lazy because you're a leftist. Get jobs to be a part of this society. A contributing member of society, somebody that's safe from the economic injustice that's all around us at all times because they're, like, invariably tied to the superstructure of the society itself because you're a fucking lineman or a diesel mechanic or a fucking truck driver or whatever. If you're that kind of person, it's going to be way harder to ignore you than if it's just like, oh, who thinks that you should do leftism? Ian Danskin, the guy that doesn't pay his fucking taxes and went to fucking Japan, which I got to make a video on too. Repetition legitimizes. Thank you. There you go. Repetition legitimizes. Become Everard Clare. What you need to do is, no, join a trade. You need to get a job, lefty. Well, I know you want to be a Union soldier, but if you don't have a job, you can't join the Union, can you? It's true. Oh, my God. Okay, so. Donald Trump is a guy in the White House. Donald Trump is a guy in the White House. And pretty famously, I think I'd long since deleted this video. But it was one of my like really radicalizing factors where I was like, I need to approach how I think of stuff. And I know that how I'm approaching how I think of it is actually fucking me up. I was talking about the first transgender military ban in 2016, right? And it was a transgender ban on the military. I can't remember the exact specifics of it. I knew at the time. It doesn't matter now because things have kind of like transitioned into a worse phase. But basically, I knew that the way I was talking about it was incorrect because from a very strictly like facts over feelings, it was a thing that could happen and that anyone in the military should be ready for. But also, which is just getting fucked over. If you've never been in the military, it's really hard to describe. And also, it's as simple as it sounds. But you getting fucked over by the military is kind of par for the course. And everyone should expect it to happen. As a grunt, it happens so consistently that it's like eating your breakfast. For people that are not infantry, like I was, it's probably a little bit rarer because, you're a little bit less expendable, I guess. But as an infantry Marine, getting fucked over was like a consistent and constant thing. But when the first transgender ban went through, I was like, well, I don't know how to talk about this being bad, right? Now, you're like, Tyler, but it's a bad thing happened to trans people, so it's bad. It's more complicated than that. Why it's bad was a strictly moral thing, but it was completely within the bounds of the president to do, apparently, at the time. If I'm messing up any of this, we'll catch up with it later. But basically, eliminating or doing a thing to change the construction of the military is usually within the executive authority, whether you like it or not. It just isn't used that way, right? And it shouldn't be. So trying to say, like, simply enough that, like, banning some sort of person and doing discrimination is bad is enough to say, well, it's bad for a moral reason. But trying to articulate why it's bad from a productive reason was a little bit more hard because there were no visibly transgender people around me when I was in, all right? I was a Marine Corps grunt. It doesn't matter what your gender expression was, you are personalityless, right? I probably served with trans people and I would have never known because there's no way to tell. You don't have time for that, right? And usually you're not going to be on post and someone's like, I really think I'm a girl. Maybe that happened to somebody, but it didn't happen to me. And statistically, it's not going to happen that you're going to find out about it. But I'm like, generally, you shouldn't just fire people from the military because they need to be in the military, right? If they're there, it's because we need them. We don't just willy-nilly hire people to join the military. Like you select people for their skill set that they maybe do or don't have. God damn, this fucking blemish is killing me. I'm going to cover it with this microphone so you can't see it. You select them for the skills that they may or may not have, and then the skills that you want them to have, and you develop them to have that skill. In the infantry, although it doesn't really translate to civilian terms, my training, the maths on it when we were talking about it back when I was in, and this is numbers that were given to us, my training was worth in the ballpark of like $15 to $25 million of like 2007 America money. It's not cheap to train a United States Marine infantryman. Like the amount the cost of a 50 caliber bullet, right, in a machine gun is like $5 a shot. 855 NATO, which I train on, is like $1 to $2, I guess, maybe per shot. Maybe even back then. I don't know exactly. And then, having all of these weapon systems, gas, fuel, if you just talk about the physical cost of it, you're like, oh shit, that number goes up high. It's like, yeah. And then, we're running around on ranges and shit. I'm learning from people who have to be trained. And so the military strength comes from not having to spend an insane additional amount of new money to train new people all the time. So you want to hold on to talent is really like the thing. And we were talking about that as a major issue with the Marines when I was in, because they were losing grunts all the time and suffering for it. And they would not change policy to retain infantrymen, especially like high quality infantrymen. Because we'd be like, we can see who's getting selected to stay, and those guys suck. Like, we have one guy who wants to stay in for the rest of his fucking life. He'd be a good fucking leader. He's top tier, but he's not. The joke is Mongo. He's not Mongo. Mongo run good. Mongo listen good. Like, just really, really stupid, but mad good at running, right? But like his intelligence and his ability to do shit that old people need to be able to do once they stay in for a long time is not there. And you would see a decrease in the overall value of a lot of these like staff NCOs and stuff until they finally got weeded out by the SNCO selection process down the line because of just the way that the selection was happening. I couldn't imagine taking people out that were good, especially in disciplines that have even smaller amounts of people, which from what I understand, the majority of people that are trans in the military are in highly specialized positions. And because of the unlikelihood of you being trans, if you're there, and, you suddenly get removed, it's not great. Even at the lowest level, when I was a grunt, you can't lose a fucking field. You can't lose part of your fire team. You might think that everybody's like mixable, but they're not. Like, my fire team is my fire team because I'm a fuck up and the rest of us are fuck ups, and I'm talented and the rest of us are talented, but all of those are in different ways. And so you put fire teams together and then squads together, and you get people to work with each other until all of those fuck ups and those talents are quantified and put where they need to be. It takes a long time to get there. And as you integrate new members into units, you have to really sometimes jump them in, haze them in, but like really you do have to work all the fuck over people to get them to fit right. And when you lose someone, the vacuum is enormous. Like, it's fucking horrible. Not just if they like die, but like they're sick, they go on fucking leave to the point where you can be pissed at people for taking a vacation because it's like, dude, we fucking needed you here because like you're part of the rotation and then it's broken. So like removing anybody from military service is a very serious thing. Normally it's only through criminal action or the end of a contract, and it's a completely voluntary situation. Now, there should be a way to remove people administratively for they didn't fuck up, obviously, but they're a risk because it is also the military. So say we had a bunch of really, really talented guys doing whatever, I don't know, job 2. We'll just call it job 2. And then we found out that like half of them have been taking money from like Russians or something, right? But not directly. They were just really, really fucking incompetent. They haven't fucked up anything. These weren't against the rules, but they can't be in their position anymore. But they also don't need to get in trouble because they just kind of whatever. So you have to be able to separate them out, at the drop of a hat while not making a big deal of it. That's kind of what we're going to be seeing a little bit of today. This is not the case with these transgender people that were transgender service members, but it is definitely a fucking issue, and it's really hard to get around. Explain how bad of a thing this is, because I don't know what all these people did, and no one does, because they were not administratively separated because of an individual issue. They were administratively separated because of a universality of their existence that the administration decided was wrong. And I think part of what I'm trying to get at when I'm like, I don't know exactly how to specifically talk about this back in the day, is how to fix this issue by describing it in terms that can be better understood. The possibility of a executive being able to use authority to do this needs to be eliminated. Removing any mass of people from the military for a shared issue that is inherent to their disposition shouldn't necessarily be taken completely off the table, because it might be like one day, I don't know, these people, we found out all these people are part of like a Mormon faith militant, you know what I mean? None of them have served dishonorably, but they have to be removed from service because we're just pretty sure that these guys are going to try to do a coup, and we don't want to have these guys in position of power. That needs to be in place, but it should be something that I think is reserved for legislative action and falls very deeply underneath judicial review, right? It should be something that the executives can suggest but can't act on immediately. Because this has definitely been abused, and it could be abused in other ways to attack other minority groups if we've done it this way once, right? And to say like, well, no one's ever going to do it, we're past that point of a conversation, and it needs to be kind of cut out. Now, the conversation around this has also been flustered with the fact that lefties are horrible about talking about the military. They're just dog shit about it, and it's not because you have the wrong opinions on the military. It's just a lot of you guys don't know anything about it. So it's painful to hear you say a word about the military because you're so fucking incorrect. It boggles the mind at times. Or you guys like latch on to shit that makes you confused or nervous as citizens. And just in general, hearing civilians talk about the military is an almost universal frustration. Doesn't mean you should stop permanently, but like, you guys really need to learn fundamental facts about the military. And there's so many people that are in the military to talk to who will be politically aligned with you, who will be more leftist than you or me or anyone. They're there. So start trying to figure out some of these people to run this stuff by. I'm not going to hold your hand on this, but understand if you don't know anything about the military, or you, especially if you're like, I've spent most of my life not liking it, and then you decide to start talking about it, understand, you're falling into a literal trap to make yourself sound unserious about the issue that you are going to be speaking on because you just don't know stuff that's fundamental to it, and you'll sound goofy as shit. I'm going to read this article. This is from Aaron in the Morning, but it was written by S. Baum. I don't know who that is. It's got some issues and it's got some things. It's generally not horrible, but like, I've got some issues with it, and we're going to read one from Task and Purpose. These are both blogs, I believe. Task and Purpose is still just a blog. Aaron in the Morning is very bloggy, and it has a bloggy disposition. So I intentionally did not double check with the AP, just so I can kind of cover how this reporting sounds, and then go over some of the issues and kind of give you guys a full breakdown of my ideas, because I wouldn't be able to talk about this otherwise. People always confusing us with banned Emperor Nana. They speak in absolute terms about it and feel attacked when people guys say it. It's not even that. It's just like you guys don't know how to say stuff, or we'll get into it. So I have no idea who this person is, S. Baum, at all. I don't know if they do intentional, like, whatever. Courage knows no gender. We support trans soldiers. Don't let anyone else see this. Yeah, 2017, July 29th. Stop transgender military ban. Washington, D.C., Wikimedia Commons. Aaron in the Morning's reader-supported publication. Yet again, this is Aaron Reed, who is a transgender journalist and writes on trans issues, but this is not their byline. So, this Saturday, President Donald Trump's military parade will take the streets of Washington, D.C., featuring thousands upon thousands of troops and nearly... I don't know if that's the case even. And nearly 100 tanks, fighter planes, and military vehicles. The parade is also conveniently on Trump's birthday. In a post on Truth Social, okay, I don't care about this. Walks like a goose, don't care. Okay. It is a darkly fitting metaphor for transgender members of the military who, as of last week, have begun being involuntarily separated from their jobs on account of their gender identity, as per Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's memo implementing Trump's military ban. Some trans service members, such as Alex of the National Guard, a pseudonym to protect them from further retaliation, have chosen to stay and fight the ban, which is currently being litigated, as it should be. While some were eligible for separation pay if they left voluntarily, this doesn't apply across the board. In cases like Alex's, there are significant financial barriers to leaving the armed services, and the kicker is that trans service members under the Trump administration are being branded with a scarlet letter or 3, JDK, which we will be getting into this. It stands for Juliet Delta Kilo. It does not. That is just the phonetic alphabet. That's the military phonetic alphabet. A discharge code labeling someone a liability to national security. Where is that link at? Air and Space Forces Magazine. Self-ID looms. I have a different link to this. I didn't read the entire thing, but I'm not gonna fuck with that right now. Juliet JDK. I don't know what it stands for. Understand that. So just we don't know. JDK is how you would read this abbreviation out if you didn't know anything. So like, I could say COC stands for Charlie Oscar Charlie, right? But it stands for Command Operations Center in the specific use in my mind. So we don't know what JDK stands for. I was doing some side research along with these. None of these codes make any sense at all. I think a lot of them don't stand for anything. And most of the reading I've done has suggested that the State Department, or the Department of Defense actually rather, doesn't know. I looked up mine. I have my DD-214 here, which I will not show you because line 3 of the DD-214 is your fucking social security number. Make sure you can't read that at all. My separation code is MBK1. And I looked it up and it means end of contract. Okay. So my separation code is MBK1. When I looked it up on some of these sites, that's actually MBK1 wasn't on there, just MBK was. And it just means end of active service. So the discharge codes say reasonably why you were discharged, okay? When I looked up the JDK code, I think I have it here, right? Bloop. Yeah. We go down all the way here. I mean, this is how many of these codes there are, by the way. And I don't know how accurate or up to date this list is. This was put together on veteran.com community. And these are, I think, representative of a lot of different codes. This is kind of a thing that the DoD does. If you were never in the military, you don't know about this. But things get reused, and I'm going to explain this in a different way in just a second. They get reused and repurposed, and sometimes they are called the same thing, but like different time periods, they'll be changed up. So I can already tell you that this list isn't exhaustive, and we're going to go over where these codes came from an actual press release. So that's why they're using it now. But just so you know, this is how many of these there might be. We don't know what the current code list has. Okay, this is how many there might be. There's several hundred, I think. JDK, HIJKL, JJJJJ. I'll go here. JDK up here on this shows up as fuck me, dude. It's loading at a weird speed. There we go. Military Personnel Security Program. Okay. There's also another one of these that are being used. One of the reasons that we don't know what all of these mean are because they're for internal DoD use only when it comes to processing your DD-214 in the future. Usually for re-enlistment or just so that people know stuff. But these go all over the place. They're not all negative. They're just, you have to have one, apparently. So you have like breach of contract, early release, strength reduction, first term airman USAF. When you look at the, do I have a back on this? Shit. Military separation codes, okay, so I have this. I go down here, how to get it, important notes, copies, purpose, re-enlistment codes. So if you look at re-enlistment codes, so I'll tell you right now, mine is RE1A. I'm just doing this to highlight how all over the place these are. RE1A. So if you look at RE1A, RE code 1 may re-enlist without issue. 4 general categories of RE codes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 may re-enlist but may need a waiver. 4 ineligible to re-enlist, join other services. RE3 code 3 is actually the bigger issue that's coming up with a lot of these transgender service members because they need this waiver deal. If you look at the Army re-enlistment codes, RE1A says individuals with over 6 years of paid military service, which was not me, fully qualified for reenlistment, but are ineligible to reenlist for 93 days after separation. Whatever. I was U.S. Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard RE codes. I was RE1A, which is for some reason just an additional RE1. Eligible for reenlistment 1A. I have no idea what that means. More than likely, my reenlistment code saying 1A like that is probably because I had the standard 8-year contract that they offered back in the day. So it was 4 years active duty, 4 years inactive, right? Inactive ready reserves is what you call it. So more than likely, my reenlistment code reflected the fact that I was still actually part of the individual. So if you look at my whole my whole Department of Defense folder, it would actually tell you that I was a member or whatever, something of the Department of Defense for 8 years, right? And then my actual active service was, 4 years. 4 years of active service because the leave doesn't count. So that code is just up to date as of the time that you're issued that DD-214, right? And actually some of the information that's on your DD-214 becomes outdated because there's other things that go on. Your DD-214 is not the period at the end of your service record. It is just what is going on at the end of your active service. It's an end of active service document. So a lot of this stuff can go all over the place. And kind of funny, when you go down a little bit further to the Air Force, RE1A says ineligible to reenlist, but condition waived, right? So it's kind of all over the place. And all of these codes are different, like thing to thing. Air Force Reserve reenlistment doesn't even have it. So, and I've never had these explained to me. I didn't know what they were. I haven't looked at that part of my form and known what it means since I was in. I have never seen this shit before because it's never come up. So it's very rare for this shit to be brought up at all. They're going very far out of their way to kick trans people out of the military. Is basically what I'm going to say. This is a rarity. It's a very strange thing. But hopefully they're all getting their honorable discharge. Discharge is the most important thing because that's what most people look at. Most employers don't know what the fuck. I've never heard anyone talk about that fucking separation code. And they're all so different. Branch to branch has different codes that I have no idea if anyone would look at it or know about it at all. But definitely this is being pointed to. It's strange. The way that it's being talked about here and with other people, I don't have anything concrete underneath me to say how concerned you should or shouldn't be. As a person that's actually has one of these codes that was in the military, this is the first time I've heard this shit brought up, basically ever. I should show this, though. I looked up because they're like, that gay people got hit with these codes before, and they did, but I don't know if it was necessarily, I don't think it was necessarily this JDK code. I'll get into it in a second, but I looked up the JDK and I followed the reason for it, the military service, whatever. And basically, normally the JDK code is given to people that are some sort of security risk and need to be separated involuntarily from service, but not necessarily for something that they did. It's just like, you probably have to get separated from service. It's such a niche thing that it's like hard to say what else it would have been used for. And because it's wrapped up in the literal intelligence community, it's an intelligence discharge, right? Like an intel, like spies and shit. Like it's all secret squirrel stuff. It's wrapped up in that so deep that it's like, this is basically using, your really like your grandpa's a communist, whatever, to try to get rid of you. And this kind of stuff should probably be thoroughly legislated going into the future, but you need to know about it and how to talk about it if you want to make those points. So make sure that you're accurate with the stuff. But yeah, I looked up homosexuality because I saw it, and there's actually 30 fucking codes-ish for this. I don't know if there's any uses of homosexuality outside of it, but look how many different of these. And this is what I'm saying. The codes get reused and the reasons get attached to different codes. BML and BLC are homosexuality. BRA is homosexual conduct acts. BRB, be right back. Homosexual conduct statement. Homosexual conduct marriage or attempted marriage. Homosexuality DLC. Get the DLC. GKC, GLC, GML, GRA, homosexual conduct, again, acts, statement, marriage, down. So as you see, there, it's like everywhere. Homosexuality, conduct, kind of through the entire thing. It comes back up all the way through all of these. And I like, so these are hard to pin down. I would say, and there's another thing that we're going to look at. There's an instruction form. Is this? Yeah, from way. Is this from before? Yeah, this is from right after the effective September 24th, 2020. So this is actually right at the end of the last deal. This was a policy issue. If you go down to the bottom of it, this is talking about the personnel thing that's attached to that JDK code. And basically it says that you're not supposed to be using these, hold on a second. I can't see shit. Information about individuals collected as part of the investigative and adjudicative process shall be managed in accordance with applicable laws and DoD policies, including those related to privacy and confidentiality, security of information, access to information. Nope, I didn't go all the way down. Is it? Well, it's in here somewhere. Basically, it says you're not supposed to give this to employers, and employers shouldn't use these codes, right? Because you might not know what the fuck they mean. Versus citizens, administrative, and this is all confusing. Don't even think that this is 100% connected. All this shit is wrapped up in DOJ fucking language, and it's fucking dense. Really, 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 really dense. I would say make sure that anyone you're talking to about this stuff is not using Chat GPT to try to boil it down, because it will get fucking lost. It's all alphabet soup once you get past the first thing. But it's personnel security procedures, right? Which is basically making sure that whoever you hire or you bring on to be part of the military is like A-okay, in the sense of, is this motherfucker gonna like sell us out? So what they're basically saying is that a bunch of these, I think what they're doing is saying that the involuntarily separated trans people are a national security risk because they are trying to stay in the military for some reason despite being trans, which is not good. I think that's a Tyler putting it together. I think that once I read all of this other stuff, you'll have to get deep into it. I'm not going to start reading a DoD release, that one. I have a different one that I have to read anyway, that provides guidance on these codes. It's very, very dense shit. But it's basically, someone is putting the amount of work you normally put into trying to write out a law with the amount of research and putting shit together in order to just to qualify transgender people who want to stay in the military despite being transgender as an actual like national security personnel intelligence risk. This is, like I said, basically the same sort of thing you would give to like someone, like you find out their dad is like, their dad's business partner is a Chinese cell phone manufacturer. like the most convoluted shit you need to like put together in order to justify this stuff. Back in the day, homosexuality meant that you could be blackmailed. It's an OG rationale for kicking gay people out of the services. I guess it would have to be that same deal. They're claiming that trans folk can be exploited by foreign intelligence services. It's bullshit. I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't know 100%, but like, what the fuck? JDG is having a minor child. I didn't know you could get out for a kid. It's very strange. Yeah. And the separation codes can be all the other stuff. Having a minor child might actually be legitimately asking for separation to take care of your kid. Do you know what I'm saying? So the separation codes, having a separation code is something, everyone has one, and they can be all over the place. I showed you a bunch of bad ones, but I don't know which ones are updated, and you really can't find out unless they release stuff, and they did specifically, the DoD did specifically in this case, which is also strange. And so I was trying to make the point earlier. This is one of the things I want to start making videos instead so I don't get all confused like this. because some of the earlier guidance on these is don't release the rationale behind the codes because it's only for DoD internal purposes anyway, and it might lead to confusion with employers, which I think, so basically by putting out guidance about what these codes mean, they are intentionally targeting transgender people as members of the military, but also against former guidance. And I don't have 100% all of this ducks in a row stuff because it's a lot of reading and note taking to get it all together. And it's dealing with declassified releases from the Defense Department, which is not easy to parse through. Okay. Basically releasing what these codes are only specifically in the case of these transgender separations from the military in order to create a situation where you could look at someone's DD-214 and say that their administrative code actually means that they're a national security risk. So it seems like they are tripling down on it. I might as well just bring this up real quick. Okay, so this is the guidance. This is going to be referenced in one of these separation proceedings. Okay, so yeah, this is the current guidance from May of this year from the DoD. So this is Hegseth's Defense Department. This is the important part right here. Separation proceedings. We talk about the voluntary and involuntary deal above. This would actually take a breakdown. This is why I want people who write about these issues and write about the military at all to know more about it, because you need to know to look all this stuff up and put it together. Being ass mad on behalf of trans people is not sufficient to help trans people, even if you are a trans person, okay? You got to have all your fucking ducks in a row and know about this stuff kind of deeply in order to really hit on it so that you can know why it's happening and how you could change it and prevent it from happening again. And I'm going to get into that a little bit down the road too. But separation proceedings. Any service member affected by the department's gender dysphoria policy and not granted a waiver, so they're using gender dysphoria, by the way. That shout out fucking J.K. Rowling. And not granted a waiver pursuant to reference I, who has not sought voluntary separation, will be processed for involuntary separation. Enlisted service members will be processed for separation prior to the expiration of the member's term of service under secretarial plenary authority following a determination that doing so is in the best interest of the relevant military service. Using the JFF separation program designator code, not gender code. Officers will be processed for separation on the basis that their continued service is not clearly consistent with the interests of national security using the JDK separation program designator code. And let me go ahead and just look up the JFF. It might explain it down here too. Or no, that gave the reasons. Right. But this is definitely like raw fucking them over. Like, this is crazy. And I'll explain why here in just a second. JFF, I think, was on this too. Secretarial authority. Okay, so the JFF separation code is secretarial authority. So basically doing an active troop drawdown. So that's for enlisted. The enlisted people, because they are enlisted, okay, and this is a thing with the military that if you don't know, you absolutely fucking need to know before you start talking about this. You have to, okay? So an enlisted personnel is a person that enlists in the military. As in, literally, they put themselves on a list, they enlist, they jump into the lists, right, of the military. It's voluntary service in America. So as a person that's voluntarily on the list, you can also be involuntarily taken off the list for kind of any reason at any time because the executive powers have authority to get rid of you. So basically they can say, I don't want you in the military anymore because it is my purview as the commander-in-chief or any of his subsidiaries who can make decisions for him to make it so. And then you're gone. Okay? Is that fair? No. And should it be possible? Not in this case. That's actually nuts. That's bypassing the authority of every officer underneath that individual, which is important because officer authority is what makes the military run. It's micromanaging at a psychotic level to have people removed from service outside the authority of an officer. But why is that important? Officers fall underneath the executive authority, right? Because ultimately in the chain of command, the executive authority, the commander-in-chief, is in charge of officers. But officers do not become officers by enlisting. They volunteer for officership, but officers are officers because they are granted a commission. They are commissioned officers. They are commissioned by the legislative body of America, by Congress, and I think Senate, to be officers. Now, it's faster nowadays, but that is what a commissioned officer is. Non-commissioned officers in the enlisted ranks are not that. A commissioned officer is commissioned by the legislative body of America to be an officer, right? Which is why we even have officer grade ranks that are like still non-commissioned, like warrant officers and stuff. I'm pretty sure aren't commissioned, but are officers for other reasons. So like this is all part of the system. So for the officers specifically, you're bypassing the legislative authority of America in order to separate them as a national security risk using essentially what would be like typically emergency powers. The only thing I could think of that would be similar to this would be kicking as many Asian people out of the military as possible around World War II because you want to eliminate like Japanese influence on the armed forces. It is pretty commensurate with what I would say is a genocidal action. Basically removing people from the military that you would want military personnel to target in the case of a genocide, like literally, which, you know, the internment of Japanese Americans in World War II very, very nearly was a genocide, and it was absolutely an act of ethnic cleansing as far as where they lived is concerned. Like, we put Japanese people into concentration camps, and we did stuff like this in order to do that to them. This is not good as far as a force measure, right? And one of the most interesting parts about it is that, additionally, service members discharged under this policy are ineligible for reentry unless a waiver is granted pursuant to reference I. Service members will receive reentry code RE3 to reflect that they will not be considered fully qualified for reentry or continued service. Service members discharged under this policy are ineligible to serve in a reserve component. That is not common. They skipped a whole one. So basically, they're saying you're not allowed to come back. You're ineligible for re-enlistment in a way that would typically be given to people that are given administrative separations, right? You're an alcoholic, substance abuse issues. If you beat your wife, you caused a car crash, you have some sort of behavioral issue that caused them to not permit you usually to re-enlist in the first place, or caused a discharge that is under other than honorable circumstances, which all of these people served honorably. I know this sounds crazy. I would consider terminal violence against somebody that tried to fuck with my discharge. I know that sounds like maybe too much to a civilian, but it would actually, I would attack someone over that, like physically. Like I don't really know how to put this in perspective. But if you fucked with my discharge status, it's not just like because my benefits would get fucked with too. You're saying that like all the shit I went through doesn't count because of your vibes. And I would just have to show you that like in the tradition of Marines, I can still climb towers and shoot M14s. I would lose my fucking cool immediately over that. Like my hair standing up on the back of my head as a person that was in the military. And I would say valid over anybody that got the wrong discharge after they served honorably or were forcibly like discharged. I would lose my fucking cool. Valid. This is poor maintenance of the military in a general sense. This is not a valuable change. There's all sorts of problems that we have in the American military. About 99% of them boil down to massive lack of transparency in places that should be 100% transparent, and misuse of funds by people at the highest levels of the military. There is literally nothing wrong with the military in the grand scheme of things that's caused by anyone in the enlisted ranks at all. They don't have the ability to be dog shit, and everybody else is responsible for how dog shit they are. And very little, very, very little in the majority of the officer ranks. As fucking fucked as officers are, they are still limited in what they can and can't do relative to the Department of Defense's overall mission of being a department that provides for the defense of the nation. Most of the issues come from misallocation of funds and, literally just a lot of the obstruction on the House floor for certifying the commission of general grade officers and field grade officers. That's a whole fucking issue. And this stuff needs to be changed. Personnel issues in the military should not remotely be permitted to fall underneath the prime executive authority. That should not be allowed. It is not valuable. Signing, the most you should be allowed to do is say, we need 2,000 more or we need 2,000 less. Figure it out and maybe provide some level of guidance on that. But using immediate emergency is essentially emergency is executive functions to create a forced drawdown targeted to the minority status of individuals based on junk science is not great. I have never seen any valuable the only people that I've ever heard that say like trans people aren't lethal are, first off, the same people that are really worried that trans people are going to start killing people because they have access to the wrong bathroom. Guys who I could kill with my bare hands. Like Tim Pool, I could kill Tim Pool with my bare hands. I don't think it would be hard. I think I could give him a gun and I might shake up. I don't feel like his bullets would be as effective. And he talks about like military effectiveness. No, not from somebody I can throttle with my bare hands. Pete Hegseth, I could take I feel like I could have his back in 5 seconds and that would be donezo. These people shouldn't have conversations about lethality. You should have, like, I should be, if we were both sitting at a table and there was a gun between us, and you're the guy I'm talking to, you should have enough presence, you know what I mean, that I would be worried about you actually being able to grab the gun and actually have the balls to pull the trigger before I could. Because otherwise I just don't feel it. Pete Hegseth has like a limp dick, right? He looks like a whiskey dick guy whose wife fucks around on him, and I just can't take that seriously, right? Like, no. Yeah, I could harm you physically. I don't think it would be hard to do. You know what I mean? Like if I fought your security, I feel like you would have like a fainting spell. Like he's bitch built. And so these guys shouldn't be talking about lethality of troops and all this sort of, because that's even like way outside of your pay grade. Because guys will talk about women in the military and it's like, she's 5'8" and she weighs 125 pounds and I can outruck her. But sad to say, she can outshoot me at fucking 2,400 meters and also the 800 meters before that. So she's got me, because if this like little tiny 5'8" fucking girl that doesn't weigh she's literally, yeah, I could slap the side of her head, but she's got a cold eye and she can shoot at 2,400 meters. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like what does this person do? Like they're just really good at IT and they dress like a fucking girl in your mind. Okay, I don't care. Let them dress like a girl. That's fine. Even if you believe that, like, you know what I mean? Who cares? What do you, like, isn't that scary or something? Did the wires get fixed? Yes. Do they do inappropriate shit while they're on duty? No. They are exemplary in every way. Then I don't fucking care, and you're weird for interfering with this. Are you a foreign agent? Like, I feel like you need to be... Where's the CIA in all of this? Because I feel like they need to arrange for you to have a special Sunday dinner. Do you know what I mean? like the CIA needs to roll by and give you some herbal tea, because what in the fuck is what the fuck is happening right now? You can't be removing my fucking my mentally unstable IT professionals. I need them. All right, even the ones that aren't transgender. We need these psychos. They're ours. They're mine. I want them back. Do you know what I mean? Like, even from like the darkest standpoint, you're just getting rid of effective people because of nothing. It just, like, literally there is no good reason. I don't understand it. You have to show me that transgender people can't kill people, and you guys are the ones that talk about them killing people. You know, it's you're always, how often you're going to tell me that fucking trans people can't be in the military, and then you show you guys are the ones that are sharing it's ma'am, and everybody's scared of that person. Like, okay, is the it's ma'am person are they in the military? Because I feel like they have a higher lethality by about 10 times than fucking Tim Pool. All right. And like every fucking trans man I've ever met's a fucking bro. You wouldn't be able to tell any of the trans men. They're in. They're all fucking juiced up to their eyes on fucking tea, like the rest of the fucking grunts are. They're maybe a little bit shorter, but jacked and real sprinty bros. I don't understand. Like from a military perspective, I haven't been provided any effective like intelligence to suggest that these are good ideas. And it really just seems like you're using executive authority to be bigots at a complete deficit to us, right? And I feel like I just want to see more energy on Capitol Hill of just saying Pete Hegseth is too big of a pussy. He's just too big of a pussy to talk about lethality. Like you just come off a little fucking limp-wristed. You just look like you sound like a Mary. Like I feel like if we were in a fob situation, it would feel like I could buy you. You know what I mean? Like if Pete Hegseth went to prison, people would be like, I've never even wanted a bitch before, but like I feel like this guy's got bitch energy. He's a pocket holder is what I'm saying. And I just can't hear about lethality from a guy like that. Or any of these other people. Fucking Charlie Kirk? Absolutely not. Fuck no. Talk about lethality. I don't think he even graduated high school, right? He doesn't even qualify to be in the military. What's the other one? Crowder? He's fucking Canadian, so no. Shotgun cheaters. White Canadians are a bunch of fucking war criminals, all right? We can't go out. There's like 90% of the shit that fucking people blame America for is all South Koreans and Canadians. I swear to God. We probably deserve it because we started whatever was happening, but Canadians are fucking nuts, man. But this shit is muffed. But the point of this also is these fucking RE3 reenlistment codes is nuts. You have to have a fucking waiver to get back in, which is not good. Mostly because what they're saying is we want it too difficult. We want to basically make it so that even if Donald Trump or MAGA Republicans don't maintain control going into this next session, and it swings back, we want you to know that your careers are permanently endangered because every time we get in, we're going to kick you out of the military and we're make it hard for you to rejoin without a waiver. And that is not good. That is raw bigotry. There is no reason that they should have to have a waiver to join the military in the first place if they're able-bodied. I don't consider, and I've never seen any suggestion that gender dysphoria should be some sort of discluding factor, especially when gambling and purchase addiction seem to be the most common fucking issues in the military that actually cause problems. Alcohol addiction should be, if alcohol addiction was a disqualifier for service, we wouldn't have anyone in. And alcohol addiction is considerably more dangerous, provably and historically, than anything to do with gender, anything at all. Fatalities, most of your non-combat deaths in the military, I'm pretty sure, are all still alcohol related. Most of your unsat discharges and your non-judicial punishments are all alcohol related, and alcohol is usually an exacerbating factor in the vast majority of cases I've seen of people getting arrested, with like a notable few of guys that, you know, I know that went to the prig for doing steroids for like a month apiece. So like if we're not going to hit something that's actually like a serious issue like that, and that is a national security issue because people getting drunk and spilling the beans has been something that's been on propaganda posters forever. But I have never seen like, watch out, is your bunkmate putting on a dress and talking like a girl? Or conversely pretending to be, I don't know if you can even, I've met a lot of female Marines, nowhere near, I wasn't stationed with any of them, but they're not exactly a bunch of fucking fairy princesses. So I don't even know how. Are the female Marines around you acting somehow more masculine than usual? That's going to be lesbian erasure, and then we got no gays in the military at all, I guess is probably what people are pushing for. But like, I can't, like, watch out, they're putting on a dress. They might start talking to Jerry. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to give up the state secrets. And what? All you got to do to get state secrets is literally give fucking Pete Hegseth any alcohol at all, and then he'll start using uncontrolled communications platforms to send for your eyes only, highest level Yankee White top secret information via apps controlled by foreign actors, like where you could take pictures of his phone. we have the worst OPSEC in this fucking this organization than anyone. I've never seen a White House that leaks as much as any of the Trump White Houses have. Like it's constant. Literally fucking constant. But like what, some fucking trans chick is gonna put on a dress here and there, paint their nails, right, go out on the town and be girl, or just be girl in uniform and just abide by the female dress standards instead of the male dress standards, which I don't even think should exist. I think there should just be one uniform dress standard. They shouldn't have any fucking female uniforms, because honestly, fucking female Marines look hotter than fucking male blues anyway, so I don't know, go for it if you want to be a pervert. Like, what the fuck? Just like, you could actually solve this in a different way that's permanent and agreeable by saying no more makeup and no more like basically feminine or traditionally female oriented dress at all. If you're in the military, you have to dress like a fucking boy. Constantly, all right? Because I know they don't give a fuck about trans men. They always forget about them until the last fucking hurdle, because everyone does. Sorry, trans men. But like, if that's your issue, then you can just get rid of it. Okay, everyone has to have a fucking high reg, no makeup, and you all have the same uniforms, which makes it more uniform. You could have done that. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that would have been sensible, and actually a lot of people would have agreed with it in the ranks as well, because it makes the uniforms cheaper and easier to work on to have them all to the same standards, because women or female Marines, however you want to say it, and military individuals having to have their skirts and stuff that they put together. And if you're proud of your uniform, be proud of your uniform, all right? Mine's just better than yours, because it fucking is. It's the Marine Corps Blues. Get dunked on. Blue Alphas, baby. But like, it makes it difficult to have all those different types of uniforms. So the more uniform your uniforms are, the more simplistic it is. And like, the only things that are ever not that are like the weird little pencil skirts that they have to have for service alphas and like blouses and stuff. Whereas your day-to-day attire is the same shapeless pajama-y fucking BDUs that everybody wears, right? And you can fucking have all that stuff tailored. You want to show your fucking ass off. Dudes do. It's mad gay. All right. Like, and that would work, and that would be within the bounds of like what is okay in the military, but they don't want that. And it's not about that. I want to explain that that's a thing that could have been done with a snap, and it wouldn't, maybe some people would have like got out. It would have made them seem unreasonable, but it would have been completely within the bounds of just basically the Greenman standards. And like, we wouldn't have had any issue with personnel that wasn't the personnel's fault. But instead, they use these really obscure measures to separate these individuals in a way that damages the overall efficiency and effectiveness of the United States military while providing us nothing in return. And there is no good reason to have done it. Like, if you just didn't want guys in the military, as you would be observing them, I don't want men dressing up like women in the military. You can make that a rule, and then they will have to follow it. And then we don't lose anybody unless they're pissed about it to the point that they want to quit. And I think it's fine to make uniformity more uniform, because it is the military, all right? It's not like, a casual job. Everyone should look the same. Why? Because it makes it fucking easier on everybody else, okay? I don't need to be competing with somebody that knows how to put on fucking blush, all right? I just let me fucking no makeup, haircut. Or I don't know, make everybody dress up like a chick. You could also do that. But like, the thing is instead of going in that direction and making those decisions, which would have fallen in line with military culture and combat effectiveness and daily operations and like fleet effectiveness, back home effectiveness, you went and made this weird, obscure emergency action to attack these people. And it needs to be addressed. in a way, and this is what you should ask your legislators, and you should look for, there's going to be tons of people that are going to have even better takes on this that were trans and in the military and know about it. But this is a thing that you need to focus on with your legislators, because they're the ones who can change this issue. And legislators come from your local elections. If you vote in your local elections and make sure that people understand this as an issue, and if you want to have this conversation with your families and stuff, tell them that's the issue. They could have changed the grooming standards so that people couldn't dress like that. If you don't like them dressing like that, they could have changed those and made that the case and just eliminated all of these issues. But they wanted to directly attack people's re-enlistment and go after their money and possibly even their employability against the former recommendations issued, I think it's 2020, September of, so by the Trump administration itself in 2020 anyway. So, like, this is an extremely vindictive and bigoted order that accomplishes nothing for us. It's actually, like, nuts how hard they tried, given how much they fuck up everything else, to make this specific thing a thing that they did. It's actually, like, shocking how bad this is. I really want to hammer that home. I'm going to read the rest of this article now. But, like, it's not easy to explain from a distance. You know what I mean? This kind of aspect gets me very annoyed. Like, what if they're actively trying to undermine us? I think they are. I think there's aspects of some foreign power trying to undermine the United States military, and it's not going to be good for you. Trust me. I know, like, if you're a dipshit, you're like, oh, the American military needs to be, they're going to undermine the American military. Great. Undermining the cohesiveness of the American military as a singular organism does not make the nukes that the military guards or the weapons that the military guards go away. All right? And it does not set you up for a situation where the American military does less pogroms or invasions or escalating actions overseas. As a matter of fact, having more fascists and fewer leftists in the military makes it way easier to tell people to do horrible things. And if you have, like, a surrendered attitude towards shit like that, and you're like, well, it's all fascists anyway. Okay, you just need to fucking go ahead and check out early. Because if you're just going to treat yourself like you're dead, it would be better if you also just didn't talk like dead people. Just silence forever. Every service member has to learn the same smoky eye for deployment or it's a dishonorable discharge. Based. It's the Kremlin for sure. I would have to guess so, because it also feels outdated. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like the end of an idea that somebody was having a long time ago. I wouldn't be surprised at the Kremlin. I wouldn't be surprised at Israel, honestly. And then also just, like, standard day-to-day bigotry kind of spread out throughout other stuff. But trust me, this benefits no American at all. It just literally doesn't. You didn't know that those people were there before this came up because they were doing their jobs right. They were good at their jobs and doing them. And then you got upsetty spaghetti. And you guys couldn't even wait till the normal thing, which is when, like, one transgender person who's visible and, like, mentally unwell fucks up, and you can do, like, r/public freakouts and highlight them as indicative of the entire trans race or whatever, you know. You fucking they bought they wanted to jump in early and get in ahead of that normal typical thing. And I feel like this is the biggest indication that Republicans are bad at making the military strong. This is antithetical to a strong military. This is literally, you didn't come up with a plan to replace all transgender individuals and now we have everyone in there. You just said, I'm displeased with your existence and not your performance, and I'm going to fire you based on your existence and not your performance, and I want you to never come back because of your existence and not your performance, which is antithetical to good governance. It just really is. Sweet Cheeks Treat Checks, thank you for the $2, Yokai Lover. Ugh. Yes. This feels like Rumsfeld, Cheney-era Vulcan shit trying to do a Dreyfus affair against trans folks. I don't know what any... I joined the military. I still don't know what that means. I get talk to whoever that is about shit. That was deep. Why would Israel want to divide America? Wouldn't that be bad for them? LOL. No, think about it. Like, literally think about what you just said. Israel always wants America divided. They always want America divided. If you look at Israeli politicking in America, it's inherently divisive. If you focus on Netanyahu talking about our military, he fucking hits these points. I just want America's military to be ready to defend us, and I know that you have your issues or whatever the fuck. I know I've heard him talk about this stuff. They want an American military that is going to be amenable to genocide in the Middle East, down to the smallest occupant of it. Any leftist that says don't join the military, if you're a lefty, you can't be in the military, treat them like you would treat a fucking actual like Nazi fucking propagandist, because they want a Nazi America. They do. If good people don't join the halls of power, regardless of the past that it was engaged with it, then you'll only have bad people in it. If you have a military where we start getting rid of, trans people underneath this, what's to have a military that doesn't get rid of Muslim people under it? We don't need the entire strong American military to go genocide Egypt. We don't. We just need enough people to shoot. We're trying to downgrade the American military from what it is, which is an extremely competent force, regardless of your kind of misunderstanding of the difference between political strategy and what military capabilities are. If you get rid of all of the good people in the military, of which there are a fuckload, okay, and you get rid of the mitigating force of people who are like, you shouldn't be mean to X because I'm an X and I serve with you. You're like, oh, yeah. Then you're going to get to a point where you have no one but fucking Nazis in the military. That's why they didn't want to integrate the military. They didn't want black people in the military because they didn't want black people to have access to the first off, the wealth increase that comes from poor people joining the military, the access to the halls of power and stuff, but also because it's way easier to use the National Guard to go into a black neighborhood and start killing black people if there's no black people in the National Guard. Israel wants a weaker American military because that's just a byproduct of having an American military that's amenable to genocide in the Middle East, which is what Israel wants. They want us to slaughter brown people, and they want every fucking pilot and every fucking drone operator and every person that loads ammo and every person that fucking does IT connection to be amenable or too scared to say, fuck no, what the fuck? Absolutely not. They want that for themselves, and they'll do what they can to get it. America's military being strong has nothing to do with Israel, right? In a general sense. They want political decisions to be made, and those political decisions that use the American military, they want the American military, when those decisions are made, to be completely compliant and complicit with them top to bottom. They don't want to have a guy like Mad Dog Mattis out there going, nah, this isn't going to work, and I'm going to say it's not going to work, and I'm going to fight it all the way to the top that this isn't happening. No, we're not doing it. They don't want people that will sacrifice their careers in order to say, I'm not fucking shooting civilians, you're a fucking idiot. Well, we're not shooting civilians, you're just firing in that general direction. That will kill civilians, we're not doing it. I will go up on charges. They don't want people like that in the military. And understand, a lot of leftists don't want people like that in the military anyway, because they're either stupid or they don't understand how the military works, or because they're ops too. And they want the military to start turning into something that is completely controlled by the white supremacist forces that are always trying to take over high-level spots in it. They want you to stop focusing on what actually gives workers power, because every person that can enlist in the military is 99.999% probably going to be a fucking worker. Every guy that gets to fucking the heights of SNCO rank, probably a fucking worker. If you look, and we'll see this today, if you look at the people that are the leadership in the military, and at least in the Marine Corps, at the fucking mid-tier level, guys that are in their 30s and 40s training Marines to be Marines, it's black guys, Latino guys, and girls and women as well. But it's black people, Latino people, non-white Americans, with a few crackers fucking thrown in here and there. That is who is filling our military, right? And if you start pushing out all of the people like trans people, it's a first they came for, then they came for. The next thing you see, we're going to be kicking all the Muslims out. And someone's going to go, well, if you were Muslim, if you were fucking Muslim, you shouldn't want to join the American military experience. I shouldn't have to tell people this, that they're fucking genocidal, that they're fucking criminal. You shouldn't want to join a criminal Nazi fucking organization. When if you really think about it, like if the Nazis hadn't effectively Nazified everything, which was a part of their goal, i.e. getting out everybody in positions of power that were Nazis, people that were, communists, people that were antithetical to Nazi ideals, if they didn't Nazify the military before they started training new members of the military, you would have been much more hard-pressed to have fucking guys mowing down Jews with grease guns, because there would have been more people in the military that would have gone like, what in the fuck? And tried to blow up fucking Hitler at the Eagle's Nest. That's the point of it. Treat every single person that's like, good people don't join the cops, good people don't join the military, good people don't go and join the halls of power in this genocidal world. Treat every single one of those people like they're a fucking op. Because they're either so stupid that they're fucking buying into actual white supremacist propaganda. Yeah, there shouldn't be any blacks or Jews in the military. Fuck yeah. Trans and Muslims in the military? No, they shouldn't be there. Military should be all white, just like me. All white. Blue-eyed, blonde-haired. The military should be all white. No trans Asians in the military? I don't know if you ever heard of Japan. They're all fucking highly dedicated to the emperor. They'd die for him in a bit. Yeah, white military? I like that. All white. I don't like all these SNCOs being black until woo. Now, I'm not going to say the word I'm thinking, but I'm thinking it. They want that, you fucking idiots. They want that like crazy. You have the same goals as white supremacists. The same goals. It doesn't matter how, like, your feelings about it. You're getting played. And it's easy to play lefties because lefties don't look into shit. And they think that morality and being upsetty spaghetti about something is equivalent to doing something about something. So when they're upset about the military, they won't learn about it. They definitely won't try to join it and fix it, or try to become a legislator and understand anything about it and make it not the thing that they think it is. No, they'll just say, oh no, you old baby killers. You're a bunch of genocidal freaks. You committed war crimes for the last 4 million years. As a matter of fact, the American military crucified Jesus Christ. And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, damn. How the fuck are all these white supremacists in charge of the military? Well, I've been telling you all along it's that thing. You're literally doing the fucking... You're using the power of belief to make an organization that isn't what you're talking about into what it is. Anyone that tells you like the American military is a white supremacist organization, be like, well, I mean, there's definitely gonna be white supremacists here and there, but like my entire chain of command from my fucking team leader up was like Latinos up until my first sergeant, who was a black guy from fucking Mississippi, which you won't see in any fucking tech company, bank, political, high-level political org, DNC, you won't see that. But if you see diversity in a chain of command, the fucking military and it's like insane. I'm not even kidding. When I dropped to 2nd Battalion, 8th Marine Golf Company in 2006, you can probably look it up if you can find the roster. My team leader was a black guy, and then it was a Latino guy, and then it was a white dude. Finally, it was Ledford, and then it was me, okay, until I finally was in charge of a team. So it was a white guy 1 out of 3 times. My squad leader was a black guy. We'll just go straight raw. My squad leader was a black guy every time except for when I was in 1st Battalion or 1st Platoon, and then I had a white squad leader. My company first sergeant was black. My company assistant first sergeant, whatever you're supposed to call that, was black. My company guns was black. Battalion guns was a white guy one time. Every other time, I think it was a black guy. And then my company first sergeant was a black guy for my first 2 deployments, and then a white guy once, and the white guy was the worst at being a first sergeant. It was crazy that he outdid my first sergeant. Now my fucking COs, my entire command staff of officers was white, all the way up. But actually, if you include the first sergeant major of the Marine Corps was black when I was in, so all the way down. And you would see it because you see your rank or your command structure, right? It's on the wall everywhere. And it'd be white as fuck all the way through the officer ranks, and then the SNCO, it's all black folks. All black folks, Latinos, every once in a while, like an Asian dude. I've never worked for an Asian person in my life. until I was in the military. I didn't see them because they just weren't around me, like at all. Like maybe one or two here or there. And then I was in the military and like, you're working for an Asian dude now. Oh, I never even thought it was possible, but I guess it is. Do you know what I mean? Like I didn't consider that possibility. And like, that's not like that can change the entire chemistry of somebody's mind. Because now like you get out of the military and maybe even you hang out with white supremacists or you're a piece of shit while you're in, but someone's like, yeah, I don't think I could trust somebody that worked for an Asian guy. You'd be like, well, I fucking work for an Asian guy in the military. What the fuck you talk about? What the fuck you say about me, motherfucker? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the military that I worked for was like that. And then if you start the breakdown of my fucking platoon, I mean, maybe 40% total were white guys, which is not a lot compared to the construction of America even, right? But like all these other dudes, just fucking every different fucking color under the rainbow, to the point where sometimes like, I think that guy, like, aren't you white? Like, dude, my name is Gutierrez. Yeah, but aren't you white? Fucking start speaking Spanish and shit. Like, holy fuck, look at this guy. It's just the case. It is just the case that it is a way out of poverty for people that are not white and who are poor. And you're like, oh, my country, blah, blah, blah. Hey, shut the fuck up. Okay, adults are talking about this. Everybody that joins the military does not go and fight. And just because we were at war for 20 years doesn't mean that everybody that joined during that time is some sort of fucking war criminal or some shit. As a matter of fact, most of the mitigating issues for dipshittery are because someone's around that's that person. Sexual harassment skyrocketed when women joined the military because they didn't have people reporting it before then. So you're like, oh, sexual harassment's horrible in the military because the reporting rates are so high outside of it. No, the military cares about sexual harassment and will actually run it down ever at all. like people get sexually harassed, they get assaulted, they get raped and stuff in the military. But it wasn't until like women were involved in leadership positions and like, well, it seems like our fucking numbers are skyrocketing. It's like, yeah, it's the fucking thing with the plane, but opposite. Survivorship bias or whatever the fuck. It's because now we're reporting it. So our reporting levels are higher because everywhere else squashes it. The sexual assault rates are as high here as they are everywhere else. But the reporting comes in. Why? Because now women have access to the same path out of poverty that men have. And they have access to the same. There's women that can say, I know I can have men work for me, and I know how to have men who are dipshits work for me. Because I was a shop sergeant at a fucking motor tea company, and I fucking I whipped them into shape, and I made them fucking work for me, and they respected me. And that's all it was. And now they have that. And there's nothing else that gives that to you. And if you turn your back on it, you don't get it. You don't get to have it because there's nothing else that offers it. Well, that's not very fair. Feels like the world's shit. Yeah, dummy. That's why we're all fucking talking about leftism, because the world fucking sucks. But if you want to be a woman and just go into a management positions based on raw meritocracy, there's a lot of places where it might happen accidentally. But if you go to the military, you can get put in charge of shit, and motherfuckers will say yes, ma'am, and fucking mean it. And if you say fuck jump, they will jump, and they will say how high, and they will do the whole thing. And you can take that out of there and take it into the civilian world and be like, yeah, I can be a manager. I ran a company of 200 Marines. I ran a battalion of 1,200 Marines. I ran a fucking battalion of, 700, 800 soldiers, this and that. And then you have it. And people are trying to say like it's a good thing to give it away because they're mad about Iraq. And they're like the American military. It's like, dude, it's the American the politicians are doing it. The guys that are in the military and the girls that are in the military have no fucking idea. We don't have the ability to say no, or you go to jail. And a lot of times you're not doing war crimes. It's not like you get up every day like, I got to kill my fucking 12 kids before bed today. You go and sit in a fucking box. Do you know what I mean? Or you go and you're a fucking water person. Sometimes you're a fucking CB and you get up every day and you fix the fucking roads that we broke. There's people like, you're a fucking war criminal because you served in the military. And people look at him like, I was with the CBs and all I did was build highways. I went on 4 deployments. I got shot at, mortared, and bombed. I never fired a fucking round, and I should have shot a guy, and I didn't because I was busy holding fucking rebar while a guy wrapped it so I could build a fucking highway. And your criticisms don't mean anything to these people that were in because you just sound like a fucking little kid. People like got mad at me like, you sound cucked. You are cucked. You people are cucked. You are willfully and happily ignorant because you think you're getting an own on like basically a lot of people who are your like suffering why your intersectional equivalents, but like tried to make something of themselves, and you just try to pretend like everybody who's ever in the military like looks like me and was a Nazi. And it's pathetic. And anyone that's like gunning for that shit, understand, you, Israel, and fucking all of the worst people on earth want America's military to be white, incompetent, and full of graft and corruption and shit. And it's not going to change a single thing about war crimes happening that America's politicians fucking envision and execute, because they're only going to get worse, because there's going to be no one that fucking says we shouldn't do this. You're giving up access to power because it was misused by other people who are not the good people that try to get it fucking shut down. Go and get involved in this stuff and learn about it. You should be able to have conversations about the military, and if somebody says a rank, you should know what that rank means. Deeper than like, you know, E3, like, oh, it's the third rank, a lance corporal. Like, well, no, we're talking about the Navy. So what is E3? Like able seaman or some shit like that. Seaman first class, maybe. Ugh. Oh man, the Taliban didn't even shoot at the road teams. They like the roads. Everybody likes the roads. The military could do that. The military is very capable of being a security apparatus to provide infrastructure construction. But people don't understand that is the case. When I was fresh out of the military, oh man, most of the National Guard commercials, almost all of the fucking Army commercials I saw, changed to focus on how effective the Army, and you always have to give credit to Army Rotary Wing because it's some of the best in the business, how effective Army Rotary Wing, all right, helicopters and various similar things to helicopters, how effective Army Rotary Wing units are at rescue operations. Actually, yeah, all those guys that fucking learned from generations of dudes flying Hueys into fucking Vietnam to do evac brought all of that to being some of the only people that can fly in mountains and save people on mountainsides. You're like, well, what good is that? Like, we were just talking. Fucking North Carolina floods flying on mountainsides. We can do that. Our military could operate inside the United States borders, providing security in a way that's not like killing anyone. Just literally like, hey, everybody chill. If something goes fucking nuts, we'll make sure that there's no roving bands of militia trying to steal fucking food, okay? These guys are going to rebuild the fucking highways, and these guys are going to rebuild the fucking water and stuff, and we're just going to hang out here and make sure nothing fucking goes crazy, because you always need security on construction sites. We could have that. We could have that overseas. Go in, help, and fucking leave. But you need to have the political will, and you need to understand that the military can do that. And every time you hear the military is getting sent in, not to freak the fuck out and be like, okay, the military is getting sent in. I want to know why. I want to know who, and want to know when you're going to leave. You can have that conversation, and you can educate yourself to the point where you can have it and tell people why it's being fucked up. Oh, so we shouldn't help? We shouldn't send in anyone? Like, well, no, we don't need to send in Marine fucking Special Operations Group sniper teams in order to, like, fix this electrical grid over here after an earthquake. That would be fucking stupid. So we don't need to send those guys in, and we need to watch out for whatever senator suggested that, because that was a weird fucking thing to do. And we need to discipline these fucking troops, and I know everything that's about these troops. I know everything about them. I know everything about this SEAL team because I studied it, and I can have this conversation with other people, and I know that this SEAL team was acting out of standard operating procedures. I know that they were fucking getting completely fucked over by a CO who's a psycho and 2 or 3 SNCOs who did not maintain discipline, and that's why this fucking unit went bad. And it's not everybody. It's those 3 guys and that guy, and if we fucking get rid of them, this unit's going to be fine, and we're going to rebuild it. Not, we're going to cut funding to the Navy SEALs completely. You're all welcome. And then when I lose my next election, we're going to kick transgender people out of the military. like it's so fucking frustrating. This alienation between working people needs to fucking stop. And if you think that you're too good to learn about another worker, then you need to be treated badly. Horribly. You have to be fucking like literally dogged on. Your efforts must be frustrated until you are silenced forever, because you are that antithetical to us building anything valuable. These are the issues I have with actual online lefties that are actual issues. And this is the sort of stuff that kind of shows up here. That doesn't mean like this, I was talking about this fucking Aaron Reed contributor is that bad, but even the small little kind of weird missteps in this would make somebody who's outside of this is going to come in. If you start repeating that, So I understand that this Juliet Delta Kilo designation is like destroying the reenlistment ability of these people. You're going to be like, you're almost correct, but not quite. And if someone is actually like prepped for it on the other side, they'll eat you alive because your good fucking intentions are not sufficient enough to have a conversation about something you don't know about, which is always the issue at hand. What is the Cicero quote? The sinews of war, infinite wealth, and infinite resources? I don't know. Send in DevGru to Alabama to find Tuberville. Tommy Tuberville? Cut Navy SEAL tram funding, give it to MARSOC. MARSOC the best. MARSOC, quiet professionalism based. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go through this real quick. This designation shows up on job applications and government forms. Okay, hold on. It stands for Juliet Delta Kilo, a discharge code labeling someone a liability to national security. What is the source here? This is horrible writing. I just want to say that this should not be, this is very substandard. Okay. This doesn't actually say according to anything. I've just got to click on this link and then I have Airspace Forces magazine. I'm not reading through all of this to get your reference. So I'm just going to say that you don't know what you're talking about and then I'm fine because I don't know if this person knows where the reference is. That's why I'm showing you guys my sources. According to this thing, I bring it all up. If you ever see any articles that are like this and they have links, be very distrustful of their ability to tell you what the fuck's going on. Even if you agree with them, but also especially if you agree with them. Because these link outs, this is not proper citation. This is improper citation. Okay? Linking out to stuff doesn't tell you what's going on. And if these websites that these are linked to go down, you no longer have the link and you no longer know what it is. This is piss poor journalism. This is actually bad. You would fail a normal journalism course for this. If there's a journalism course you took that said this was okay, it needs to be expunged from the curriculum of any school that gives it. Because I need to know exactly specific. It stands for Juliet Delta Kilo, a discharge code labeling someone a liability to national security. According to who? According to not an original source, but according to Air and Space Forces magazine, some part of it in here. I'm not going to read through the whole thing because I don't even know if it's actually in there. Designation shows up on job applications and government forms. Not true. I'm just going to tell you that right now. That is untrue. I have a separation code. Okay? And it's not on anything I've never applied to a single job and written it down that I can think of in my fucking mind. I haven't even given every job my DD-214. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of them never asked for it. I can't think of a job I gave my DD-214 to. I just said I was in the military and they asked me what kind of discharge I got. And I said honorable and they never asked. The only places I ever have to bring my DD-214 to are governmental in nature because it's something to do with the VA or some other benefits thing, or I'm going to the DMV and I want my like veteran code on my ID because it helps me with fucking getting into certain buildings easier. And that's pretty much it. I've never, so I don't know. I don't know why it would show up on a job application. Maybe it does. I don't know what job applications it does. Or where the reference is here. Like we're not proving this. And government forms. As far as I know, your discharge would only be on one government form. Maybe it's on other ones. I don't know. I don't know what these are. And I'm not learning it from this article. Maybe it's in here. But I don't know if this person knows because this isn't a primary source you would get this information from. Do you understand? Like this is bad journalism. Dog shit. It impacts a person's ability to get jobs, the security clearance, or even immigrate, as Alex's spouse and children are doing while Alex stays behind. I don't know if any of that's true. This is the kind of code they gave to homosexuals and communists in the 1950s, Alex said. Kind of sure, probably from this person's understanding, but now we know that it's a little bit more complicated than that, but there's just a better answer. This is what you would give to people who have mishandled classified material or have made statements that make the government say, we cannot trust this person to be anything anywhere near anything of value. I would need that to be clarified. This is where more recently it's been applied to queer people under the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy as per CBS. Okay. But I would need, this isn't proven. This is a statement from anonymous source. You can't use this as the final statement in something. This can only be somebody's vibe. So in journalistic sense, you have to follow this up with proof of every single thing that this person says, referentially at least. So like, okay, I need to know that it's the homosexuals and communists in the 50s. I need to know what the code is. I need to know that people that mishandle classified material or have made statements against the government have gotten this code because you have no proof of this. This is bad journalism. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Just bad journalism. More recently, it's been applied to queer people under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. What is the CBS Army document outlines plans for expelling transgender troops from military. It's from the 31st of 2025. Okay. Very long article. I'm not going to read the entire thing because your article should be able to stand alone. I don't know if this is even in this article. It doesn't show me where. I don't get linked to a specific highlighted chunk. I don't have a screenshot. I'm just going to go ahead and say that that's not proven. As Alex knows all too well, I don't know how that's the case. This battlefield is not only for the military. When you say that trans people are not worthy of being in the military, even if they can do the job, that makes them less in the eyes of the law, Alex said. But when we are less in the eyes of the law, they can do anything they want to us. Okay, fair. In a prior ruling on the matter, District Court Aaron Reyes sounded the alarm. Under the animus and bias, the military comes with us. All right, what is this link? Is it to her statements or is it to another story? Aaron in the morning. We are self-citing our own paper. That is unacceptable. Ignored. You should say in previous reporting, this happened. And the ruling should be mentioned also in a ruling on X, in a ruling in this court at least. District court judge, what district court? Do you understand? And so okay, we get down here. She wrote in a March opinion. This should be up here. You're burying this. Okay, now this opinion is too long to read. Okay, so what part of it? Its language is unabashedly demeaning. Its policy stigmatizes transgender. She wrote in a March opinion. Okay. I mean, that's fair. This is ultimately okay. That's all I need. I don't know. This is an opinion. This should just be here. This link makes me feel like this justifies this, but this justifies it. So this should be up here. I should also have the district judge where they're from. You need more. The conservative bloc of the Supreme Court overturned a lower court's order to pause the trans ban. This move may indicate justice predisposition on the United States. I don't know how that's the case. This case could determine the constitutionality of gender-affirming care bans for trans people any day now. This is very opinionated. Even if it's true. Okay. I don't... Do I have to... What is this linked to? SCOTUS blog. Okay. I don't know what part of it. I don't know why that's authoritative. The move may indicate justice's predisposition on trans issues ahead of the opinion. This is, dude, Oyez, new Brown revisited facts of the case. Question. I've never even seen Oyez. What is this? Is this the public access to the court records you normally have to pay for based? The weaponization of the JDK code is merely the latest in Trump's attempts to disenfranchise trans people from all public life. Also, I don't see the other one that's in here, the JFF code or whatever, because that's the enlistment one, or the RE3, which is actually the real issue. The real weaponization is the RE3 code, the re-enlistment one. The other ones, I don't always see those pop up. That might be a thing for officers, because only officers are getting hit with that, which that wasn't specified in this that I saw. And the other code is hitting enlisted people who are going to get hit harder because that's going to be trans people that are enlisted and not officers. So they're just going to definitely have way less money and way less ability to get hired at doing other stuff because officers just have, first off, they already have, more than likely, if they're an officer, paid off student loan bills, hopefully, and they have a college degree because you have to have a college degree to be an officer. So anyone getting hit with the JDK code is in a much better position than any of the enlisted people, but we're focusing on officers. So this is people that have been to college. Whoops. I clicked on the thing up there and not this. This is plunging the knife and twisting it to ensure that trans people would have no role in government ever again. Fair opinion. It's to punish us for having the temerity to think that we belong. So this Pride Month, companies like Coca-Cola, I don't care about that. Trump is unlawfully sicking National Guardsmen and Marines onto the Los Angeles uprising. It's ICE. It's an opinion. He's reportedly trying to do the same in cities across the country, namely strongholds in blue states. That's an opinion about an opinion, who have expressly told Trump they don't need or want combatants in their streets. Doesn't matter. Military experts warn this is dangerous for civilians and service members alike. However, that doesn't seem to matter to Trump. That's a link to Defense News, which is definitely a Gannett. This is definitely a Gannett. If they just mixed everything together. We don't have Military Times anymore. It's Defense News. It's not a particularly good article. I had to look up a bunch of shit on my own to make sure that the person knew what they were talking about. And I immediately was just like, I don't know if this is the case at all. More importantly, it really does. I'm going to just double check real quick. Yeah, it doesn't seem to know much about the situation at hand. We get a lot of stuff on background. It's an opinion piece. And we kind of gloss over the fact that there's 2 of these codes that are being used, and the one is being hit, is hitting probably going to hit way more people. And that's going to be enlisted trans individuals. So now, right, this is only officers, is the JDK, because that's what it says in the memorandum. But the other code is going after enlistment people, and they're using it as an administrative separation, but then hitting them with the R3, you can only re-enlist with a waiver, which is basically saying don't join the military because we'll make it hard for you to re-enlist. If you want to re-enlist at all, you have to have a waiver, which is who the fuck even knows what waiver will be accepted and how to get it. And then also next time we're in, we can administratively separate you from the military again at any time. This is kind of the issue over and over again with lefties talking about the military. I mean, you're concerned. A lot of this is probably true, but these are not very convincing articles. And the problem with the lack of convincing is you as an individual may be like, well, I believe it because Aaron Reed puts this person on and I trust her and that's based. Okay, but an unconvincing article won't be convincing to the next person down the line, which is why you as a leftist are being educated. You as a leftist are educating yourself so that you can share information with other people who may not be leftists. Or maybe are leftists and don't know the correct information. It's a social part of our existence, and it's one of the inherent things about socialism that are important. Good propaganda, okay, and good information sharing. Getting people to know that there's a problem, that it affects them, and that they can change it, and that your solution to change it works. This doesn't really give a lot of situational, it doesn't give a lot of changes. It doesn't seem to understand the issues at hand. I think I'm going to probably say no more sharing Aaron Reed in the morning. I only like authoritative sources for sharing news items. That's not a good news item. As an opinion piece, okay, but I don't know the person, so I don't care about their opinion, and their opinions relative to the military don't seem to be based on knowing too much about it, so I can kind of ignore them completely, which sucks. But also, yeah, if you try to share that with someone else, like, hey, I don't know if you know this, Dad, but you were in the military and they're fucking over trans people in the military. And your dad starts reading this, and this might be the time to convince your dad, right? And then he reads through this and he goes, this person was clearly never in the military, and I don't know what the fuck. I'm not clicking on 15 links to get clued in on this. What's going on? Like, I prove this by clicking in, and then it's on to another whole other story. What? No. And then it's another opinion piece written by this same person. This is an opinion piece, by the way. The language shows it as an opinion piece. It's opinionated. It's got extra shit thrown in. It's related to other fucking situations that are happening that happen to be in the military, related to the military, but it's not this one, which is kind of insulting because it's like, hey, I don't know if you know, but the military is being misused. And you should be really concerned about trans service members being kicked out of the military. It's like, well, how am I supposed to feel about the military right now? You know what I mean? We need to keep Delta Force out of public things. True. Not Aaron getting blacklisted from the West Side. Well, definitely that whoever S. Baum is, not a particularly good. I mean, I just don't. I don't care for like lefty opinion rags and blogs because, first off, unless I'm going to disagree with them or agree with them, then their opinions aren't going to be as valuable in my community as mine. And second, I want people to move away from the sharing opinion pieces as though they're reporting, because they're not. I'm not doing reporting right here, right now. All right. This is not how you should be getting your news, and you should not be hearing the way that those kind of things are phrased and uncritically sharing shit like that. Because I get so much shit where it's people like, I don't know if you know this, but blah. And I know you didn't read the article because the article doesn't even say what you think it says. You just share headlines, and then you get completely misled because you get led around by the dick like fucking 80-year-olds get led around by the dick by Fox News and Facebook stuff, and then you think you're better than those people, and then I have to explain painstakingly that you're not, and then you get mad at me. And I just want to skip to the end of you getting just mad at me about you don't get to share some blogger's fucking opinion blog, and then we have to talk about an opinion blog. With all due respect to the person that shared it, you just probably didn't know better. I got another article from that person too that actually explained some of this shit. But you know, I had to do a lot of my own research here because the articles weren't well researched. And understand, it took me, I started looking at this at 11:45 or noon or so. And all of the little sites that I went to go to double check to bring all this stuff up, that took me 15 or 20 minutes while I was looking at also all of the other shit that I was going to put on today. So it doesn't take that long. These people are lazy. They did not do the research. They are lazy. They are lazy or they are incompetent, with all due respect. And they need to be better if they want to have more effect. Because you could have presented all of the information I have access to, but you didn't. You just randomly linked to other shit, which is not good because it doesn't tell me what's happening. Sometimes it wasn't the case. Sometimes it was. Being spotty is not a, well, at least they did it. Sometimes it's not, good. This would fail like a freshman level news writing and reporting class. You would fail the assignment raw. And understand, like, oh, I never went to college for it. Okay, well, maybe you should have. All right, it is a bit of a skill. All you got to do is be able to cite the entirety of the fact and where people can find it themselves. All right? Whole statement. A story that's based on a single on-background person, Alex from fucking, is like saying, like, somebody calls into Majority Report, like, hi, my name's fucking, I'm John from Pennsylvania, and I just want you to know all of these things. And if you look at this report and that report, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, you just basically did the same thing as just any random caller to the Majority Report. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. I've never read that. I mean, maybe it said it, maybe it didn't, but I didn't read that, caller. I'm not going to read it right now. It's like 700 words. What part? Can you tell me what part of the report I need to focus on? It's fundamentals, okay? And people need to focus on that a little bit more. I think it's one of the bigger reasons I wanted to talk about that piece as well. If I was Aaron Reed, I would definitely suggest, I think I read some of Aaron's stuff and it seemed a little bit more better put together. She was twit-longering or something. I was following something, so I know I just have Aaron Reed in the back of my head as being pretty authoritative, or at least effective at communicating in a journalistic fashion certain stuff. But I would definitely look twice at getting any more information from that S-Bomb individual unless they cleaned up their reporting a lot, because that is not ideal. Solid cedar spoof, thank you. The only news I get here is drama community news. Has anybody realized that Tyler looks like if the Surf Times took testosterone? What the fuck? He's Canadian. My parents are both in the Navy, but I kind of doubt they would care about this. My dad just doesn't give a shit about something that isn't affecting him right now. You should bring it up to him. Bring it up. Like, Dad, would you have let people get kicked out for this kind of stuff? Like, ask them if they think don't tell was a good idea. I don't think it was. And see if you can start the conversation off like that. Make sure you find a better article. Don't use me talking about it. I wasn't particularly authoritative either. But Task and Purpose did one that seems a little bit more better. U.S. military's highest ranking transgender officer says separation process is broken, which makes sense. Okay, fair enough. But I don't know. It's a big situation. And we need more people talking about it that are knowledgeable about the military and have respect for people that were in it to talk about it. Because if you don't and you weren't, you are only going to cause harm. I would say to the point where you may be engaging in secondary transphobia if you talk about these issues without some degree of understanding of how the military operates. Because very likely you're going to do this thing where you're going to say, well, transgender people losing their jobs because they're transgender is bad, but you shouldn't be in the military, so you should basically be happy that you're not in the military anymore as a trans person, which is ignoring trans people as people who make their own decisions and turning them into a pawn in your political speech. So understand that I will stand on the statement of, yeah, if you try to talk about these issues, you can respect trans people and talk about trans issues, right? And be like, I respect them because they're trans. But like, if that's the limit of respecting them, then you're not respecting trans people. You're respecting trans people's struggle and considering them all as basically just a series of rubber bands in a giant rubber band ball, some of which are disposable to your talking points. Think of it like that. So if you want to talk about trans people in the military, you should understand the military and what being in the military means to a person who is also transgender. It's more than one way that you have to go about it to understand what the fuck is going on. I think that people should go out there with that kind of in mind, because I just know that the conversations around this are going to be really fucking stupid, particularly from camps like Vosh's. I actually don't want to. I don't want to see the DNC transthetical. Yes. Has anybody in here seen the Vegas shooter footage that was leaked? Which one? Except when Tim Pool's dad calls in on as an expert on Tim Pool. That is hilarious. I should try to call in. I could almost... no, they grew up together. There's absolutely no way I could do John Benjamin and try to get on a Sam Cedar. Hi, I'm someone else. Hello. Hey, caller, where you calling from? My name is Jim from New Jersey. Jim from New Jersey. What's on your mind? I just want to let you know that the Majority Report, in my opinion, is probably one of the worst podcasts ever. And also, Donald Trump is probably... No, Tim Pool is probably smarter than everybody on this show. Oh, yeah. What? Your name wouldn't happen to be John or anything, would it? No, I don't know anyone like that. I don't know anyone like that at all. I wouldn't know anything either about Jazz Daredevil canned drinks or anything like that. As a matter of fact, my voice is different than my voice is different. I sound just like you. What would John Benjamin sound like, trying to sound like Sam Cedar? I don't know. Maybe like this. I don't know. Just Sam Cedar talking about stupid things on the internet. And I was in the military. I was seaman first ass. Dude, don't make gross jokes like that. Gross. Ew. Oh, wait, did I ban him? Well, if I did, whoops. Does it actually delete? Probably not. Probably takes like 5 minutes to. Hey, Brendan. Yeah, what, coach? Look, Brendan, there's a lot of things that you need to know about this life. First off, getting stun locked. Brendan, listen to me. Getting stun locked between segments, okay? You don't want to do that, Brendan. Oh, why not, coach? Because, Brendan, the people are bored, all right? And if you don't keep them entertained, Brendan, they'll leave. I make movies and stuff. I don't think I would. It's dead air, Brendan. Dead air? Dead air, Brendan. Do you know what dead air is? No, I don't. Listen, Brendan. Listen. Coach, are we gonna... Brendan, that was dead air. That's what it was, Brendan. It's horrible. You got to live in fear of it, Brendan. You need to be completely afraid of dead air. Why? Because they'll leave, Brendan. and they'll never come back. The Jazz Daredevil whiskey highball. Jared, this is a Jazz Daredevil whiskey. I see that you're on the can. That's not me. That's the Jazz Daredevil. That's not you. And that's not you. No, that's the Jazz Daredevil. He's, a daredevil that plays jazz music. He plays jazz very well, as a matter of fact, but also badly. You don't know how to play piano, right? No, I don't know how to play piano. But you did it anyway. Yes. Dead air. Whoa, Kimasabi. I did ban him. Okay, unban that guy. If you can unban that guy. It was an accident. I meant to delete your message, but instead I killed you. Whoops. Okay. I guess we're gonna continue the military thing today. So this is hopefully Donald Trump was a birthday boy. Donald Trump was a birthday boy on Saturday, and nobody came to his little birthday party. Donald Trump is a guy in the White House, man. Donald Trump was trying to have a Kim Jong-un birthday party this weekend, and it failed utterly. All weekend, if you weren't doing tile like I was, you probably didn't. You may have been at the No Kings protests, which are the current largest protests in American history. Don't get too fucking excited, because we said that about the George Floyd protests, and this is going to kill you to know, but they did not end police brutality. Fucking sucks, I know, but hopefully if you're out there protesting, turn this into a time to get people to register to vote or register to own a firearm. Okay, I do something a little bit more proactive than just walking around. I respect walking around. Going for a walk is good. Okay, if we had a healthier society, there would be this many people walking around in these cities all the time. But Donald Trump's little parade did not have people show up. I think they thought there was going to be a major protest movement against it, but they just went somewhere the fuck else, and apparently so did everybody else. Oh my God, there's a Gorpo. Hi there, Super Chat at $10. Thanks for talking about the topic. Here's my apology money for making you do a lot of work for it. I'll do better in the future when it comes to sources for content suggestions. No, you did a good content suggestion. There's never going to be one where I'm like, nothing. If I had to do a bunch of stuff, it's because that was a good suggestion. Your glorious mistake led to education. But it's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Donald Trump, big booty ass cheeks, big shitter glitter. He had his little birthday party, and it failed hilariously. Like, nobody went. It was boring. Someone was doing Lizzo karaoke. I hope it wasn't Lizzo, but I remember seeing some TikTok of people like, this sounds like shit. And it sounded like some white lady singing Lizzo. So Lizzo, if that was you performing there, I just want you to know you threw some mayonnaise on that one. And if it wasn't, that shit was pure mayonnaise. But people were asking me about the Army. So this is kind of going the rounds right now. And this is the Army, the United States Army, walking. And doing this is an inspection. So they're doing, you see them all looking to the left right here? And people were asking if this is them phoning it in or if they're just bad at it. And we're going to talk about it for a second. I like this too, because this guy's a Medal of Honor recipient and he looks like he really just doesn't want to be there. This is Sergeant Major, I guess. Army Sergeant Major, maybe. Somebody.
Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain operations in the Indo-Pacific Theater and the Arctic, and on order decisively defeat any adversary in extreme cold weather, mountainous and high-latitude environments through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are
Shout out. This is from Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth. I don't feel too bad snagging some footage because I don't know how the fuck else you would get it. It's gonna be a DoD place, so it's gonna be pool photography type deal. But still,
the
credit.
Army's only Arctic division. Masters of Arctic Warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an amphibious invasion of Luzon and distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila. After
Oh my God, Manila Luzon mentioned. Pride. I'm sorry, this is a Pride parade now. Manila Luzon was mentioned. That's a cut. What is that? A season 10 cut? Maybe 11? I can't remember when Manila Luzon was on there.
a period spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65.
This is the most bag of ass formation I've ever seen. I have no idea why they're curving like this.
After periods spent inactive and stationed in
See, we got some other people. Drone guys walking around with some fucking electric guitar. I don't know what. My man's got the strap up. Are these Marines actually? That looks like Marpat. No, that's Army. What the fuck? Are they? Is that a fucking like heavy metal cover of fucking Journey? Separate Way? Are they playing Separate Ways? It is. That's Journey. That's if I ever leave you, true love won't deceive you. Though we just went our separate ways, I still love you, girl. I really love you, girl. What the fuck are we? Are we are we getting seceded, or is the military breaking up with Donald Trump? Why are they playing? I'm just skipping through. I wanted to show the army marching because that's a part. This isn't like planned because I would have never hit that accurately if it was. They're playing fucking Separate Ways. It sounds like a fucking chiptune cover of Separate Ways. That is absolutely fucking bonkers. The dude's just holding the drone? Yes. These guys might be some sort of special operations group, or they finally upgraded because these are the good NVGs with two fucking different eyes. I had the old monocular NVGs. They fucking sucked. What do we got going on here? Here we go. Who the fuck are these guys?
the ROTC and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of Cadets.
There you go. There's Rotzi. Rotzi's marching.
Has remained building
Is this playing it too?
Individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. Students at the university who participate.
I have this on normal speed. But for some reason this is double speeded. This is sped up.
In the Army ROTC earned their commission as officers ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard.
Somebody sped up this footage for some reason before they uploaded it, or I don't know why, but it makes them look like they're all marching, like they need to hurry up and finish before they have to take a shit.
Army Reserve.
But I guess, yeah, this is probably supposed to all be the Army, right? Because this is supposed to be, it's the 250th anniversary of the Army, which I think is what? No, it's also the 250th anniversary because 1775, Tun Tavern, November 10th, 1775, Marine Corps birthday. I never got to go to a single Marine Corps birthday. So it's ours too, but we don't get shit. We never do. Bro, we all gotta go watch this fucking dog shit. I fucking hate being in the military, man. Who's this dildo?
Here in front of y'all, and thank you guys so much for what you guys do. And honestly, happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday.
Dude, with all due respect, the U.S. Army cannot gather in any fucking area without looking like a full bag of ass. You guys just look like shit. I gotta tell you that.
The Military Institute can participate in Army ROTC or the Corps of Cadets, while cadets in the Corps.
And this is definitely sped up. Is it that fucking boring? God damn, this is the most empty parade I've ever seen. Here we go. Is that there? Okay, so this has got to be like the Army band, hopefully.
Previously serving Army Band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. The West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer and fifer appointed by George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world.
So these guys are marching in step, right? So yeah, it all goes back to this. This is the people we're talking about before. These guys are on patrol for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they have them on patrol. Like, all right, you guys are gonna be in fucking column front, and then you had these dudes. And yeah, these guys are not marching in formation. I don't know why. I mean, they're in formation, so they're doing what you call it looks like they're doing what you call route step. I don't know if there's an Army term for it, but in the Marine Corps, at least, all right, speaking from my experience, to go anywhere as a unit, you have to go in formation, right? Or you'll get in trouble. Now, you don't have to march because it's, first off, a pain in the fucking ass to do marching. It's actually very difficult because if you're not on roads and shit with right angles and everybody's not kind of like, and you don't have somebody that's good at it, at leading the march is way harder than doing it. Doing it, you just have to do what you're supposed to do. But if you have some dipshit leading it that doesn't know what they're doing, it's very frustrating and it's very embarrassing if you do it wrong. So these guys look like they're doing route step. Now, I looked up Army graduation and they don't look too much different. The Army is a bag of ass. With all due respect, I'll say it 7 more times. They're a fucking bag of ass. They look like shit all the time. And they're not as good as the Marines. And it's just the case. Can these guys march? They should be able to. Marines can march. I guess they really did just steal the Army's whole thing for Trump's birthday party and made it into this deal. But these guys should be marching, and they should be in uniform, in their service uniform for a presidential display. Now, they may have intended to do that in the original one. If I was doing this in the Marines, aside from if the officer said to do it otherwise, they would make us show up in what you call a service uniform, which looks like this, right? Service uniform Marines. I'm not going to bring up the Army service uniform because it looks like shit compared to ours, okay? So what you have is these are service Bravos, okay? So these guys are in service Bravos, which is basically almost the Alphas. You have a tie, right? You have your belt, you have your shoes on, and it's this green color, okay? You're probably used to this. These are blues, even if they're not actually blue. This is your blue Alphas. Blues Alphas, right? This is the full thing. Alphas usually means that it has the full coat on. This is service Alphas, right? You see how it's got this little coat deal, but you got the tie underneath. When you actually work in the Marines, in certain positions, and this is recruit depot, obviously. Fucking look at the drill sergeant there. Really about it. You actually just wear these to work every day, because it's kind of like having a suit to go to work. Sometimes you wear BDUs or camis, whatever you want to call them, and those are just fucking camis, right? Camouflage blouse, belt. You're still supposed to be like together, and the Army, because of the way that their uniforms are, they literally just always look like a bag of ass because their uniforms just fucking suck. Look at these guys. I can't tell if it's the Army or not. Look at my man's got shit in his fucking cargo shorts. I don't give a fuck what rank you are. You're fucking hitting you have shit in your cargo pocket in front of the President of the United States of America. You're doing push-ups all day. You are going to sweat out your disgusting fucking bad habits. But everybody learns to march in the military, as far as I know. The Army's not particularly good at it. But they should be having like their version of this, which looks pretty similar. You wouldn't really be able to tell as somebody that's, in the, I think there's like a little bit more like that old version of ours. You wouldn't be able to tell as somebody that's not in the military what is and isn't Marine Corps Army service outside of these blues that we have, which are very iconic, and we have our red stripes on our shorts and stuff, our pants. But I digress. They should be in that for presentation for the president of the United States of America. Now, if he said he wants them to look like this, they should look like this. But they also should have their, basically, their fleet uniform, right? So when I was in, I had a fuckload of outfits. The military is very gay. And with your normal work camis, right, which you wear all the time, those get worn out like nuts. The patterns actually get worn off of them. They have holes in them and shit. And then you have your fucking fleet camis, which are ones that you never wear. You keep them pressed with a little fucking line in it and stuff. And they look very, very sharp. Those and a pair of boots that are like clean. Marine Corps boots are like, we don't have the black boots anymore. That's since like the late 90s. So you have tan boots and shit. But you have all that shit together, and you have a cover that's really creased and pressed, and it's the octagonal cover. Marines have an octagonal, sharp-sided looking cover. The Army wears this fucking like literal diaper thing on their fucking heads, and they look like shit. It's not my fault that your guys' uniforms look like ass. It's yours, okay? You weren't ready to be Marines yet. If you wanted a good uniform, you know what branch of service you should have joined. Now, should they be marching in step at least? Yes. Because they're doing presentation. Do you see these guys looking to the left right here? That is how you mass salute, basically. Sometimes you salute, sometimes you don't. But that's about how you do a walking, present arms, I believe it is. And you basically like, look, and I'm going to show you the Marine Corps version of this that recruits do in a second. But when you're doing that, you should be, and if you're carrying your guide on and stuff, you should be in step. And these guys aren't. Now, because it's the Army, I can't tell if it's because they're a bag of ass or because they're phoning it in. And it might be both. I gotta say, if someone told me to route step in front of the president and I didn't want to be there, I would be route stepping. Route stepping means you no longer step. By the way, I think I forgot to say this. You don't step to time. You're not in cadence. So, normally you'd be like, forward, march, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. You know what I mean? Left, 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 right, left. That's the standard. That's a drum cadence. Chop, 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 chop. Official. And then you have like cadence call. I don't know if other branches do that. Marine Corps, we do call cadence when you're marching, because like marching is a big thing. It builds unit cohesion. It teaches you how to learn and do and work together. It's very difficult to do correctly, right? And one of the reasons these guys might be off step is because they're playing music while they're walking. So that's also very difficult. That's a skill you have to learn, is how to stay in step with your actual cadence call if something else is happening. Because, if you hear a separate ways playing or some shit, it's going to be hard to stay on tune. But it's like... low, high, to left, right, left, low, high, to left, right, low, right. And people sing cadence all sort of different ways, right? And that helps you get used to hearing the rhythm inside the song, so to say, so you can kind of do it anywhere. And then you have the ones, little yellow birdie with a little yellow bill. It's running cadence, right? Which is literally double time. So instead of, I think it's like legitimately like 60 steps per minute, step every second, it's like 120. Then you have halftime where you fucking tup, and you have in time or whatever the fuck, in place march. And the reason you have it is so that when you call the cadence, everybody does everything at the same time. So, present arms, port arms, forward march, to the left flank, march right. On the right flank, march. Because you have to know which foot to call it, because you actually have to call it on the right foot. So some moves where you turn right, you have to call it so that it's called on the right foot, so that you step right, step, and then you turn to the left, pop. On the left flank, march right, pop, and you step, cop, shoot, boom, and you go. It's this whole fucking thing, right? Very difficult to learn to call cadence, but you have to do it if you want to be any sort of NCO in the military so that you can do this, because it's really like showing your respect for the higher ranked people, okay? It'd be very funny that the Army was just doing... I will not say that they were doing this and phoning it in, because you could get in a lot of trouble if you were. It would be kind of hard to get away with it. But I will say, if you just, via orders, ended up looking like a gigantic bag of ass like this, it would be fucking hilarious. It'd be very, very funny. But they are doing a present see them all looking to the left, and I'll show you what that looks like. This is just recruits graduating from MCRD Paris Island. Show this shit. So this is what I mean. Like, when you do anything official, you're supposed to have official uniforms on. I guess they get to fucking graduate in blues now. Full blues, which we did not have. Unless these are the exemplary recruits. They get free blues, and I guess you can buy them too if you want. But we didn't get them when I was in during the surge. I graduated in blue alphas? No, I think I graduated in service alphas. Either service alphas or blues bravos. Right? Which is, I think I might have said Charlie's earlier. I meant to say bravos. Charlie's has short sleeves. But yeah, you get here, you get the white belt and the whole thing. I never owned this uniform because you have to buy it yourself, or at least you did when I was in. And I never needed it because I was deployed 3 times and I never went to a single Marine Corps ball because I was on deployment training. I was in 29 Palms doing fucking combined arms exercises in Iraq, whatever the fuck. So I never owned a Blues Alpha. There's no pictures of me in Blues Alphas that are real because even the one in boot camp is just a piece of Velcro shit. But this is what this marching is supposed to look like in a general sense. And this is a standardized type of marching kind of around the world. Where you guys coming out? Right here. Passing in review. That's what I meant to say. I don't know if somebody actually answered that, but you're passing in review. So this is what it looks like. This is a standard Marine Corps recruit training graduation. Shout out to whoever uploaded this. I think it's just like okay, Uzmo Life. Thank you very much for uploading this so I could see it. I've been on, this is the Paris Island parade deck. I have been tortured right here. I fucking burned my feet to a crisp walking around in fucking uniform here. But this is what passing in review looks like. And it's probably one of the oldest traditions that exist militarily in the Western world, and a lot of Eastern, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, non-Occidentalists have adopted this same sort of thing. It goes all the way back to like Romans and shit. The reason horses can do dressage and stuff is for this. And it's literally so that you can review the troops so that you can see how good they look. If you have the president, even on No King's Day, reviewing your troops and they look like a bag of ass, it's a massive humiliation. Whether or not they were phoning it in on purpose, it is a humiliation. Because this is what it's like for just the commanding officer of Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Paris Island, to have his literal troops in review who are recruits who have been doing this for a total of 13 weeks. This is 13 weeks. This is how solid they look. You see them all hitting that turn? And so as you see them walking, right, they don't have those quite gigantic flags because these are nobodies, right? This is a recruit training battalion. So this is the battalion, recruit training battalion guidon, this flag. This flag is an ancient military tradition if you don't know anything about it. And it represents the successes and glories and such of your unit. This is a recruit training guidon. It doesn't have shit on it. Maybe sometimes, I don't know if they always do this. I think ours had like, if you do like one good thing in training, it's okay. But because it's a training battalion, it is permanently disintegrated after you're good as a unit by sort of like military like rules or whatever. And so your guidon is restarted at the beginning every time because basically you don't want ever to have a recruit training battalion, you know, with all these honors and stuff over an actual battalion. My battalion's guidon, 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines guidon, was resplendent to say the least because you get shit for everything. Let me see if they have 2/8's guidon. 2/8 guidon. Images. I don't even know where I would find this. Let me see. 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines. 2nd Battalion, 8th. Oh, I know. 8th Marine changeover. 8th Marine Regimental changeover. If they have video of this from back in the day. Oh, they're perfect. Here we go. You can sort of see it. So this is the 8th Marine Regiment. This is the regimental guide on. Open image and new tab. So you can see how, like, they don't have the whole thing. Do you see how much shit is on this fucker? Right? It's completely loaded up, and it's this whole big deal. Sometimes, I think even down to the tassels that are on it and the colors that are permitted on it show you all this stuff that the unit's done. So, like, they get fucking heavy. One of my favorite stories is a dude who none of us liked, who was dying because it's an honor to carry the guide on. And he fought for it, and then he got to do it at regimental changeover, which means he had to be at present arms. Present arms! So you'll see these guys do it if I keep this going on. But this just goes forward and hangs down, so you can see everything that's on it. And when you do present arms, right, you also, like, hold out swords and shit. It's so you can literally see that everybody's, like, strapped. This is for back in the day when you had a king, literally, they'd be like, all right, I need to make sure, I want them to pass and review so I can see that they all have uniforms. They look like they are not a bag of ass, and I want to see who they are and what they are. That's why you do this. So I'll let this kind of go in the background while I'm going. I'll turn it down. Oh, shit. You don't need to hear all the fucking music. Just understand it goes top, top, brap, brap, brap. And then there's other stuff played over. This is a fucking drill instructor. Do we have them? Okay, yeah, right here. We'll start passing and review. All right. Do you see how they're toying and they're looking like this? He actually does it. Let's see if we can see them go to present arms. So before, the drill instructors are going to be walking, and I don't know why, but they got the thing up. You see how he pulls the sword out and shows? So normally they're walking with that up on their shoulder if you see him before. And then it goes, present arms. The sword gets held down like that. The guidon gets held out in front like this. Hopefully it doesn't furl. And then the side unit, they look straight. That's the 4th squad, so that they can stay and not fall. And then everybody else looks to the right. Right? Da-da-da. And so that's so that you can see all the faces of the people. You can see their uniforms. You can see that they march in lockstep. This is the point of it. It's a military tradition that exists in basically, like, throughout. We didn't invent this, right? I think our specific version was adopted from French forces in the 1700s and became our own thing. It's like, you know, different types of salutes around the world and all that sort of shit too. Oh, my bad. Fuck me. Sorry. Let's go back. So, yeah. This is the sword, right? See how he's presenting arms? He's got the guide on straight forward like that. Has that not been on the screen the entire fucking time? I hope that's not the case. So this is present arms. He's got the sword down like this. All the guys are looking over and that guide on straight instead of going up and down. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to kind of just like twist it a little bit so that it unfurls, so that the name of your unit, which will be on there, so far as it'll be 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines when I was in the fleet with our little logo and stuff, it'll hang down. And then the top of this thing will be just a fucking panoply of shit. And that's your guidon. And stealing guidons from other units is like an ancient tradition, or like maybe there's signs and stuff. And go rob these motherfuckers. Just rob the shit out of them. Dressage is pronounced dressage. Dressage, by the way. Fuck that. Dressage. Hell no. Did I show you guys the fucking guidon too? Did I miss that part? This is what this looks like. Boink. All right, this is the 8th Marine Regiment guidon, which means this is probably regimental ops, which means my one of the places I used to live is back there. But you see the fucking size of this goddamn thing? All of those little banners and shit, those are all campaigns that the units participated in and major awards and stuff. And then even down to like these fringes and shit are all part of everything. I can't remember it all, but like people that know about flags know. And this thing is heavy as fuck. This thing is heavy as shit. All right. It is fucking like laden, and it's got a big old fucking pike on top of it. So that's a trivia thing you have to memorize. What weapon's been in use? The longest weapon in use in the Marine Corps or the U.S. military, it's the fucking head, the pike on the guidon, the sharp part. You would stab people with this fucking thing, but basically back in the day, you would hold this up so that the fucking guy, whoever's directing the military operation in the moment, can see where your battalion is and how far forward they are, right? And sometimes these would get captured. People would trade for them. You go all the way back to Rome, and you have the Roman eagle on top of a big-ass fucking stick. You know, same kind of deal. I pulled it offline. I pulled it off again. You have the Roman eagle on a big ass stick, all that type. But then, yeah, you look at these guys, and they're just bumbling down, kind of wandering. And yeah, they're at present. That's their guide on for this unit. I guess they can't do present arms because their fucking flag's too big and the guy's too fucking short, but they have all their stuff hanging off. Then you can see they're doing present. So these guys are going straight and these guys are all looking left. So they should be in step, but they're just not. And I can't tell if it's because the army is a bag of fucking ass or not. I mean, my man's out here in a fucking neck gaiter. What is going on? They're completely out of fucking ranks. I don't know if this is an army thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 squads deep. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing that happens. In the Marine Corps, it's almost always 4 in a column. I could be not. Maybe. Well, let's see. How's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 9 is 81. So that's probably the entire company. So that's a company formation. That might be why they're fucking up. I don't think I've ever done no, I've done company formations, but I don't think we marched in them ever because it's impossible to fit them anywhere except for maybe a street this big. So you march in platoon, which is 4x, and then you kind of link up. So you go click and then click and then click and then click in. This is a crazy mix. About 100 people is a weird amount too. I don't know. They might have some people that are hanging back. What? They're just so all over the place. The fucking army. This is a bluth. That is a bluth. Oh my God. Just absolutely fucking boogers. I respect the shit out of it. Good for you guys though. All right. Hey, service members support service members. There's even rules for vehicles. And I've seen vehicles in parade before. I don't think I've never driven one, but those, you're supposed to have the vehicles all in the same deal too. I think the fucking, with the tanks, the gun goes up and down. It's a whole deal, but they're supposed to be, they get arranged in a certain way. They're all supposed to be a certain distance. It's about showing discipline and control over your troops. I really want to hammer home how bad this is for Trump. I know that people not showing up is one thing, but he's a guy that unnecessarily fired people from the military, which damages unit cohesion. And to have a parade that looks this bad, even if no one went, that's fine. Most people don't go to military parades. They generally tend to be for the military. But as a commander-in-chief, having troops pass and review at looking like this is not good. It does not display strength. It does not display cohesiveness, coherence of message. The guys kind of being all over the place, holding drones and shit. It looks like shit. And there is no excuse that like, oh, it's the old military and da-da-da. We're wearing uniforms. We use the ranks. There's no reason that you're not marching, and there's no reason that you're not incorporating new elements into your march. If you have a Marine artillery unit and you tell them, we want your artillery unit to be part of the parade and you will be moving the artillery, the fucking command of that artillery unit is going to be, if they don't already know how to do this, they are going to be racking their fucking brains to make sure that that arty looks crisp, clean, spotless, and is arranged perfectly as it goes down the street. They are not going to permit for a second themselves to be humiliated in front of the President of the United States. You know what I mean? And they're like, I think I've heard people, is Philip DeFranco was like, we don't have marching corps in the United States military. We do. The Army Band is a marching corps. The Army Band should be probably leading this. I don't know. Well, I guess whoever's your honor guard, I think, is supposed to be leading it. I can't remember the arrangement. The units should be tighter together. They should be denser. And they should not look like shit. I really can't hammer that home enough. We do have dedicated ceremonial marching troops. I know for a fact that the Army has ceremonial troops because they guard the tomb of the unknown soldier and they do their insanely long 24-hour watches where the guys hallucinate dead guys to talk to them. But they also do stuff, I believe, at Arlington and all over the place. So those guys should be a part of it because we do have, I really can't hammer this home enough, ceremonial marching units in the military. If this wasn't going to just be the Army's thing that he stole, the president has the president's own, which is part of the Marine Corps band, and the 8th and I drill team, silent drill, and just 8th and I in general, who deal with his presidential guard details and are like some of the most on-it units on Earth. Like, they can compete worldwide if they do that kind of thing with how, like, on it they are. And it's fine to have those. It's actually good, in fact, to show military force in a way that's spectacle and not terror, right? Which is what they do. You know, you could tell, like, okay, hey, you know, we do this sort of thing, but, like, we're really good about maintaining discipline. Like, that's the kind of the point of it, is that saying, like, yeah, these guys are dangerous and we're teaching people to be killers and to use weapons of war, but they are all on the strictest leash. They are disciplined, they are self-controlled, they are respectful, and they know their rank all the way up to the top, to the point where they show extreme deference to the ranks above them, which lets you know that if someone tells them to shoot, sure, somebody will start shooting, but you can do that to any fucking group of idiots with a gun. You can tell them to stop shooting and they'll stop. You know that the ceasefire command is built into these guys somewhere. That's kind of the point of forward march and halt. Halt is harder than forward march. Forward march, you take a step. Halt, you take two. Click, clack. And you step at the same time. It's what it sounds like when you're marching. It's fucking very intense. And it shows unit cohesion, right? And that's the point of it. It's very humiliating to go to a parade that looks like this. The commander that's in charge of this thing should be, like, losing their fucking mind. I could not imagine the Marines looking like this. Even if we hated them, the guy that you're marching for, you don't show your ass. You don't show your ass in front of the enemy. You don't do piss baby performative politics when you're in the military, okay? It's cold, clean, professional, and on it every time. Like, you could maybe do something like, we're going to look away from him or something. That would be shocking to see, you know what I mean? In a thing, but you don't, like, go out looking like you're not good at your job, which is to look good doing your job. When the eyes of the world are on you, you do not make a single mistake. That's kind of so much the point of, like, these military parades and stuff, and why they do that. Even why North Korea would do it. The thing that North Korea does that we don't do is not the parade. I mean, it's a waste of time and effort. The thing that North Korea does that's bad is they make people go cheer for it, which you're kind of pushing Trump in the direction of, you know, loading the crowd up. That's what they do that's bad, all right, that we see from the outside. We say that's a bad thing to do, is make people applaud for the military. If no one wants to go and be happy about it, that's fine. But the military itself should not be taking it on itself to protest ever. Not in that venue especially, right? There's other better ways and smarter ways to do it. I won't get into that. But, like, you look good. You put your shit together. Your uniform is crisp. Everybody's on the same message. Having a guy walk around with a drone over his head is fucking wild. Especially when you could be, like, flying the drones like China does in its drone demonstration to show that they're really effective. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. You can march at port arms or, march at attention with a rifle, even if it's got kit on it, because I know I've done it. It's not fucking hard. I did it with a fucking M16A4 with, like, Surefire and a fucking hand grip on the goddamn thing. It was a pain in the fucking ass, but I can shoulder that cocksucker. You know what I mean? You guys can. You don't need to be walking around on civilian streets with a 3-point sling at the ready. You know what I mean? Or even at the patrol. Like, first off, it doesn't look good, and civilians won't understand. You also look like you're about to use the gun to shoot somebody, which you're not supposed to do when you're on parade. Because you're supposed to show people that you're home and I'm here to look good with a weapon that probably isn't loaded, but I want to show you the lethality that I possess without holding the gun like I'm going to shoot you with it. It's not the easiest thing to hammer home, but it's really, like, there's a lot of layers to how fucking incompetent this parade is. It might speak to the military itself, or at least the Army in this case, but I'm not sure. I want to show you, though, one last thing. This is Paris Island, U.S. Marine Corps. This is the silent drill team. So, like, you know, I don't know why. I don't know why Philip Frank, maybe I misunderstood, but we have ceremonial marching orders, right? 8th and I is the Marine Corps' one. All of them can get together. We have the silent drill team as a part of it, but the President's own, I believe, is a part of 8th and I as well. Even if they're not, the body removal team, the people that actually go and do orders to go, they do the ceremony of taking coffins off of fucking planes and shit. Those guys are a part of it. Everybody that works at the White House is part of 8th and I. It's, I think, actually a street. 8th and I, the Marine Corps barracks at Naval Station, whatever the fuck, Naval Station DC. I think 8th and I is actually the street address. I could be wrong about that, but that's where they work, right? All the time. And so like this is what these guys look like. Marine Barracks, Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C., 8th and I, evening parade, August 24th, 2012. Some of these guys probably went to boot camp with me. So I have it on mute, but there's nothing really to hear. Let's see all these guys do this shit. Shit's fucking cool as hell. So what you can't quite see if you're not watching this strictly, these have bayonets on them. The bayonets, I believe, are always sharp. When they're doing that spinning move, they're spinning it between the ranks of the guys next to him. So like, this guy is close enough to hit with this, but they're so in control of their steps that they're spinning a fucking bayonet in between the guy next to him. And I believe all the rest of these guys are probably 8th and I as well. You can tell 8th and I guys, they get their fucking white pants, I guess, instead of the blues with the red stripes. But like everybody in the Marine Corps, these guys all, I think, have to be infantry designation. I almost went to 8th and I, but I got sick in boot camp. Not because I'm special and any other reason that I'm 6'4". That's it. If you go infantry when you're in boot camp and you have a minimum GT score of like X, whatever it is, you go infantry, you're between 6 foot and 6'4", I believe, actually. You can't be much further out of that. 6 foot and 6'4", infantry designation. When you sign up and you have a certain GT score, they'll select you for 8th and I. Basically, like, you don't just go to it. You still got to complete school of infantry, but then you can go to 8th and I school after that. And they make sure that you keep your fucking nose clean. Like, they're on you like fucking white on rice after that. Guy that I was in SOI with, I got sick in boot camp, so I'd missed my designation, and you just get taken off of it because the slots are so like limited. A guy I went to high school with did go to 8th and I, and he went to School of Infantry with me. He was there, and then after, I knew two guys actually now that I say, but he was just after me. He was just after me from Ohio, and he was at Camp David. He was a Camp David guard, and he had to literally go and jog with fucking George W. Bush every day. That's what his job was. For the first 2 years, he was in the Marines, and then he transferred to a combat role. I got sick in boot camp, so no 8th and I for me, sad to say. But yeah, the qualifications: 6 foot tall, minimum GT score, and then don't get sick. Also, I guess is a qualification too. Another guy I was in with, he got selected for body team because he had the appropriate body mass, and they basically paid for his fucking protein while he was in SOI, and they're like, do not get injured, and you are on a special exercise regimen because you're going to be carrying fucking caskets for probably the entire rest of the time that you're in the Marines. The guy's like, all right, and that's it. So you can have that, and you should. These ceremonial details are a massive part of the military. The only one I think maybe that wouldn't have one necessarily is maybe the Air Force, because they're from like, almost 120-ish years or something like that after everybody else. But still, the Navy has a bunch of these too. The Navy has a ceremonial flight crew, the fucking Blue Angels, are for doing that specific thing. Yeah, they use them for recruiting, but they're also to show precision, capability. If we train guys to do this specific thing, we can. We can train people to do anything. Here's a weird, neat thing that works here that we'll train someone for. That's the point of these deals, right? That's the thing. Unbroken tradition, being really, really capable, and having people do repetitive stuff over and over again until they're fucking perfect at it. That's a universality through most Western style militaries, and definitely all of the ones that people that are like, you know, hardcore internet communists are afraid of, that kick the shit out of your military at some point, with a few notable exceptions. But even though a lot of your militaries do the same thing, you do dressage, you do review, and you do all of these techniques in order to fill in the foundation that putting a shooter on it comes from, right? If you want good shooters, if you want good killers, if you want good arty guys and fucking, you know, trans IT specialists and all this stuff, it's founded on this idea of uniformity and greatness of purpose. People are like, oh, you're not much of an individual. Oh, what? You learn to march in a formation? You have no idea how hard it is. And yes, you as an individual have to become exemplary to be part of a group. You do. Everyone that you know that's like, I pride myself on my individuality, I would never join the military because I'm such a great individual, usually is bad at everything. Almost every single person I've ever met that's like, I'm way too unique to have ever joined the military and like want to be like really proud of it, has basically led a life of constant failure and self-aggrandizement. You know what I mean? Because really putting your own comfort usually aside in order to focus on being part of a greater whole, that is like a fundamental thing. I got to have you just walk together and listen to somebody and everybody do the same thing at the same time with the help of rhythm is a very important foundational piece of being in a bigger group together. Think of it in sports terms too. If you've ever played sports, you've seen people play sports, think of people doing drills. All right. All four of you are going to do suicides. I want you going as fast as you can. All right, boom. Or all four of you guys are going to come up off that line together and you're going to hit this fucking pad and you're going to push this pad 25 yards in 5 fucking seconds. I'm going to see that. I'm going to see it now. Ready? Boop. Do-do-do. Boom. Hit. Do-do-do. Boom. Hit. Why? Because that's how you become part of a team. It's a foundation of organization. Can you act as one in order to accomplish far more than you as individuals can? Like, getting people to believe that being an individual that's better than a group is the fucking most op shit I think I've heard from leftists entirely. Because people I want to organize. I want to go out and organize. And then when you start telling people like, well, would you sacrifice being part of an organization and being noticed in order to make it work better? Would you stop participating in order to make something work better? Would you quit? Would you throw yourself on your sword? You know what I mean? If you really wanted leftism to happen, would you be willing, as part of an organization, to make everybody think that you were a psycho-fascist in order to get leftism? Or would you consider your personal sacrifice to be greater than the needs of the whole? And like, people don't get that. That's why you're going to fucking lose to individuals like this, because they can even put it aside for half a second. Now, the American military needs to look good on the world stage because they have more important things to consider than, you know, some fucking cat-obsessed lefty on Reddit. You know what I mean? They got to hopefully be able to, if Britain goes crazy, destroy Britain. You know what I mean? You got to be able to repel fucking this state, that state, whatever. That's the big things. Well, then why do they keep fighting these little guys? Because you got to be able to fight everybody. The big guys are scared enough to know that if they go and scrap, they're going to lose so much shit and set themselves back so fucking far that it's not fucking worth it. The little guys have nothing to lose but their chains. They're going to be the ones that fucking scrap the most, which is based on their part. That's the point, right? The American military wins every fight that people are too afraid to have with it, which you really just cannot fucking get people to comprehend. And you need to get to that point if you want to be on the world stage with America. If you want to be China, as China is now, you have to get the Chinese military to the point where people that are around China aren't going to try to fuck with China or Chinese interests because China wins every military engagement that they don't have to fight. That's a win. It really is. You don't think it is, but it is. Every time someone goes, Do we want to go into Chinese territorial waters and start taking fish? And then they don't do it? That's a win for Chinese military. The Chinese military. Every time someone thinks of us, that's a win. You don't know because people just hyper fixate on two stupid fucking things that a bunch of idiot fucking Republicans did every fucking time in order to force some sort of political conclusion in a different direction. You focus on those things like, losses. Like, no, dude, the military is winning when it doesn't fight. It really is the case because you can see what happens to all of these other countries that don't have robust militaries or have a fractured civilian population that doesn't want to go with one side or the other. It doesn't consider someone the actual occupational authority of this country. You can get in there and you can do whatever the fuck you want because America can protect itself from a SEAL Team 6 style incursion, which means that they don't happen here. Do you know what I mean? I don't have to worry about somebody building up this, like, just going to Wisconsin and then turning Wisconsin into a different sub-country because we can quell that. So people don't do that. Or they have to go crazy. Whereas the American military can go into whatever nation and start building up a fucking whole ass banana republic because you don't have the military capability to stop it, which means you're losing every fight that your military loses. You only get to lose the one time, really. If America loses multiple wars, America is fucking doing really good. I don't know if you've ever heard of the country of Iraq, but they had a family that was in charge of it. They fought a few wars and did this and that, and then they lost the one war, and now they don't exist anymore. That's what losing a war actually is. Everything else is like political actions that aren't fucking being completed. You lose or you win every war that you don't have to fight. I'm not fucking kidding. That's not an arguable thing. If you're going to take that out into the internet and be like, let me just fucking navel gaze, the people you can walk past to talk about that are going to be the greatest military minds of the earth, who are not all a bunch of dickhead white people. Go to fucking Salahuddin. I'll tell you right now, every fucking scrap I didn't have to get into because people were afraid of my fucking army, I won. Every time somebody didn't try to push Akka because I was even in the area, I won. Every time I approached and they fled before I got there, I won. Why? Because that's what the victory is. The victory condition isn't just killing their soldiers. The victory condition is what we decided the victory condition is. That's another thing that fucking lefties don't get. A lot of people don't get that, actually. Never let someone else establish a victory condition for you. Know what your victory condition is and go for it, right? Someone else might say, I won. And it's like, okay, well, you won yours. But my victory condition isn't established by you. It's my thing that I won. Like, yeah, you lost here, you lost there. It's like, but did they? What happened? What was the political goal in that area? Did it come true eventually? Was it a loss? Are you 100% sure? Or are you telling yourself it was a loss so that you can feel better and then stop focusing on all of the other things that are happening? That's what actual gaming is. That's game theory. The true shit. Real game theory, not fucking Matt Pat. Like, I want to win and I want everything. How do you win? Well, first off, you have to decide what a win is. And then second, you just make it happen. So all of this shit on the internet, this is why it's so fucking confused, is that people have attached win conditions to the stupidest shit. And then they presume that other people's win conditions are theirs. And then when you fuck them over or fuck them up or you walk away smiling, they're fucking baffled. Like, but you lost. I didn't lose. You created a win condition that doesn't exist for me. I got what I wanted and I'm good. I'm leaving. Do you know what I mean? People are like, oh, you fucking this, that. American lives lost, whatever. That's that whole thing. All I've got to do is I got to win the fight. I got to win the conversation fight. I'm going to go. I got a few news orgs. This is what I want. Did I get it? I got it. That was all I wanted. I'm good. Are you even set up to try to take something away from me over this later down the road? No. Then I won. I win. That's what a win is. It's like the darkest way of trying to see shit. But people don't want to think about it that way. They want to like do these power scaling talks like there's some sort of end to history. Like you're fucking, not Aaron Mankey. What's his name? The West Wing guy. Like, that is the point. That is what game theory is. If you don't know anything about game theory, if you don't know about winning, if you don't know where, like, this fucking CIA shit and tradecraft and fucking, if you don't know why Henry Kissinger made plans outside of just he's fucking super racist, you're never going to be able to stop the next Henry Kissinger. That's actually understanding history. If you just try to get into it and say, like, no, actually, you lost and I won because I feel like it. But then like you have nothing and the person you're talking to is literally looking down at you from a mountain of gold covered in pearls with $700,000 worth of fucking guns pointed at your head, then maybe you didn't win. And maybe even you thinking that you won is part of an op against you. Maybe just convincing you that you don't need to fight anymore because you did great victory for you. People keep saying, this is, let me put it in perspective for you. This is how dark the world is, actually. Actually. Do you know why it's not a bad thing that America left Afghanistan the way that it left it in for anyone that matters, which is not me or the people of Afghanistan? People are like, it was a big loss. It was humiliating. America lost all of this technology. We left so much tech there. Planes. We left vehicles, guns, missile systems, hydration systems, encampment building systems, computer systems, tracking systems, drone systems. We left actually like $1 billion worth of technology there. What a loss. Do you know who's using it? The Taliban. The new occupational government running Afghanistan. Do you know what they used to use? Warsaw Pact. Do you know what they can use now and we're skating around with? America. NATO. Do you know who sells the batteries to NATO equipment? We do. What if, and this is going to be a weird thing to hear, what if Joe Biden, of all people, rushed an evacuation from Afghanistan because A, it wasn't politically expedient for him to be there, and B, because if he left all of the equipment there, the new occupational government running Afghanistan would start using American equipment instead of Soviet equipment. What if we permanently created a weapons trade alliance with yet another Middle Eastern country? Because people get over things. You have no idea. People get over shit all the time. We're not even mad at Saudi Arabia about 9/11. I am. I'm irritated by it, but no one else cares. What if we left $1 billion worth of tech because we wanted to give you a free taste? Because we're violence crack dealers. We're the ultimate heroin trade of violence. And now Afghanistan has a reason to buy 5.56. Now Afghanistan has a reason to want American jets. Now Afghanistan has a reason to want American Blue Force technology in the updates. 2 years from now? Fuck no. 5 years? I can't believe we would ever work with the Taliban. 10 years? You guys remember the civil war in Afghanistan when they fought, the brave Mujahideen fought to repel Russia? We made mistakes 20 years in that country, but the Taliban, who are not the Taliban that took over, a lot of those guys have died through assassinations that no one can account for. This newer administrative state that's here that no longer goes by the name Taliban, they have another enemy in the region, X. And they need America's support, American weapons and American fighting power in order to maintain the fledgling democracy that they've built. And you're going to go and you're going to say, Joe Biden was dumb. Joe Biden made a mistake. People's rights, blah, 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 blah. And then while you're saying that, the brave Mujahideen fighters of Taliban are going to be flying the American F-35, powered by jet fuel distilled from factories in Iraq, as we consider yet another sort of push to fight Iran, right? But we don't really ever fight Iran. We just kind of keep kicking that one down the can. Maybe it is their time, maybe it's not. But all of a sudden you're just like, wait a second. America lost Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's like, did you know what is America trying to do there? I know what you say America's trying to do if you repeat the news angle, right? Democracy or some stupid shit. But America doesn't even want democracy in America half the goddamn time. You know what America likes? Money. Money and influence. So Iraq, we're still friends with. We're international friends with. They like Iran more than they like you or something like that. People say, yeah, okay. Do you know what they have? They have NATO weapons. They have a lot of NATO weapons. They have Warsaw Pact stuff, but they got a lot of NATO weapons. And them NATO weapons fucking slap, dude. 7.62, 39. And they don't even really push out the 7.6239 anymore. It's fucking 5.45. Nobody likes the 5.45, right? It's a pain in the fucking ass. So start using NATO. You know who's friendly? Getting friendly with America now? Syria. Syrian rebels now have access to a whole lot of NATO weaponry. NATO systems. Hard to become friends with other countries and buy weapons from them for whatever rebellion you've got to either fight or quash. Who knows? When they sell different guns. There's 2 types of guns on the planet, and that's the only 2 spheres of influence that matters. There's 5.56 and there's 7.62. Are you a 5.56 country or are you a 7.62 country? Because if you're a 5.56 country, I got something you're going to fucking love. Why aren't we switching to a 6.8 round? It's better, right? It's all over higher performance. The Scar H. We could have gone up to 7.62.54. Or is it 4.51? I always forget. No. We got to stick with that 5.56. Why? We're fucking selling them like hotcakes. Small. They're easy to transport across the ocean. Get a big old fucking bucket of them. Wait, you can't shoot? Don't worry about it. We got plenty more where that came from. Ukraine using NATO stuff to great effect. It's true. You don't like America? Maybe America doesn't hang out there anymore. All right? Okay, we'll back off for a bit. But have you ever considered the M16A4 assault rifle? We got a lot of extra ones. And yeah, we're upgrading in America, but that means we've got a discount available for you. People just people think they understand geopolitics because they read books by dead people who had a hopeful view of the future. And you don't need to read that. You just need to read Pentagon briefings, okay? Start understanding what the sale price of brass is. Start considering where there is and isn't energy needs in the world, where there is and isn't surplus. Because surplus and need are the only things that are really making anybody do anything. And who wins and who loses, the fight isn't any countries. There aren't countries. There really shouldn't be. You know what I mean? If you get Tyler actual lefty beliefs, fucking borders are dog shit and so are flags. But there are 2 kings on this earth right now, okay? And maybe their fucking skin color and their disposition and their creed change, but their names are 5.56 and 7.62. And that's all that fucking matters, because that is the final resource. Gunpowder. It explodes and it's gone. Fucking non-renewable resource. And you always need gunpowder. And you need it to fucking send something flying down the field. 7.62 versus 5.56, baby. Which one? Where are you going to go? Which way? Joe Biden. Are you a 39 or a 51, 45, or... yeah. Vietnam is one of our favorite trading partners nowadays. Yeah. Did you guys lose? You guys lost the war. Oh, okay, yeah, we did. Sorry. You ever thought about driving a Ford F-250? Have you ever seen the Ford F-350 Super Duty? Let me fucking tell you, buddy. People don't know. They don't understand actual fucking geopolitics. And that's what it really is. People don't want to fucking get noited up. They don't want to learn shit. And they just don't get the vibe of what geopolitics is because they have any sense of morality at all. That you've got to throw it to the fucking wind. You can have your morals, but understand they belong to you. And until you become the temporary god of 5.56 or 7.62 for whatever fractional moment you can hold on to it, no one cares about your morals. They are for sale. They are for ignoring. And that's it. You got to figure out cause and effect. Cause and effect. What happens? 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 Where's the trade going? Where's the money going? What will this cause? I've been saying it. This is one of my long-time things, all right? I said this. If you look back, I mean, I guess I wasn't really online here, but I was probably talking on TikTok about it in like 2021 or so. I said, everyone that's complaining about us losing military equipment in Afghanistan, you're going to see, we're going to start selling them the batteries for it. And it's going to be a fucking thing that everyone looks back on and no one gives a shit about. People say Joe Biden fucked up, but he's going to be dead by then. And if you're really paying attention, the $1 billion exit from fucking Afghanistan. By the way, the troops that we lost weren't even Taliban casualties. That was fucking ISIL-K That was the ISIS of Kandahar, right? Trying to attack us to keep the fucking war going so they can continue getting funding from whoever gives a shit about their dumb shit. But we bailed on it. We basically gave the Taliban $1 billion worth of fucking equipment and left. You could say what you want to say about it, but when I know about America and how America works is, that's not it. Hey, we want a safe drawdown. We want this. We want that. All right, get out. We'll get it out pretty fucking quick, okay? And then y'all can have all this. All right, yeah, sure. Probably even asked for a few fucking names. They probably wanted a little bit of blood. Hey, we got to kill these guys. We got to kill these fucking like 8 or 9 dudes who are really against the regime. You were keeping them in a few different safe houses, and we haven't pushed those yet. But we want those guys. We need at least 3 of them, okay? Because we gotta publicly execute them, or we're never gonna be able to hold morale together. Not normally. We're gonna look like punks. All right, we leave. You guys stop trying to do any stupid shit with our areas, our controls, and oh yeah, we'll do peace. We'll give you $1 billion worth of military technology. We'll give you 10 or 15, maybe 250 heads, so that you can kind of get your claim, and then we'll just walk away. 5 years, 10 years down for the road, reestablish communications, and we can see where it goes from there. We gave democracy a shot in Afghanistan. Maybe being pay to play with something else is different, right? I mean, that $1 billion of equipment would have stayed there no matter what. If you really think about it, it was allotted. It was going to be our puppet government. Now it's our non-puppet government. Our friends, our good friends, the former Taliban in Afghanistan. I'm telling you, what else would make sense? What the fuck else makes sense? We're just a weapons store for the rest of the world. We need to stop this. We're never... you're not even in the fucking ballpark of stopping this. That's never... You're going to... You'll get shot 15 times to Sunday before you stop that. American arms dealing is so down the line from actually accomplishable shit that it beggars the mind. Dwight Eisenhower was telling us, the American people, this in the 50s, right? The American military-industrial complex is going to destroy the earth, and it is going to become a non-democratic project within the borders of our own country. And it needs to be limited. And then every fucking, maybe somebody got shot accidentally down the line from that is directly connected to it. They don't even care at this point. You can say whatever you want because no one's going to stop them. We're past whistleblowing and assassinations of nobodies, right? Halliburton doesn't give a fuck if I say Halliburton's a bad company. Halliburton, you're an evil company, all right? You're horrible and you do evil shit, and I know you're up to it. Whatever it is, you're up to it. They don't give a fuck because they already won. They have everything they want. They have 2 sides of the aisle that are amenable to all of their concerns. They have an ongoing flood of violence in the Middle East that is never going to get fucking reined in because right next to every fucking pro-military industrial complex vote we have is a pro-Israel vote because that's what it is. We go ahead, do the testing ground, show them all it works. And honestly, if you see Israel fall in my lifetime, it's probably going to be because we finally decide that they're not worth it and we just switch tactics to the Taliban or something. I don't know how much more we're going to need to launder blood diamonds through fucking Israel, but if Afghanistan gets on that, then Afghanistan also controls 60% of the world's usable poppy population. So heroin comes from there. Heroin, medical morphine is still just the same stuff. That's a major pharmaceutical endeavor that would come from that country. But the Taliban doesn't. The Taliban doesn't now. Everybody doesn't now. Everybody doesn't for a few years. Everybody's got morals for the moment, right? When you're focused on them, when we're still within the same presidency of the guy that did the thing, you got to sell it. It's called follow through, all right? You don't just fucking give up the act the second that you got something and you're in there. It's one of the few reasons I was ever remotely hopeful for a Trump presidency. And it wasn't because I thought he was a good guy and would do something. I thought he would just fuck up in a way that undermined everything in the correct direction, but apparently those systems are just fucking built in, completely unassailable. But yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Game theory. Someone's playing a game. People have wants and needs and abilities to fill them. What are they trying to get? What do they want? And reputation is usually worth about, I don't know, the rest of maybe a lifetime, if that. But you know what's worth all of it? Is fucking a little bit of money. A little bit of money, a little bit of food. A lot of bit of money, a lot of bit of food, the ability to do whatever you want. Oh shit, man, your reputation's in the gutter, but you can live like a god king. Ah, fuck. Nobody likes me, but I can do literally anything that comes to my mind like a fucking ancient scion of a misgotten race of gods. Like I live like a titan on earth. But fuck, nobody likes me. Oh, you guys keep focusing on how much everybody doesn't like me. Popular opinion is just getting to me. It's fucking God. Tyler's right. Ironically, ISK is composed of Tajiks who used to fight for the government forces. We're either arming them or their enemies, the Taliban. I don't even know 100% what that means. Eisenhower fucked us good by being an absentee dad. Hey, kids, the wars are going to get worse because of us. Good luck. All my homies say fuck Eisenhower. Okay. He's dead, so. The military used to guard poppy fields in Afghanistan. I knew a guy that guarded Afghan poppy fields in the army. Then we had an opioid epidemic. The opioid epidemic wasn't 100% heroin, though. We called it that, but it was opioids, right? But a lot of it was pills and shit, back medicine, pharmaceutical. I think it was actually probably the opposite. If you look at the time when the opioid epidemic started, really, and then went like crazy, it was because all of a sudden, heroin was expensive for the first time in a while, right? People were on pain pills and pain medication and then switched off of it. And then, heroin was what people picked up after they got kicked off their prescriptions. But a lot of it was prescription pill mills, which is why Narcan and stuff was big. But also a lot of warnings came with it because on top of it, past it, you had oxycodone addiction and stuff. But you also had benzos and shit that it's not affected by Narcan. And that's where a lot of the fatalities came from, was this mixed in shit. And then eventually you get to fentanyl and stuff, which is made here. But it's actually right around the time that the Afghan heroin trade that used to be popular throughout Southeast Asia and would come over this way got cut out. So once America became... Is it America that makes that poppy? I can't remember if it's actually specifically us. Whoever has the rest of the fucking heroin fields, the poppy heroin fields, they all of a sudden got a big surplus. And then as Afghanistan started to become normalized and rebuilt, they started trying to offload that shit. In my mind, I could be completely wrong about this stuff, but I know that in America, most of the issue was from pill mills. It wasn't Afghanistan or Afghani fucking heroin. It was literally prepared pharmaceuticals coming from American companies in America. Hydrocodone was like what got most people addicted. Yeah. MatPat is entering politics. I think he's trying to create rules and regulations for the internet, which is another thing you predicted. They're not hard predictions. You just have to know, learn to see the obvious vacuums and know that somebody's going to try to fill them. It's a lot of these things are predictable, like me picking at this fucking blemish on my face. I'm going to get in trouble for it after the stream. And if you just learn to focus, you'll see it every time. Should I cover? Yeah. I want to get to the assassination in Iran because I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. 100% or not. So let's just go ahead and bang out at least one or two more segments. Click. There we go. Live updates. No let up as Israel and Iran trade strikes for a fourth day. What's going on here? I don't know too much about the geopolitics of this specific thing, as why people are saying what's going on and what's not. I know it's about the nuclear, this and that, but specifically, I think with this star. So Israel is a puppet state in the Middle East. Israel's in a weird place right now. I think it's going to go in a very strange direction very, very soon. The nation of Israel. Their current backers are a weird group. The kind of people that like Israel at this point is a strange crew of bedfellows. We have Germany, who likes Russia because of energy now. And because I think Germany is permanently afraid of Poland now that Poland isn't on horses anymore. Based Poland. But Germany's also pro-Israel. Russia is now very anti-Israel because Russia is pro-Iran. right? I don't know where Israel falls with Ukraine. I guess they wouldn't be too fucking happy with it. And then, most of the people that dislike Israel also like Ukraine and other places. So it's becoming a very confused mess. Thank God for treaty organizations, or this would absolutely be the setup for another world war. This is like the classics of world wars starting. Basically, anytime that Russia and fucking Germany agree about something for more than 2 fucking seconds, and Poland doesn't, like, you're very at risk of another world war, right? Thailand, Burma, and Afghanistan are 5 big centers of opioid production, from poppy to lesser degrees Sinaloa and Sierra Madre too in Mexico. There you go. But basically, where is this going to lead for Israel? What's going on with them? Maybe they're going to be able to kick the can down the road again, but I feel like we're really hitting some sort of inflection point that's going to change things permanently. And this isn't like Tim Pool's inevitable civil war in my mind. America is about to either go full fasci forever, which I think is a very low likelihood, especially given the amount of willpower there is for Donald Trump anymore. The MAGA Republicans are not popular. Their policies are not popular. Their politicians are not popular. And I don't think that they're going to be set up for a sweep in the next election that they absolutely need. And by the next election, I mean the next, set of midterms and stuff. Things are going to start flipping like crazy. Their kind of crapshoot right now is to pretty much balkanize or coup America. I think some of the issues I think that Stephen Miller might actually be stupid in ways that you don't know, and I think he might read Ben Shapiro fiction, like the books. And I think that someone thinks in the White House that California will actually, in a way that other people will believe, secede from the Union raw and give us a cause to balkanize the United States. Basically, they'll secede, and then there will be a secession run from Texas and a few other places. I do not think the local will on the ground is there. I know that Texans right now are not happy with their power bills, and Texas is the most seceded from the Union economically place there is. Maybe some other state could be convinced. You know what I mean? But on the ground, actually, every red state is fucked if they secede from the Union, and they can't immediately enslave the closest blue state next to them, which a lot of them do not have the manpower or money to do or will to do. But I think someone legitimately thinks that California is going to secede, and that's going to give us, or give the administration the ability to go full secession act, wartime powers, posse comitatus, whatever the fuck, and actually mobilize the United States military and create an ongoing dictatorship in America. But you have a lot of issues with that. First off, there is no secession under Trump. Trump's children are disposable and easy to fucking take out. No one likes them. They have no connection to any political or economic power because he's kept them separated from it. There is not a single other force that could vie for a American dictatorship that would not eliminate the entirety of Trump's bloodline in a fucking sneeze. Mad Dog Mattis could show up and become king tomorrow faster than any of them could take over. So if Trump dies, basically the world underneath him crumbles because there is just still too much institutional power in America. They could still set up for another one down the line, but they have to find somebody that could be a reasonable dictator that's as likable as Trump and as willing as or indifferent as Trump, motivated to do so. But I think a lot of the effort that's caused that to be put into play is kind of faded out. I don't think that it's got ass behind it anymore because Ukraine got invaded by Russia. The Russian propaganda arm that was going for it is not there. The American propaganda, Christian right-wing propaganda arms are in fucking crisis right now over what the fuck they're supposed to be talking about, because all of their talking points are all over the place and they don't have a good Democrat to blame everything on. People are trying to blame Tim Walz for fucking MAGA assassinations in fucking Minnesota right now. There's no good. Joe Biden is basically dead. If Joe Biden had any ass in him, they could blame him. Hillary Clinton's pretty much not in the spotlight anymore, and AOC doesn't have the amount of power. So you can't unify the Republican electorate against some sort of Democratic boogeyman outside of trans people, and trans people aren't scary because they're really fucking easy to bully and kill, and everybody knows that, like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I could go kill every trans person at the trans story hour right now. And it's like, yeah, you could, which is what makes them a bad boogeyman. And because there are no other boogeyman left, because the Republican Party got too integrated and is full of Latinos and black people and multiple different religions that we used to vilify, you know, they have Jews, they have like fucking Catholics, they have normal and abnormal strains of evangelical Christian. They have Mormons and they have anti-Mormons, whatever. So they're actually too multi-ethnic to focus on any ethnicity in America. And even their vilifying of immigrants isn't working as well because they kind of successfully concentration camped the immigrants. They kind of just, it worked. So like, it doesn't feel like there's a big conspiracy theory. Without all of that to kind of hold everyone together, and no line of secession, you know, genetically or even philosophically, because Donald Trump doesn't really stand for any specific thing. He doesn't have a unifying idea aside from make America great again, which requires a villain to point at to say, you know, black people, that's the reason I can't say that. Sorry, Jews, no, fuck. Trans people, they're all dead, fuck me. So like, there's not a longevity to it, and he's gonna die, so you can't rely on him. Everybody that's underneath him is too sycophantic and too incompetent to pull up and do it. And then they've all managed to get themselves really thickly in between the known Republican legislators and stuff who would most likely be able to step in. And so it's this kind of like chaos that's all held together by Donald Trump, which is typical dictator shit, but it's too late life for a good transition, unless someone comes out of fucking nowhere. It's too late life dictatorship and not even established to really transition into a dictatorship. America is too decentralized and too actually kind of socialist to transition successfully into a fascist nationalist dictatorship. So you want to balkanize and like split like California off or something. But that's not, people aren't even buying that. And there's too much kind of like unity in the streets. And I think the cops are actually starting to get afraid of reprisals, violent reprisal killings against them if they keep fucking up, because they're literally shaking. Don't you come and fucking protest here. We'll fuck you up. Like that having to bark that loud means your bite is probably, you don't think it's as big as it can be. If you got to threaten people that hard to maintain the peace, then you've got a tenuous grasp on it. I think that's really the thing. People that are pro-Nazi America are seeing the ineffectiveness of ICE, because this is every gun behind a blade of grass country, whether you like it or not. So if you try to seize the power now and you try to go accelerationist into a dictatorship for you, there is no guarantee you'll be able to seize any of these bits of power and have it for yourself, which anybody with half of a fucking brain is going to be like, I'm not fucking getting in that. And all the ones that are stupid don't have enough control over those setups to do anything. It's a pretty interesting setup. So like, now we're in a situation in America where like, what in the fuck is going to come next? And because of that, you have places like Israel and shit who are normally like, well, I can play on this sectarian divide. It's not going to last. It's not going to fucking work, right? Because something else is going to come after this. Israel's entire existence is based on maintaining Hasbara in America that says two things. Fucking Muslims are about to slaughter every non-Muslim on earth, specifically Jews and Christians, because those are the only other people that fucking exist. And if we don't have carte blanche and a fucking blank check to kill all of them, then it's going to be you next. But now we're seeing like, well, you guys are unreasonable. You're also bad at genocide. You're not fucking getting it very well done quickly. And there's becoming bipartisan disgust for Israel. Some of it's anti-Semitic. Some of it's, fucking anti-Muslim, whatever the fuck. It's all a big mix of shit. But like the anti-Israel sentiment is rapidly growing. And it's becoming a politically irresponsible project to back. Does that mean it's going to go away tomorrow? No. But surety in that Hasbara makes America make us exist at all, that's going to go away completely soon. Because right now in Congress, people are like trying to pass, hey, no, you need a full resolution. We're not going to war with Iran. We're not sending American troops into the Middle East. You're going to have no ability whatsoever to recruit for that. And if you start a draft, I'm telling you right now, as a veteran myself, and I'm not specifically going to do this, but if you started a draft in America to send kids back to the fucking Middle East after all the shit we just got out of, you will see reprisal killings in America from veterans against DOD personnel is all I can. You will see fucking from the right and the left. It will be bipartisan because no one wants to do that again. It's one of the few things we all agree on. It was like, that was a fucking stupid way to do it. We don't accomplish next to anything by going into the Middle East, and especially us people on the fucking lower spectrum, we don't. I don't give a fuck about Iran. I don't give a fuck about Israel as far as their people go. I don't live there. There's enough problems here. So starting another war after we just got out of 20 years of one with the country that's fucking in the middle of the other countries we were fighting seems like bad. And if you've seen veterans talk about the draft, they don't get happy about it. That's going to be the only way to make up for the recruitment deficit you're going to see, especially once we're fucking kicking people out of the military just for being trans. And so if the American military is not going to be supportive of that, and if we're on a timer as Democrats get replaced by only fucking super old Democrats like Israel, super old, they're 60, 70, 80 years old plus. The young Democrats are iffy on it and they go for it, whatever, but they're not in the bribery area. And a lot of them have been fucked over for their legislative desires because of these pro-Israel long-running Dems. On the right, you just have a lot more racists that just want to see Jews die, which is a fucking win-win for them if fucking Israel falls in their mind. It's all the fuck over the place. And that fucking pro-Israel sentiment is going out the fucking window, which is going to put Israel in a position where they're going to have to completely change how they do everything at all. And that money might get drawn out of American politics. It might start getting misspent. People do not like finding out that AIPAC was paying for candidates. It is a great way to argue the New York State mayoral election being deeply influenced by clearly foreign actors, regardless of how big the Jewish population is in New York. I care more about New York Jews than I care about Israel Jews. They're New Yorkers, they're Americans, they're my fucking sisters and brothers and whatever's in between that. Fucking Israeli Jews are Israeli Jews in Israel. They have their own fucking messes to clean up. That's their own shit. But like, now you're seeing like, oh, so these Israelis want us to give a fuck about Israel. Because I'm not talking about Jews in New York City. I'm talking about Jews in fucking Israel, which is like a different fucking country, and they are winning their genocide. So I have to give a, what the fuck are you, why would I want to go there? Do you know what I mean? That's a big thing. Even if it goes for the person, any of the people that aren't that guy, probably go for Cuomo. People are seeing that across the nation going like, this fucking pro-Israel shit is a pain in my fucking ass. And you can get an in on it now and not seem like a psycho fucking anti-Semite because the fucking pro-Israel people are all fucking psychos. You're fucking nuts. You just like dead kids and fucking buying elections? Oh, fuck you. I don't give a shit what you're afraid of. This is fucking Lexington. You know what I mean? And what I gotta get my fucking, you get kicked, the shit kicked out of you at a fucking protest because these fucking dipshits, whatever the fuck, man, fuck you, fuck your fucking country, whatever, fuck you guys, fuck off. And that's gonna change the political landscape because forever that was like a bipartisan thing. America today is reconfirming. I remember that when I was a kid and I was confused about it. I was like, we're reconfirming our support of Israel and giving them a fuckload of money for guns and bombs and shit. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I thought we were supposed to reaffirm our commitment for other countries and give them, like, I don't know, buses and, like, food. What the fuck do they need? Why the fuck do they need so much money to fucking make missiles and stuff? I've heard that Israel is now talking to China for armament stuff. I don't know if that's the case or not, or how valuable those talks would be. That's fucking funny. So even they might be already saying like, well, fucking, I don't know. But Israel's a big time player China's a big time player with other people in the geopolitical sphere over there in the Middle East because of the Belt and Road Initiative, and especially in North Africa. Kind of throughout the entire Muslim world, because they picked up they picked up the slack, I guess you so to say, when America was coming off extremely anti-Muslim with fucking wars into pro-Islam countries or Islamist countries, whatever, how you're supposed to say that. Muslim countries. Fuck, Tyler. Media calls everything a tank. Maybe MRAPs, but I never saw any tracked vehicles. Yes. Fucking. Those are MRAPs in LA, not tanks. Yeah, he's sending troops to start from media calls everything a tank. LAPD probably has tanks. LAPD does not have tanks. Nobody wants a tank. They cost too much money to fucking run. That's why we got rid of all of ours and we're sending them to fucking Ukraine. Nazis had the same problem. There wasn't really a replacement for Hitler because the party elite were all a bunch of weirdos with zero popular support, outside of one guy who was a heroin addict. Pretty much it. But yeah, I think that this is going to go crazy, and America could go dictatorship. I don't see it happening. Not that way. America could get balkanized. I see a massive leftward swing incoming. The problem with the leftward swing is that it could also go dictatory. Okay? If you think Gavin Newsom couldn't turn into a fucking American fucking Mussolini or something, you're out of your mind. My biggest concern, politically speaking, for America right now would be that idiot leftists make our good positions less tenable and we just do a can kick back to liberalism and risk another fasci thing. It's just lefties need to fucking learn how to talk to normal Americans and push as hard as they fucking can for the most socialist fucking society building good programs they can to take advantage of this. It really needs to be ratcheted into a position where it cannot be returned from. And I really think the most important thing that people should do in order to accomplish that is ignore DNC foreigners that are, I don't know, they have a lot of opinions about America and have never set foot in it and don't know anything about local politics or state politics. Ignore them completely, like literally cut them out of your media diet. Make sure there's plenty of fucking far left hyper socialist Americans that are not me. There's someone else. Go fucking listen to them instead. But stop trying to push for whatever the fuck foreign agents are randomly trying to get pushed in our country and allowing them to create win conditions for you that can't exist because they don't understand the politics inside this country. And stop doing it to other countries too. Don't try to influence leftist politism or leftist politicking in Canada as an American. It's going to be antithetical to actually fucking getting anything done. And start creating groups, basically. Not like organizing on the ground. Join PSL. Fuck PSL's fucking compromised. All right, fuck them. Start building your own little personal caucuses, 5, 6, 7 people deep, and getting involved in local politics and pushing shit hard left at the local level, especially at the state level if you can get to it, because that's how you ratchet things so that the fucking Overton window doesn't swing that much further back to the right or even to liberal areas. People are going to try to moderate change in America, and the biggest enemies, once it's time to start having those conversations and come to the table, are going to be compromise-free people who think that the best thing to do when you get brought to the table is yell at Bernie Sanders. They are worthless and antithetical to accomplishing fucking anything. They will not get you there. There is going to have to be compromises because we're not going to get everything in one go. No one ever does. And when they do, it doesn't last. Even 100 years, if even 50 or 40. I want to see real fucking on-the-ground conversations between normal leftists and normal normie middle ground people. And if you're like, we don't have enough, you got to build them and you got to support them and you got to push them out there. Small level. You don't need to be big. You do not need to be gigantic. You need to be on the ground and small and zippy and fast and have good conversations. If you see people doing stupid shit like fucking, I'm going to, oh no, we're at a normal protest, but just one of our guys who happens to have all the cameras on him is going to put on a fucking terrorist, a terrorist organization armband and dance around in front of a fucking car that's on fire. fucking clap that person up because they probably work for the FBI. You can hit them as hard as you want. All right. You're probably just going to go to jail for striking a fucking federal officer. Make sure that people can't align public transportation, Medicare for all, universal health care, powerful union protections, a decrease in the military budget, and no more support whatsoever. No political, moral, or economic support for Israel. Make sure they can't attach that sentiment to attention-seeking morons with no jobs, and be actively against idiots. Right? Anybody that's going to be on your side that's going to fuck up, make sure you have a singular cause and a singular direction of action. Once it's time to fucking get stuff done, if you don't, other people do, they're going to get it. That's how every time something like this happens and I have to fucking deal with you're punching left. I'm going to be fucking curb stomping left. It'll fucking get my things through. I don't give a shit. I'll fucking sacrifice you in a heartbeat. What are you talking about? Fuck. Do you know how many people I would throw underneath a bus that's made out of runs on meat grinders for a fucking 4-day work week? You would be shocked. Free rail transit throughout the entirety of America. Like, what would you make other people give up for that? You have no fucking idea. A lot. I give a shit. Workers' rights would be the only fucking final goal. And if you see people that are doing stuff that's not commensurate with getting those rights, maintaining them, fucking get them out. Because that's how you end up with shit that's like, what we're going to do is solve homelessness by passing this bipartisan pro-landlord bill that gives landlords 25% off their taxes for the next 25 years. And we'll let them, pass those savings on to the homeless somehow. That's how you get that, by the way. It's because of people following DNC self-important demagogues online who are basically religious leaders for religions that are losers. You're just going to take a big fucking L. Someone else is going to come in and eat your cake, and you're just going to have burned yourself out getting the shit kicked out of you at protests for nothing. Because you can't get your shit together in the last minute. Well, I'm not like one of these hardcore leftists. These, literally anybody that's within, I swear to God, they're ops. Anybody that's within a fucking degree of separation from being pro-Hamas is going to fuck over anybody that actually tries to get something passed. Because I'm telling you right now, if there's a fucking violent revolution in America, you guys don't win at all anyway. You're not, it's not happening. If you just look at the fucking body mass index of the average person that's pro Hamas online and me. Okay? And I'm not going to be supporting you. Look at the body mass index between them and anybody that's fucking hyper anti-Hamas going through the rest of the political spectrum. It's a series of people that are going to get turned into fucking paste. Okay? And then almost all of them have some sort of fucking hang up about having any guns near them or doing work. You're not going to have a violent revolution. You're not going to have a non-violent revolution. All you're going to do is somehow manage to visibly support a cause that you're going to destroy from the inside out by being yourself near it. And you won't put yourself away in order to make it succeed, which makes me think that you don't give a fuck about it in the first place. Universal basic income. I hate the idea of universal basic income. It sounds like the most removable. It seems like something you're going to sacrifice a bunch of other better things for that's going to get taken away anyway. Universal basic income sounds like a setup to create a fake socialist experiment that will look horrible. Every single person I've seen push for UBI is like a fucking business leader who would instantaneously give tax breaks to every single person. It's like Andrew Yang. Do you know what I mean? It seems like something like, well, I did my best. I thought, we were really going to redistribute the wealth and give people a check. But now that we've seen that the check doesn't work, we're not going to give people the check anymore. But all the other things that we did to like politically make the check happen, we are going to keep those. And they are all just the most right-wing psychotic shit in the world. Whoa, buddy. Taping myself to a wall in Center City definitely does something. It's sure. Yeah. It's gonna crack off, dude. Any second now. Everything with armor is a tank. Bearcats are fancy armored cars. Still basically as good. Nobody can do shit against one of them. That's still not still not a tank. That's armor. You're talking about armor. In that case, LARs, light armor reconnaissance vehicles, would be tanks, but they're not tanks. They're LARs. They're fucking light armor reconnaissance. Tanks are not even mobile infantry. I don't know. There's actually got to be a classification for it, because if that's the classification, then fucking Humvees are tanks. Like up armored Humvees are tanks. Buffaloes are tanks. APCs are tanks. Strikers are tanks. Fucking flying fortresses are tanks. Battleships are tanks. You know what I mean? Like that's just not a good definition. The thing with UBI was that you could trade Medicare and food stamps for cash. Oh, so what UBI is just your local heroin dealer. We already have that. I sold grandma's toilet for $50 in a hit. I don't know. I'm not sure what percentage of Americans actually care about Hamas one way or the other. It's probably an easy estimate to find. I would say the vast majority of Americans that know about Hamas are like, it's a terror organization. They suck. I would say the vast majority of voting Americans, if they hear about Hamas, they're going to say terror organization. I will say 100% of people that represent Hamas at a protest are trying to fuck up your protest. I will say that. You might as well just wear it. Why wouldn't you wear an ISIS armband? ISIS is also fucking anti-America. Why wouldn't you wear just a pro-Bin Laden, right? I mean, most of the people that are fucking anti-America, you should be anti-ISIS. And ISIS was anti-America. They just did some crazy shit, right? Why not just fly a fucking ISIS flag? Why not just fly a fucking Talib flag? Go be the fucking Taliban, right? Fucking stupid as shit. Stop flying fucking terrorist orgs that you're not a part of flags in support of an organization you aren't a part of, and 9 times out of 10 don't speak the language of and couldn't fucking understand what they're actually for in their own language if you tried. People. Sorry, I don't know if you know this, but I'm 22 years old, semi-employed, edgy, and white. I support Hamas because it would make my dad upset, and that's the pretty much heart of my entire politics. Oh, okay. Fucking morons. Well, you got to admit that they had a point. I mean, yeah, everybody can be mad at Israel. You just don't go and do fucking hang glider death attack on a fucking music festival, because you'll look like a fucking idiot that doesn't understand when to and not to use violence, and then everyone that goes, I think they're terrorists, will have a big point. But what about all these other organizations that do shit in addition to what Hamas does, the terrorism, that are also terrorists? I don't know. Maybe their ability to fucking build roads and shit and actually hold territory separates them from Hamas in some meaningful and unique way that we'll never quite discover. So if I join Hamas, it's okay to bring their flag? Yep, 100%. 110%. Do that. Do that. ISIS, the Islam extremist org that for some reason hates Palestine and never ever attacks Israel. Is that the case? I don't know. I think they were really busy getting their fucking ass kicked by the AP of all people, and the IP and the fucking INA. Zoran has it best with the New York City mayoral stuff, basically saying, what does this have to do with the 5 boroughs and Cuomo, etc., glazes Israel in debates? And that's all you got to do. Don't fucking get, like, detract by the fucking weird pro-Hamas talking points that fucking lefties feel like they have to get. I don't know. I feel like Hamas had a point. Like, don't. First off, they didn't. Maybe somebody's having a fucking music festival next to an open-air concentration camp. Like, I still don't think that fixes the concentration camp. As we've seen, it actually does nothing. If you went from a tactical standpoint, it accomplished nothing, but you did kill a bunch of civilians and gave people the longest running somehow Casus Belli versus via Hasbara that I think I've ever seen. I don't think I've seen people didn't push fucking 9/11 as hard and as long as we did for Iraq. Like, Jesus Christ. Tyler, what would Halo Spartans be classified as in a real military context? Like special operations group. I think they are a SOG, but yeah, they're a special operations group of some sort. Raiders. That's it. I'm only 21, but I swear my views are much more nuanced than this. Also, I mostly listen for a long time. Any of the Armed Revolution Now people, I just got to chuckle at, especially IRL. Those types are funny. They do not go to the range. No. I've seen Hassan posing with more weapons than I've seen him shoot. I'm pretty sure he shot him, but like still. Okay. And then I got to cover this, and then I'm done. But yeah. Iran fucking retaliated attack against Israel. Israel has it coming. They're hyper focused on, like, I guess the attacks hit some civilian centers, but I don't know if that's the case. I don't trust Israel's reporting for anything that falls inside their territory at all, and no one should. They're going to try to push it to, like, I don't know, 7 billion fucking babies died in that fucking hit. But I think a bunch of it hit a bunch of military sites, and who the fuck knows? I don't trust any intelligence agency that could actually answer questions about this, but like, yeah, fucking Israel has, I'm glad some missiles made it through the Iron Dome, because the unwarranted sense of self-confidence that gives Israelis to continue doing stupid shit needs to get fucking abated. I want to stop paying for it so that you just have to fucking take any missile that comes into the territory at all, or give the fucking Iron Dome to everybody in the entirety of the Middle East, and you guys can all watch fucking bombs explode over you and not hit anyone all day. Okay, so, how to start this one off? Vance Belter, right? Is that this guy's name? Yeah. Vance Belter is an assassin in Minnesota. Vance Belter is a MAGA assassin in Minnesota. Vance Belter of Minnesota has been apprehended in the murder of former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home outside Minneapolis, as well as shooting Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. But those two apparently survived. He dressed up like a cop. He looks like a cop. And he did an assassination. They are trying to frame this as he was doing this for Walls. There is no remote association. His Walls' name was on the fucking hit list this guy had. But this guy's a political conservative and he was appointed to some sort of this or that. Those kind of things happen all the time. People are appointed to shit. They're put on committees, and it doesn't mean that you work directly for it. Trust me, it would be, if we're going that route, the amount of people that were put on that fucking one little group in Chicago back in the day with fucking old John Wayne Gacy on it, I think we'd have to draw even more crazy conclusions. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that it's not connected, but it seems like, as far as I know, I think he was getting ready to try to kill a bunch of these people. He just happened to go to those two people first, right? Minnesota was obviously the kickoff point for the ICE raid protests. Those were in Minneapolis last week, I think. It's been a long fucking week. And they fucked... I don't think they fucked up the ICE trucks, but they threw a bunch of trash in front of them and got all up in the ICE people's face. And then that was the first, like, sending in way too many fucking people. It was a big, chaotic fucking mess. And then we popped off in LA and New York shortly after. It is all places that were fucking hotbeds of activity during the George Floyd protests, but also it's just the place where the George Floyd protests started, and then the other two major media centers in America that are also where a bunch of fucking Democrats live. Also where fucking Donald Trump is from, and a bunch of his cabinet members. All that said, it's been fucking nuts. These are political assassinations done by a MAGA Republican. Say that, continue saying that, press that point regardless of how people feel about it, and make sure it's really well known. He's a MAGA Republican. Just say that. Say that raw. MAGA isn't a fucking organization that can like sue you or fucking duck you out. He's a MAGA Republican. He did these assassinations on Democratic lawmakers. A MAGA Republican tried to killed Democratic lawmakers for MAGA reasons, right? Just hit that again and again and again and again. Say it like a fucking mantra and never fucking back down from it. Never give somebody the, oh, I didn't know that or any reason. That's it. 100%. Hit that fucking note religiously. Never let it go. Typical MAGA Republican. Say that in comment sections. Flood comment sections with that. Anybody that covers it, like, wow, covering for another psycho MAGA Republican assassin. Another psycho MAGA Republican has done another assassination. Hit it like that. Quick, simple. Don't debate it. Don't argue it. Respond to people's well thought out fucking propaganda. They're going to reply to you with, wow, okay, sure, buddy. Yeah, where'd you look that up? Hit this shit hard as fuck. It is the case. This is the time to push that fucking narrative because it's true no matter what. This is a pro-fucking conservatives, pro-conservative beliefs, pro-religious fucking Minnesota guy who's taking advantage of the No Kings anti-fascist protests that are going on throughout America in order to conduct political assassinations of people in order to affect the actual political structure of our country so that they could change where votes and how votes are happening. This is an actual political assassination. There's no reason to mince words. There's no reason to give anybody a fucking degree. And anyone who's in the middle of this that says like, you know, we'll figure it out, just treat them poorly. Just be like, I can't believe you're buying this shit. I can't believe you're buying the MAGA line. Just say you're depressed with them. Oh my God, I'm disappointed. Yet again. Because if you don't hit this, and if you don't hit it hard at this time, fucking Steven Crowder, Tim Pool types are going to try to flip it, and then they're going to pretend it's a different thing than what it is, which is a political assassination. Attempted multiple political assassinations. 2 people shot. Fucking crazy. But I'm going to go down this a little bit further. You guys are still talking about fucking Hamas. This is from the Associated Press by Jim Mustian and Michael Biesecker. Michael Biesecker, I'm going to say. The man accused of assassinating the top Democrat in the Minnesota House held deeply religious and politically conservative views, telling a congregation in Africa 2 years ago that the U.S. was in a bad place where most churches didn't oppose abortion. Vance Luther Bolter, 57, was captured late Sunday following a 2-day search authorities describe as the largest in the state's history. Bolter is accused of impersonating a police officer and gunning down former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home outside Minneapolis. Democratic Governor Tim Walz described the shooting as a politically motivated assassination. Senator John Hoffman, also a Democrat, and his wife Yvette were shot earlier by the same gunman at their home, but nearby, but survived. Friends and former colleagues interviewed by AP described Bolter as a devout Christian who attended an evangelical church and went to campaign rallies for President Donald Trump. He is a MAGA Republican political assassin. He is killing people for Donald Trump in order to push Donald Trump's agenda. Say it like that. He killed people for Donald Trump. For Donald Trump. Not because of what Donald Trump said. Not because he believed in Donald Trump's message. He kills Democrats for Donald Trump. He killed Democrats. He hunted down and killed Democratic legislative body members for Donald Trump. For him specifically, as a person. He acted on Donald Trump's desires, on Donald Trump's sloppy language, on Donald Trump's political positions and profile, and killed Democratic lawmakers for Donald Trump as a MAGA Republican. Say it like that every time. Every time. Don't let anyone put it in another way. No. This is just another MAGA Republican killing Democrats for Donald Trump. For Donald Trump. Not for a message, for Donald Trump. Typical. Hit typical. Violent, ignorant, religious zealot. Lost their mind. Desperate to murder Democratic lawmakers. Another MAGA Republican murdering Democratic lawmakers for Donald Trump. Say it like that every time. Are you going to elaborate? Nope, don't need to. Everybody knows what I'm saying. That's how you hit this note. And I'm just telling you right now, brigade. Go into comment sections on Republican videos that are about this. Go into replies, go into subreddits, and hit that hard. Typical. Wow, not addressing another MAGA Republican killing a Democratic politician, a Democratic lawmaker for Donald Trump. Just hit it like that and be a fucking nuisance. This is for you little fucking Reddit dorks that are always online. This is like the one thing you can do. Fucking literally push that line as hard as possible. Anybody that's 50-50 on it, anybody that's trying to moderate on it, hit it hard. Hard as fuck. And be relentless. People like XQC, fucking middle grounder, whatever the fucks. Hard as shit. Be relentless and be fucking awful. But only say that little bit. Okay? Wow. And get them with that shit. This is where you can actually be an irritating person on the fucking internet and do a very powerful thing in the moment. Just being in TikTok sections like that fucking one thing. Hey, I don't know. I know this isn't connected to the video, but have you believed in the word of Jesus Christ? Blah, 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 blah. Just be like, damn, another MAGA Republican killing a Democratic lawmaker for Donald Trump. If you see a MAGA Republican, go like, hey, when are you going to kill another dumb Democratic lawmaker for Donald Trump, you psycho? Just like that. I wouldn't do that. Sure, buddy. That's it. That's all you need to say. Just get the statement out there. Wow, another ignorant MAGA Republican getting ready to fucking kill because they can't get their way. Another spoiled baby. Spoiled baby. Oh, what about? No, don't care. Just know that we see you, okay? That kind of shit. Don't fucking get involved. Don't know, another fucking MAGA Republican. What, are you going to kill another Democratic lawmaker because you can't get your way for Donald Trump? Sick. Disgusting. Un-American. Disgraceful. Hit it hard. Senator John Hoffman, also a Democrat, and his wife, Yvette, were shot earlier by the same gunman at their home nearby, but survived. Friends and former colleagues interviewed by AP described Bolter as a devout Christian who attended an evangelical church, went to campaign rallies for President Donald Trump. Records show Bolter registered to vote as a Republican while living in Oklahoma in 2004, before moving to Minnesota, where voters don't list party affiliation. Longtime Republican, MAGA Republican. Near the scene at Hortman's home, authorities say they found an SUV made to look like those used by law enforcement. Inside, they found flyers for a local anti-Trump No Kings rally scheduled for Saturday, and a notebook with names of other lawmakers. The list also included the names of abortion rights advocates and healthcare officials, according to two law enforcement officials who could not discuss details of the ongoing investigation and spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. That's how you do that, by the way. Suspect not believed to have made any public threats before the attack, official says. Never let them know what you're doing until you do it. Drew Evans, superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, said at a briefing on Sunday that Bolter is not believed to have made any public threats before the attacks. Why? Because half-dicking terrorism gets you arrested, and then you don't get to do it, Hassan. Fucking ding-dong. As well you should. If you're threatening to do a terrorism, you should be arrested and put in fucking jail, okay? So every single person that says fucking pro-terrorist shit should be treated like a fucking idiot, because they're all trying to get somebody else to do it for them. Evans asked the public not to speculate on a motivation for the attacks. Absolutely speculate on it. Speculate. Because you already know what it is. Another psycho fucking MAGA Republican murderer killed Democratic lawmakers for Donald Trump because he wants to have his way. Another un-American, democracy-hating, un-American MAGA Republican murdered Democratic lawmakers because he couldn't have his way for Donald Trump. Every time. Just like that. All right? Hit it hard, hit it often, get it out there. Don't just speculate, state. Matter of fact, you don't want to say, I wonder, just say, oh yeah, we know why this happened, because he's a MAGA Republican. They're sick people. They're un-American and they're undemocratic. They're murderers. You can't trust them in your community. Matter of fact, if you know a MAGA Republican, you should be worried that they might kill your daughter or your wife or anyone that you know because they hate women. They kill women. They shot a woman on her in her house. MAGA Republicans hate women. They hate democracy. They can't be trusted in your neighborhood. They're sick people. Sick people that will kill because they don't get their way. Sick people, terrorists, just like Hamas. We often want easy answers for complex problems, he told reporters. Those answers will come as we complete the full picture of our investigation. Friends told the AP they knew Belter was religious and conservative, but that he didn't talk about politics often and didn't seem extreme. Power level hider. He was right-leaning politically, but never fanatical. From what I saw, just strong beliefs, said Paul Schrader, who has known Belter for years. A glimpse of suspects' beliefs on abortion during a trip to Africa. Belter, who worked as a security contractor, what the fuck? Gave a glimpse of his belief on abortion during a trip to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Oh my God. Don't speculate. Is that he got to work security. He got a job, worked so that he could do security work for the government, and then he had everybody's names and their addresses. That's why. He got a job as a security contractor so he could figure out where his targets lived. Gave a glimpse of his belief on abortion during a trip to the Democratic Republic of Congo in 2023. While there, Belter served as an evangelical pastor, telling the people he had first found Jesus as a teenager. The churches are so messed up, they don't know abortion is wrong in many churches, he said, according to an online recording of one sermon from February 2023. Still, in 3 lengthy sermons reviewed by the AP, he only mentioned abortion once, focusing more on his love of God and what he saw as the moral decay in his native country. He didn't talk about his abortion as much as, the fucking Timothy McVeigh reasons. He appears to have hidden his more strident beliefs from his friends back home. God damn, this dude's hitting every fucking trick and tactic. Bided his time, never said what he was going to do before he did it, got a plan together and acted. Killed the right kind of people, too. I mean, anybody could do this on either side, so it's reasonable for people to be afraid of this on either side of the aisle. Technically speaking, a Democratic or leftist sociopathic psycho fuck terrorist could also plan for 10 or 15 years and then do the exact same thing in the other direction and kill politicians and not innocent people so that, you could affect the outcomes of some sort of election or something like that. It can go in either way. That's why terrorism is an effective tactic if it's done correctly. Our country has been doing this for years to other countries. What would happen? Yeah, this guy's running for president. Well, our CIA isn't going to do anything to him except for say exactly where he lives, and what time he's going to be home, and when his worst bodyguards are falling asleep in the front yard. Oh, wow. Okay, well, yeah, thank you. I think this will ironically cause people to imbue local elections with renewed enthusiasm, particularly libs, etc. It absolutely should, too, by the way. He worked at an international... Oh, he's a Pinkerton. Okay. All right. Pinkerton. He's a fucking Pinkerton. He never talked to me about abortion, Schrader said. It just seemed as he was a conservative Republican who naturally followed Trump, MAGA Republican. The church Belter attended outside, it's just like all of them. Any one of them. You don't know. If you have them in your neighborhood, you never know. Those MAGA Republicans are fucking psychos. The church Belter attended outside Minneapolis issued a statement Sunday condemning the shootings as the opposite of what Jesus taught his followers to do. Yeah, but not Donald Trump. The incident has devastated our church family and does not reflect our values or beliefs. It does. It does. The Jordan Family Church said on its website, adding it was cooperating with law enforcement. I mean, what good is your church if it gets people to fucking do this kind of stuff? I don't know. Don't know if you should be in the neighborhood. Terrorists. You know what I'm saying? Seeking to reinvent himself. A married father with 5 children who lived with like male roommates and not his wife, by the way. Belter and his wife own a sprawling 3,800 square foot house on a large rural lot about an hour from downtown Minneapolis that the couple bought in 2023 for more than $500,000. He worked for decades in managerial roles for food and beverage manufacturers before seeking to reinvent himself in middle age, according to resumes and a video he posted online. After getting an undergraduate degree in international relations in his 20s, Belter went back to school and earned a master's and then a doctorate in leadership studies from 2016 from Cardinal Stritch University, a private Catholic college in Wisconsin that has since shut down. Oh no. Is that where they're training him? While living in Wisconsin, records show Belter and his wife Jenny founded a nonprofit corporation called Revo Formation Ministries, listing themselves as the president and secretary, cheating on their taxes. After moving to Minnesota about a decade ago, Belter volunteered for a position on a state workforce development board, first appointed by then Governor Mark Dayton, a Democrat, in 2016, and later by Democratic Governor Tim Walz. He served through 2023. That's how he got people's addresses. That's it. Don't speculate. Who else does... If he was working with anyone else, who else might have the addresses? They have to go through his entire thing. So, understand this can happen to anybody. If you have a MAGA person at all connected to your government, they're probably giving addresses. Say this, too. Belter, he's a MAGA Republican murderous MAGA Republican psycho was even appointed remotely, or appointed to a small position in the government, and used his access to records in order to identify, target, and murder elected Democratic lawmakers. MAGA Republicans should not be permitted into any position of power because they are murderous, and they will probably share this information with other people. Never forget to hammer that home. Yeah, he used his position. He crept his way. He lied about his beliefs. Just say he lied about his beliefs. He lied about his beliefs and hid his extremism in order to get a government job so that he could locate, identify, and kill Democratic lawmakers. He's a MAGA Republican. This is typical of how they exist and operate. Normal thing to do. As a matter of fact, Elon Musk has been actively trying to give over private information like the information you have to his people, probably so that they can do things like kill voters and threaten them in the next election. There's no evidence that they wouldn't do this because they've done it before. They're murderous terrorists, MAGA terrorists. They are out there murdering elected politicians. Tisk, tisk. In that position, he may have crossed paths with one of his alleged victims. Hoffman served on the same board, though authorities said it was not immediately clear how much the two men may have interacted. Launching a security firm, records show Belter and his wife started a security firm in 2018. A website for Praetorian Guard, security services lists Bolter's wife as the president and CEO, while he is listed as director of security patrols. The company's homepage says it provides armed security for property and events and features a photo of an SUV painted in two-tone black and silver patterns similar to a police vehicle. He fucking founded a company not to get access to that records. That's why he went and got appointed to that position, so that he could have access to LEO information, right? Because they're going to always work with cops and stuff. So now he's got access. Also, if you have a private security company, you can buy a bunch of stuff that cops can buy and average civilians can't buy. If you don't know this, basically like cop uniforms and equipment is subject to procurement restrictions, basically so that people can't go and impersonate police officers. But some of the people that don't have those same procurement restrictions are private security personnel and people that work alongside cops. They can go and shop at the same place that police do. So he used this. Understand, anybody you know that's a security person, a MAGA, if you know a MAGA security guy, he may be using any single MAGA person that has access to security work should probably be let go, because they might be a threat risk, because they might be using this to acquire police uniforms in order to do assassinations, as is common of MAGA Republicans. Another photo shows a man in black tactical gear with military-style helmet and a ballistic vest with the company's name on the front. In an online resume, Belter also billed himself as a security contractor who worked overseas in the Middle East and Africa. On his trip to the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a place that's currently in they have an ongoing civil war, don't they? He told Chris Fuller, a friend, that he had founded several companies focused on farming and fishing on the Congo River, as well as in transportation and tractor sales. This dude might be a fucking CIA asset, unironically. It has been a very fun and rewarding experience, and I only wished I had done something like this 10 years ago, he wrote in a message shared with AP. But once he returned home in 2023, there were signs that Belter was struggling financially. That August, he began working for a transport service for a funeral home, mostly picking up bodies of those who had died in assisted living facilities, a job he described as he needed to do to pay bills. He also bought a $500,000 house that same year. Tim Koch, owner of Metro First Call, said Belter voluntarily left that position about 4 months ago. This is devastating news for all involved, Koch said, declining to elaborate on the reasons for Belter's departure, citing the ongoing law enforcement investigation. He'd also started spending some nights away from his family, renting a room in a modest house in North Minneapolis shared by friends. Heavily armed police executed a search warrant on the home on Saturday. Fucking what the fuck? In the hours before Saturday's shooting, Belter texted two roommates to tell him he loved them and that I'm going to be gone for a while, according to Schrader, who has forwarded the text and read it to the AP. He was like, I'm running low on money, but he's got multiple companies internationally and bought a $500,000 home, but he needed, and has been appointed to fucking like random shit. What the fuck? Maybe dead shortly, so I just want you to let you know I love you guys both and wish I hadn't gone this way, Belter wrote. I think he's been planning on doing this for fucking decades. I don't want to say anything more and implicate you in any way because you guys don't know anything about this, but I love you guys and I'm sorry for the trouble this has caused. AP writer Mike Balsamo contributed this report from Washington. Contact AP's global investigative team at investigativeap.org or https. No, I'm not reading all that. So yeah, there you go. This is the guy. This is AP's assistance request for arrest. This is the dude. Looking real South African immigrant right here. Looking like a South African refugee right here. Bald, going up. He's got a fucking plate carrier. All this sort of stuff. This shit is not easy to purchase in America, especially in like black and stuff. I mean, it's not impossible, but like a lot of this equipment, especially if you want to get it and it looks legit, you have to buy it from like Black Hawk and shit. And you can only get it from retailers that are authorized to sell it to you, which means usually if you see this on somebody who's a shooter, they either got it illegally or through like a secondhand store, but it's very difficult to buy the real shit. And this kind of just reasserts everything that's happening otherwise. That was a pretty solid update to the story. I think I've kind of said everything I need to say with this. Hit it hard. Understand, don't let anybody duck away. There's no time to build or anything. MAGA Republicans are executing long-term assassination plans against Democratic lawmakers because they are anti-democracy religious fundamentalists who want to usurp democracy for Donald Trump because they can't have their way. And they want to have their way, and they'll kill you to do it. And MAGA Republicans can't be trusted in appointed positions. MAGA Republicans cannot be trusted in elected positions. MAGA Republicans cannot be trusted in appointed positions because they will use that information to kill people. Hit that and hit it home. And understand, be like, I don't know. I don't know about you, random guy. Well, I'm a MAGA Republican. I'm not like that. Like, I don't know, man. I just don't want MAGA Republicans in my neighborhood. They're murderers. They're terrorists. MAGA Republican. Normal Republican? I don't know, maybe. But you're a MAGA Republican? Are you a murderer? Are you a terrorist? Have you been appointed to anything? You were on the school board? What, are you going to fucking kill a teacher? That's the line, all right? Don't go out of your way to fucking embarrass yourself or oversell it, but hit he's a typical MAGA Republican. They don't get their way and they get murderous. I know some people were MAGA back in the day, but now that it's, unpopular because he's so fucking weird, anyone that calls themselves MAGA these days, terrorists, more than likely. They hate democracy. They hate immigrants. They hate fucking anybody who's not white. Hateful religious zealots who just want Donald Trump to have his way. Real losers. Terrorists in your community. Ugh. Vance Belter's a Fed on the internet. I would say more than likely we're going to see some stuff come out about him, and he's probably going to have some crazy fucking security contractor in the fucking DRC. Fuck. CIA fact book. Thank you. Bantu, Sudanic, and other migrants from West North. What's the background? Gained independence from Belgium in 1960. Colonel Joseph Mobutu. Let's see. Results of the 2018. Okay, so why did he leave in 2018? Here you go. 2001 to now. All right. Compare this with what he was doing. The Belter guy. In 2001, Kabila was assassinated and his son, Joseph Kabila, was named head of the state. In 2002, the new president negotiated withdrawal of Rwandan forces occupying the eastern DRC. The remaining warring parties subsequently signed the Pretoria Accord. He had Praetorian, remember his thing was Praetorian Security Services? They signed the Pretoria Accord to end the fighting and establish a government of national unity. Kabila was elected as president in 2006 and 2011. The DRC constitution barred him from running for a third term, so in 2016, the DRC government delayed national elections for 2 years. This fueled significant civil and political unrest with sporadic street protests and exacerbation of tensions in the eastern DRC regions. Is that where he said he was? The results of the 2018 elections were disputed, but opposition candidate Felix Tshisekedi, son of the longtime opposition leader Etienne Tshisekedi, was announced as the election winner. This was the first transfer of power to an opposition candidate without significant violence or coup since 1960. In December 2023, the DRC held its fourth electoral cycle since independence. Tshisekedi was proclaimed the winner despite some allegations of fraud, with his Sacred Union alliance retaining a large parliamentary majority. The dude, every major decision this guy's made in his life is related to the DRC. This fucking white boy that dresses like a South African fucking immigrant, South African fucking refugee, which is a joke about Donald Trump letting in 200 white South African refugees who are a bunch of fat landowners. The DRC continues to experience violence, particularly in the east, perpetrated by more than 100 armed groups active in the region, including the March 23 rebel group, the ISIS-affiliated Allied Democratic Forces, the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, and assorted local militias known as Mai Mai militias. Oh, the Mai Mais. Oh, I'm thinking of the Mau Maus. I don't know what the Mai Mais are. The UN Organization Stabilization Mission in the DRC has operated in the region since 1999. It is the largest and most expensive UN peacekeeping mission in the world. Fuck, dude. Okay, so this guy, Praetorian Guard Services, Democratic Republic of Congo. What is the Red Lion Group? Had a job moving. Okay, so the job, dead body pickup job he had was also was actually moving dead bodies from crime scenes as well. Wait, what? The Congolese, this is from Wikipedia now. The Congolese Republican Guard, formerly known as the Special Presidential Security Group, is a Praetorian Guard unit maintained and tasked to protect the Congolese president, Felix Tshisekedi. Congolese military officials state that the Republican Guard is an independent branch and not the responsibility of FARDC, but the head of state. What the fuck, dude? So they call it that in this article. So he was part of the Praetorian Guard services. What the fuck? During the 2006 to 2007 election cycle, the DRC, the Republican Guard, was recorded by Amnesty International for extrajudicial killings and other abuses of Kinshasa residents during the political unrest. GR fought them off. 2013, 2015, 16. Throughout 2015 and 16, Republican Guard troops were accused by various human rights organizations and media outlets of brutality towards protesters who were demonstrating against President Kabila not wanting to step down in November when his constitutionally mandated term ended. In addition, they've arrested and harassed members of the Congolese opposition. The Republican Guard is legally unable to help the Congolese National Police in maintaining order. The police are only able to call on the armed forces. After the protests in 2016, the EU placed sanctions on Republican Guard commander Ilunga Kampate and several other officials. 2017, 2018... 2018, in early January 2019, it was reported that our Republican Guard troops were deployed to help police deal with protesters in the aftermath of the 30th December 2018 general election. Since Felix Tshisekedi replaced Joseph Kabila as the president of DRC following the 2018 general election, he made an effort to reform the military, including regulating the role of the Republican Guard, at which point our guy starts leaving. What the fuck? Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. I can't look. Republican Guard. What? Oh god, I hate it when they do that. Let me see. Amnesty International, site down. Wayback Machine. Archive. 2007, 8/21. Democratic Republic of Congo. Praetor. No, nothing in there. Wow. Well, that's way more interesting than I thought it was going to be. Not just a MAGA Republican, but an actual, like, international Pinkerton. No way he's a cleaner. I mean, bro. His instructor for Praetorian was an FBI instructor. No way. It's his first time donning a fake uniform to kill. He probably worked with some of the people, too. One of the most frustrating things about MAGA is there's a lot of good people wrapped up in it, but they're so brainwashed that they refuse to get information from anyone but Fox or OAN. Indeed, his work is complete. He bought a house. I've kind of gone down a rabbit hole since this news broke. Dude, this guy is fascinating. Fascinating. Closeted gay? I don't know, but I would definitely be suspicious as fuck of all those other guys there. He probably looked up the minimum amount of time he has to have not done any criminal activity at his wife's retirement home so that she can hold on to it. So he wasn't doing criminal activity in the house. He moved in with some other guys so that that house would be the focus of the investigation and not his house, which means also that maybe in Minnesota state law, this would be the thing to look up. Can his house that he was living in before that be considered his primary residence if he was gone for 3 months or 4 months or years or whatever the fuck living in the other place? That place as a rental couldn't be seized, but maybe his actual home could have been seized if he was living there at the time. So it might be a way to try to prevent his assets and i.e. his wife's home from being taken. This dude, if this guy for sure probably was involved in political killings in the Congo. I would have to venture a guess that he was probably involved in political killings in the Congo. Holy shit. An actual fucking Pinkerton. That's fucking nuts, dude. Okay. I'm excited about this. I need to learn more. But that's it for now. Yeah, okay. In the last second of the moment, MAGA fucking CIA asset. I'm going to get off of here and I'm going to look into that like crazy. That's fucking bonkers. But folks, I hope you had a good time. Limited streams this week, probably 2 as I slowly but surely finish up this project. I'm not sure exactly what's going to be happening, but oh yeah, I forgot to fucking announce my great victory. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow or tomorrow night and watch a fucking dog shit hit piece on me. I don't know. Is the DRC 556 or 762? I think it's both. I think that's why there's a civil war happening. I think they arrested his wife and found several fake passports for them in her car. Oh, dude, this is fucking awesome. I'm not gonna have to do any additional work to make this guy look bad. Fuck. Folks, you've been watching Westside Tyler Live, and I hope you had a good time. Hopefully I got everybody's super chats. I hope I did at least. I might have missed some. But I can't see them because this program still doesn't have that programmed into it. And I've got to go to the bathroom. Folks, you have been watching Westside Tyler Live, and I've been Westside Tyler Bell. I got to get out of here so I can use the head. I just realized I've been talking for 6 hours straight on accident. 5 hours straight on accident. So with all that said, I might be back tomorrow, I might not. Set your calendar, set your clocks, join the Discord, share the videos, and until next time, as always, stay safe.